New this morning, Alabama's Tommy Tuberville will be on the agenda for Senate Republicans today. He continues to hold up over 350 high-level military promotions because of his objection to the Defense Department's abortion policies. Republicans will meet today to discuss a path forward, and Tuberville says he thinks he knows a way to resolve this, but he didn't give any details. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will bring a resolution to the Senate floor within weeks to bypass Tuberville and allow the Senate to approve one large batch of promotions instead of one by one. 9 Republicans would need to join the Democrats for that vote to pass.
Over in the House, the member up for discussion is George Santos. The New York congressman could face another expulsion vote as soon as tomorrow. A report from the House Ethics Committee found that Santos received or deceived his donors and used campaign money for his own personal use. He has called the investigation a smear campaign. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he spoke to Santos Monday about his situation and said the congressman has options when it comes to his future.
Now let's turn to Georgia, where an outpouring of love for Rosalynn Carter will continue today. The former First Lady lying in repose at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library. The public was invited to come show their respects, and hundreds lined up to say goodbye. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now with more. Bree, good morning. A lot of special guests will be at the memorial today in Atlanta.
That's right. Good morning, Philip. Yes, there will be a tribute service this afternoon at a church on Emory University's campus. And perhaps the most important guest we could see today is the love of Rosalynn's life, former President Jimmy Carter. Her husband of 77 years, who entered hospice care earlier this year, is expected to attend today's ceremony. And the Carter Center says the couple's grandchildren and great-grandchildren will read some of her favorite scripture passages. Some of the others expected guests today include President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, along with their spouses, as well as former President Bill Clinton. And we expect to see every living First Lady show up to pay their respects today, from Laura Bush to Dr. Jill Biden. And the Carter Center also says family friends Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood will perform some of Rosalynn's favorite songs. The country stars worked with the Carters on some of the Habitat for Humanity projects. Today's tribute service is only for invited family and friends, but the public will be able to watch online.
Sure, many people will be tuning in for that. Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump will return to the witness stand, according to his attorney. Mr. Trump will testify again on Monday, December 11th, as the final witness in his $250 million tax fraud trial. When he first testified 3 weeks ago, the former president appeared to lose his cool and verbally attacked the presiding judge. He denies the charges that he and his family members lied about their company's worth to get favorable loan terms from a bank.
Hospitals in at least 3 states are diverting patients and rescheduling elective procedures after their parent company was targeted by hackers on Thanksgiving. Ardent Health Services oversees 30 hospitals in the U.S. The ransomware attack has now forced Ardent to shut down a number of its computerized services, including one tracking healthcare records. Both Hillcrest in Oklahoma, Lovelace in New Mexico, and UT Health in Texas tell NBC News that they are diverting patients to other hospitals.
Some scary moments on a Southwest flight after a passenger opened the plane's emergency exit and went out on the plane's wing. It happened at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International while the plane was still at the skywalk. You can see here the moments after he jumped from the plane and was apprehended on the tarmac. Officials say the passenger was transported to a hospital for evaluation. It's not clear why he opened the exit.
Millions of Americans are digging out this morning after a massive winter storm swept across the country. In Erie, Pennsylvania, heavy snowfall made for treacherous conditions on the roads. Multiple crashes were reported across the state.
And it's not just snow. Temperatures are plunging across the Northeast. Our meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking it all. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've still got some of that lake effect snow falling. And yes, chilly temperatures have settled in for much of the eastern half of the United States. We'll talk about that in a moment. But first, let's look at where it's currently snowing. We've got western Michigan, portions of New York, Pennsylvania, all involved in this. Even Ohio dealing with some additional snowfall this morning. And we've got the winter alerts to prove it. 6 million people are under these alerts. Again, those same areas. You can see where the bright blue is. The lake effect snow warnings are in effect at this time. We've got more snow to come through the day today. Those really strong winds coming out the lake are going to prompt that to continue through at least the day today. We'll see some reduced visibility in those regions. Of course, the roads will be slick, so heads up. Taking it slow is going to be a must, or staying off the roads altogether in those regions will be helpful. We'll see the snow continue east of Erie and Ontario here as we get into tomorrow, too. And when it's all said and done, we could pick up a good amount of snow in some spots. It'll be isolated, but up to 6 to even 8 inches of snow is possible in portions of New York. Now let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 57 degrees today in Montgomery. Full sunshine expected from New Orleans to Shreveport with temperatures into the 60s. Meanwhile, 29 degrees for the high in Pittsburgh with plenty of cloud cover. We'll see Scranton to Syracuse deal with some snow showers, and 39 for New York today. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. It's a winter wonderland over at the White House. First Lady Jill Biden revealed the White House's 2023 holiday decor, with this year's theme being magic, wonder, and joy. The elaborate decorations include 98 Christmas trees, over 33,000 ornaments, and more than 142,000 tree lights. The White House expects to have 100,000 visitors this holiday season.
Beautiful. All right, coming up, the first season for the new Panthers coach, well, becomes his last.
And we're back in a minute with family members still fighting for answers in the mystery of that missing Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 nearly a decade later.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, President.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a decade after the Malaysia Airlines plane vanished on a flight to Beijing, a court there began compensation hearings for Chinese family members of people who died on board. The reason for flight MH370's disappearance is still unknown. Here's NBC's Noah Pransky.
The biggest mystery of 2014, still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational surge.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search, and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean, all turning up Nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage. But as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location. But officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with two other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a fourth corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
And our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report.
Still to come, the latest from the NBA in-season tournament.
And the new man here at the Minnesota Vikings drops his second in a row. The truth hurts in the Twin Cities. Right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
He's tough. He's not as explosive as Chandler, who we'll see a fair amount tonight. Dobbs protected and picked by Jalen Johnson. Dobbs too hot and on the deflection and interception by Brisker. 4th down and 3. And this one up in the air and picked off by Edwards. For the Bears, this one is Intercepted by Chicago.
It was quarter after quarter of turnovers by the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football. Those 4 picks by Josh Dobbs gave the Chicago Bears just enough momentum to overcome their own offensive struggles and kick a game-winning field goal with just 10 seconds left. Chicago emerges with an ugly 12-10 win, and the Vikings are now 500 and clinging barely to that last playoff spot in the NFC. But this is not going to be in the archives as super well played.
The Bears doing it, though, without a touchdown, right, since 1993. So at least they got it that way.
Yeah.
Now to an NFL coaching shakeup. The Carolina Panthers announced Monday morning that they would be parting ways with head coach Frank Reich after a league-worst 1-10 start to the season. It was Reich's first year coaching in Carolina. He inherited a squad that took Alabama QB Bryce Young first overall in the NFL draft, who has struggled during his rookie year. So you know more than anyone all the history here of all the hits and slams that this guy has had when it comes to his coaching. He told the Charlotte Observer that he was disappointed, and while he likely won't be done with coaching, it's not going to be in the NFL level. So we'll see where he ends up.
He still gets paid. He signed a 4-year deal for $25 million, so he'll still get paid that. And after nearly a month of action, we have finally reached the final day of the group stage of the NBA in-season tournament. 2 teams in each conference have already locked up one of the 8 spots in the quarterfinals. That is the Indiana Pacers. They clinched Group A in the East on Friday, and the Lakers, they wrapped up Group A in the West last Tuesday. Tournament seeding and additional spots will be decided by tonight's matchups. Some key games here to look at, including Giannis and the Bucks facing the Heat, while the Kings battle their in-state rival Golden State for control of the West. The quarterfinals are set to begin December 4th. This whole thing was meant to bring some more attention to the NBA, because typically people don't even pay attention to the NBA until Christmas.
Yeah, until
That's
after,
right. Here we are a month earlier talking about it.
Okay, when we come back, Taylor Swift is about to enter her birthday month era, and she is bringing the celebration to your TV.
And it's Giving Tuesday. Dave Bautista has the perfect place for you to donate.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News for the generation of now. Now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. A man was arrested for streaking at Disneyland's It's a Small World ride. Police say he was also under the influence of a controlled substance. He was taken to the hospital as a precaution.
David Bautista is celebrating Giving Tuesday by teaming up with the ASPCA to help shelter pets get adopted. The Guardians of the Galaxy actor, who has 4 adopted pit bulls, is asking people to give to the organization.
Taylor Swift is releasing an extended version of her Eras Tour film to rent on streaming platforms on her birthday, December 13th. In a post on X, Swift added that it'll include performances of Wildest Dreams, The Archer, and Long Live.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Reimagining masterpieces for a new audience. One man is on a mission to make great art more inclusive. Our Priscilla Thompson explains.
It was late in the evening, the wind was blowing, the stars were starting to come out.
It's a painting you've probably seen before, but never like this.
The little church, the little village down here.
Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, the world's most iconic works of art reimagined for the blind and visually impaired.
Most artists would not be very happy if I were touching their work, but you don't mind.
No, it's meant to be touched.
Tomás Bustos and his wife Jacinta came up with the idea after seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre more than a decade ago. Back home in Dallas, Tomás drew the Mona Lisa to scale, sculpted it in clay, and cast it in bronze.
I feel like I'm working right next to the original artist. I can see his brushstrokes. I can see his idea coming to life.
Months of painstaking work, all for a moment like this.
Beautiful smile.
There's the embroidery. I didn't see that the first time.
For Blake Lindsay, who has been blind since he was an infant, and Keila Alonso, who lost her sight at 12, the experience opened up a whole new world.
Describe what it was like experiencing Tomás's Mona Lisa.
It was amazing because I never knew what she looked like.
We see through our fingertips, and so it was really revealing.
Yeah, I really like that bowl.
Both Blake and Keila are also students in Tomás's sculpture class at Envision.
You're going to put it on the palm of your hand. I want you to smash it like this.
A nonprofit aimed at creating opportunities for the blind.
It just makes me feel good about myself.
Lessons in art and in life, built to stand the test of time. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dallas.
Brilliant idea.
A way to enjoy art with all your senses there. Merriam-Webster has picked its word of the year, and the American Dictionary publisher says authentic is its top pick for 2023, having an extremely high volume lookup. Authentic defined as not false or imitation, real, actual. Telling pick as stories and conversations about AI technology dominate. The other top words of the year include Riz, which is slang for charisma, also deepfake, and coronation. It makes sense because how many times have you heard everybody outside of the world of tech and AI say, just be your authentic self?
I mean, that's what we're all looking for in information, character, like you were saying, but it's something that's just, it's so hard to attain, to identify. And it is interesting, juxtaposed to last year's word, which was gaslighting.
Yeah.
You know? Go
Shows you
figure.
the times,
Yep,
right?
That's right.
Thanks for kicking off your morning with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have an authentically good day. Some good news in the Middle East. Diplomacy on full display as Israel and Hamas strike a deal to extend the ceasefire until tomorrow. What it means for the hostages still being held as we get our first look at what it was like in captivity.
Loving mother, humanitarian, and political icon. Presidents, along with every living First Lady, are celebrating the life of Rosalind Carter this morning. We're live with the memorial plans, which could see an appearance from her beloved husband, Jimmy Carter.
Hanging by a thread in the House, New York Republican George Santos could be kicked out of Congress as early as tomorrow as the Speaker weighs in on the possible expulsion for the first time.
What can Prime do for you? How Amazon surpassed UPS and FedEx to become the country's biggest shipping company.
The heart and soul of school spirit will go behind the mascot and meet the students driving the hype ahead of the college football playoffs. It's Tuesday, November 28th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Good to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera. Israel and Hamas have extended their truce by 2 more days, allowing for more aid into Gaza and further prisoner exchanges. Yesterday, 11 Israeli women and children were freed by Hamas, as 30 Palestinian women and 3 children were freed from an Israeli prison. For the latest, let's go to Chapman Bell, who's following developments for us. Chapman, good morning. What do we know about the terms of this renewed truce?
Good morning, Francis and Philip. Yeah, it's been a big push by Biden and his administration, working closely with Qatar, who mediated this deal, along with other regional partners. And the hope is for 2 more days of a pause in fighting that will see 10 Israeli hostages released each day, along with 30 Palestinian prisoners also released each day, bringing it to 20 more hostages and 60 Palestinian prisoners. But this also includes more aid flowing into Gaza, as long as a continued pause in fighting. And I say a pause in fighting because Israel has maintained that their fight with Hamas is not yet over. The Times of Israel reporting that Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, saying to troops that you now have a few days and we will return to fighting. We will use the same amount of power and more, adding that while Hamas has also had time to regroup, that they will first meet the bombs of the Air Force, and after that, the shells of the tanks and the artillery and the scoops of the D9 bulldozers. We will fight the entire strip. So Israel clear that they are not yet done in this fighting. But on a diplomatic front, the State Department releasing a statement in regards to Secretary Blinken's upcoming trip to Israel and the West Bank, saying that he will continue to discuss Israel's right to defend themselves in accordance with international law and including future peace in the region. But good news, as we've seen a pause in fighting continue and the release of more hostages. Philip and Francis?
And that continued hope for so many of those families. Chapman, thank you.
And we're learning more about what it's been like to be held captive by Hamas for weeks. Family members of freed hostages spoke with NBC's Raf Sanchez.
Amid tearful scenes of hostages reuniting with their families, we're learning new details about their time in captivity and the conditions that around 170 remaining hostages are enduring still. 9-year-old Ohad Munder Zakri was released Friday with his mother Karen and grandmother Ruth. They spent 49 days in Gaza as prisoners of Hamas.
They were with one guy who kept them all the time. And she told me that all the time he did like that. So they were scared. They were whispering.
Were they ever tortured by Hamas?
No, I don't think so.
The family says they never saw other hostages and were moved constantly, sometimes held in tunnels like this, other times in houses or apartments.
They didn't get a lot of food. To go to the bathroom, they had to knock on the door, and then 1.5 hours waiting or 2 hours.
Cut off from the world, they had no idea about the scale of the October 7th attack or the global effort to bring them home.
She told me, I was on the television? Are you serious? I told her, your picture is all over the world.
They also didn't know Ohad's grandfather was alive, but remains a hostage, and found out they were being freed just hours before it happened. 25-year-old Roni Krivoy escaped and was on the run inside Gaza for 4 days before he was recaptured, his family says. Until now, most of what we knew came from Yocheved Lifshitz, one of the first hostages freed more than a month ago.
There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web.
The hostages may have valuable intelligence for Israel's military, but experts say the hostages need time to adjust.
They come out extremely anxious, suspicious, passive. They were passive for a long time. So there is a lot of work to be done in order to give them their sense of agency back.
Israel's government issuing guidelines for dealing with released children, saying expect age-inappropriate behavior like bedwetting, limit the number of visitors to keep them from being overwhelmed, and offer reassurance that they're safe now. Doctors say most of the children are in good health, and Ohad is now back home. But he has a long journey ahead just to be a kid again.
Our thanks to Raf for bringing us those harrowing stories.
There is relief in the Arab American community after a man was arrested and charged with the shooting of 3 Palestinian students, of Palestinian descent students in Burlington, Vermont. All 3 survived, but one of them, Hisham Arwantani, was shot in the spine, and his family says he will likely never walk again. His mother lives in Ramallah on the Israeli-occupied West Bank and told our Aaron McLaughlin that she believes the shooting was a hate crime.
It was a vicious crime, and it will change my son's life.
Forever.
Forever. There's no reason that he should have been targeted in this way, because it was a targeted crime, without a doubt.
Jason Eaton pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. Officials say several weapons were recovered from his home, and when federal agents arrived at his door, Eaton said he had been expecting them.
Former President Donald Trump will return to the witness stand, according to his attorney. Mr. Trump will testify again on Monday, December 11th, as the final witness in his $250 million tax fraud trial. When he first testified 3 weeks ago, the former president appeared to lose his cool and verbally attacked the presiding judge. He denies the charges that he and his family members lied about their company's worth to get favorable loan terms from banks.
Congressman George Santos could soon see his time run out on Capitol Hill. The New York lawmaker could face another expulsion vote as soon as tomorrow. A report from the House Ethics Committee found that Santos deceived his donors and used campaign money for his own personal use. He has called the investigation a smear campaign. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he spoke to Santos Monday about his situation and said the congressman has options when it comes to his future.
Now let's turn to Georgia, where an outpouring of love for Rosalynn Carter will continue today. The former First Lady lying in repose at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library. The public was invited to come show their respects, and hundreds lined up to say goodbye. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now with more. Bree, good morning. A lot of special guests will be at that memorial today in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right. So there will be a tribute service this afternoon at a church on Emory University's campus. And perhaps the most important guest we could see today is the love of Rosalynn's life, former President Jimmy Carter. Her husband of 77 years, who entered hospice care earlier this year, is expected to attend today's ceremony. And the Carter Center says the couple's grandchildren and great-grandchildren will read some of her favorite scripture passages. Some of the other expected guests today include President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, along with their spouses, as well as former President Bill Clinton. And we expect to see every living First Lady show up to pay their respects today, from Laura Bush to Dr. Jill Biden. And the Carter Center also says family friends Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood will perform some of Rosalind's favorite songs. The country stars worked with the Carters on some of the Habitat for Humanity projects. Now, today's tribute service is only for invited family and friends, but the public will be able to watch online. Philip.
What a life well lived. All right, Bree, thank you.
Time to dig out your winter coat. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the winter weather. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've got the snow falling along portions of the Great Lakes, and we've got some chilly temperatures in store. Here's the deal right now. You can see that radar showing the snow falling in western Michigan, western New York, western Pennsylvania, portions of Ohio picking up on that lake effect snow as those strong winds continue to move across the chilly water. This is leaving us with 6 million people under these winter alerts right now, stretching across that region. This will be something we deal with through the day today, and you can see why. More of that snow falling specifically east of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. That's going to be the two spots here, even as we get into Wednesday, that we continue to see the snow piling up. We'll see some of those highest amounts in portions of New York, so we will be watching anywhere from 1 to 2, even 3 inches for larger portions of the area. But of course, where you see that purple and that pink, the 6 to 8 inches is possible. Meanwhile, we do have some freeze alerts that are in effect for parts of the southeast as chilly temperatures are out there this morning. We'll continue to see the cool air in place through the next couple of days before a gradual warm up by the end of the work week. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 58 degrees with full sunshine in Jackson today. 62 for Houston. We'll deal with some snow showers from Syracuse down to Scranton. 39 degrees in New York City today. 30 degrees in Indianapolis, and plenty of sunshine on tap for Louisville later this afternoon. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Early today is back in a minute with the AI allegations sparking a firestorm at Sports Illustrated.
And CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here to tell us how Amazon is primed to take over the shipping industry.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
New reporting has revealed that SI might be leaning on AI. In an article posted on Monday, science and tech website Futurism uncovered that Sports Illustrated had been publishing articles written by artificial intelligence. The magazine attributed these articles to what they claimed were real writers, which Futurism says came from websites that sell AI-generated headshots. When Futurism reached out to SI's parent company, the Arena Group, the pieces in question seemed to vanish from the site without explanation. In a statement, the Arena Group said the content was licensed from a third-party company.
Amazon's nearly $2 billion deal to buy the maker of Roomba won't get swept under the rug. But first, Amazon is also the new king of delivery, according to the Wall Street Journal, surging past UPS and FedEx as more Americans click to buy. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us with the latest. Good morning, Steve.
Lovely to see you both today. Yeah, look, absolutely fascinating. For years, Americans have been debating who's the biggest delivery giant out there. Is it UPS? Is it FedEx? Well, it's neither. It's Amazon. In 2022, Amazon outsold, in terms of delivering products, both FedEx and UPS. And this year, pre-Thanksgiving, they've already delivered 4.8 billion packages. And by the end of the year, they're expected to hit somewhere in the region of just under 6 billion packages delivered. Absolutely extraordinary for a company that was a customer of the other two just a decade ago. Elsewhere, you mentioned the European Commission may have some big problems with the acquisition by Amazon of the Roomba maker iRobot. Beg pardon, the maker of Roomba, iRobot, as well. It's a $1.7 billion deal last year as well. And the European Commission is concerned that it will give them an unfair advantage in the vacuum cleaner market. Specifically, they're saying, look, it may give Amazon the ability and incentive to foreclose on iRobot's rivals by doing things such as delisting rival vacuum cleaners and reducing the visibility on the Amazon marketplace of some of those other rivals as well. But I mean, quite extraordinary, these things. I don't know if you've got one in your house yet, but they certainly make it for a happy home in my house, I can assure you.
I do, but they sure have eaten up a whole lot of iPhone chargers I've been leaving out too. All right, Steve, thank you very much.
They can be very helpful. Still to come, the return of one of England's loudest bands. Early today goes to 11, right after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You authorized, you're musicians, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Rock and roll. Rock and roll.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
This way?
No,
This way. This way.
Straight
rock and roll.
Rock and roll. Here we go. Hello, Cleveland. Hello, Cleveland.
After almost 40 years, the boys from Britain are making their way back to theaters. Director Rob Reiner revealed Monday that a sequel to the 1984 mockumentary classic, This Is Spinal Tap, is set to begin shooting next February. Reiner, along with band members Michael McKean, Christopher Guest, and Harry Shearer, are all expected to return. And the fun part, too, is Reiner said that there may be some cameos from Elton John, Paul McCartney, even Garth Brooks in this new installment.
Yeah, one of the most popular mockumentaries of all time. But speaking of bringing back in 1984 and the biggest films of that year, no shortage of actors who want to be the next Karate Kid. You may remember last week, Sony Pictures announced a new film in this franchise, along with a global casting search for the title character. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the studio had received over 10,000 submissions from all over the world just one day after announcing that search. In addition to the eventual newcomer, the film will also star Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan, who starred in two very different iterations of the series over the last 40 years. This is such a beloved series, and it's so iconic that you just know that whoever does get cast is going to be a star, at least for the next year or so.
We can't get enough of even just Cobra Kai when it comes to that series, so I imagine even with this, it's going to be huge. All right, now to some pieces that could really tie a room together. Hundreds of items from the 1998 classic The Big Lebowski are going up for auction next month. Up for grabs are the complete storyboards used in the film production, as well as replica bowling pins signed by the dude himself, Jeff Bridges. While you won't find any severed toads here, you can also bid on the iconic bathrobe and the sunglasses worn by Bridges in the film. Part of the proceeds will go to share our Strengths No Kid Hungry campaign, which Bridges serves as the national spokesperson on this too. So when it comes to, you know, the dude, the Coen brothers, and just the cult following this has, Jeff Bridges says at one point, he says he would do a sequel, but it's up to the Coen brothers. If it's up to them, they said they're so mysterious. They're always up with surprises. So who knows? Who knows if that could be down the road?
Yeah, a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. Just got to find a cash machine. Christmas has arrived at the White House. They got thousands of ornaments and lights.
And if you haven't used your Google account in a while, it may be gone soon. We've got the details after the break.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back with what you need to know early today. Popular Chinese fashion giant Shein has filed paperwork to go public in an effort to expand its global reach. The company was last valued at $66 billion and is expected to become the most valuable Chinese-founded company to go public in the U.S. in years.
Google will begin deleting inactive accounts this week. Accounts that have been inactive for at least 2 years are at risk for deletion on Friday, including content saved on Google Drive, Google Docs, Gmail, and more.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott lived out his dream to go skydiving, taking the plunge with a 106-year-old World War II veteran, Al Blaschke. That veteran holds the record for oldest tandem skydive.
First Lady Jill Biden revealed the White House's 2023 holiday decor, with this year's theme being magic, wonder, and joy. The decorations include 98 Christmas trees, 33,000 ornaments, and more than 142,000 tree lights.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The Minnesota Vikings had a lot of trouble keeping possession on Monday Night Football.
4th down and 3, and this one up in the air and picked off by Edwards for the Bears. This one is intercepted by Chicago.
And there were 2 more you didn't see there. 4 picks by Josh Dobbs gave the Chicago Bears just enough momentum to overcome their own offensive struggles and kick a game-winning field goal with just 10 seconds left. Chicago emerges with an ugly 12-10 win.
With the college hoop season heating up, NBC's Alex Tabbitt takes us behind the scenes for one of the most secretive responsibilities for game day, the life of the student who dons their school's mascot.
While the band plays and the players dunk, one student is suiting up in secret.
It's important to keep Size anonymous from the rest of the campus.
Meet Cy the Cardinal, the mascot for Iowa State University. Cy's that one student that everybody knows, but nobody knows.
His personality spans many classes and many generations, so it's to maintain the consistency of Cy's personality and character.
Cy isn't the only mascot to keep its identity hush on campus. Syracuse University's Otto the Orange and BYU's Cosmo the Cougar are also anonymous, while the Stanford Tree or the Notre Dame Leprechaun live their lives in the limelight. But what all these mascots have in common is they made it through a rigorous tryout process to make sure they're the ones with the right skill set to spread school spirit. Carly Fulcher was Cy back when she was a student.
It's fun to kind of lead that double life.
Her classmates didn't know about her alter ego until she graduated.
We would wear the feet to graduation, and so that's how you get to announce to your whole graduating class that you were Cy.
Now she's Iowa State's mascot coordinator.
I find so much joy in passing this squad on to future generations.
Teaching them the original definition of hypebeast.
High energy all the time. Big smile all the time.
While not sugarcoating the more difficult parts of the job.
It's sweaty. It's sweaty work.
At colleges like Iowa State University, mascots are a lot more than just a costume. It's a way of bringing the community together.
Every summer, Iowa State celebrates what they call Victory Day, where Cy and members of the football team host children from across Iowa.
Victory Day is awesome because all these special needs kids come to Jack Trice and get to play football with our whole football team, and they get to run plays and score touchdowns with the team, and we just get to hype them up, and it's such a fun, emotional day.
Spreading joy, no matter the score.
If we're down 20 points, we're going to be hyped for that too, because we're there for the band, we're there for the cheerleaders, we're there for all the kids that couldn't care less what the score is.
Alex Tabbitt, Ames, Iowa.
It's a cool look behind the scenes and behind the mask.
Yep. Shout out to Sparky and Pater Pete. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas, now in its 5th day after a deal to extend a ceasefire in Gaza.
We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
The new hope for families still waiting to reunite with their loved ones. And here at home, the suspect accused of shooting 3 Palestinian American students in Vermont faces a judge for the first time. We have team coverage. Also this morning, the weather outside is frightful in parts of the East Coast and the Great Lakes as an early winter storm makes its way across several states. We're tracking the conditions and what to expect for tomorrow's big Rockefeller tree lighting just outside our doors. Plus, an unexpected side effect of the COVID pandemic, new research revealing a link between strict COVID restrictions and mental health. And 'tis the season for giving. Black Friday and Cyber Monday are in the books. Now it is time for Giving Tuesday. We're looking at some of the places you can donate for a good cause.
Bought all the gifts we're going to give. Now we can give to charities and other
Still got to do those
nonprofits.
as well, though.
There's that too. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started today in the Middle East, where a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas has been extended for another 48 hours, going into effect this morning.
The extension was agreed to yesterday after another 11 Israeli hostages were released. This Hamas video shows the captives being handed over to the International Red Cross before they were transported out of Gaza. Now, as part of the agreement, Israel also released 33 Palestinian women and children held in Israeli prisons. This video shows the moment 2 Palestinians were reunited with family members in Jerusalem. This ceasefire extension will lead to the release of more hostages. It will also allow for more aid to get into Gaza. But the UN Secretary General has warned that the life-saving supplies are not enough to cope with the humanitarian disaster unfolding there.
It's a glimpse of hope and humanity in the middle of the darkness of war. And I strongly hope that this will enable us to increase even more the humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza that is suffering so much, knowing that even with that additional amount of time, it will be impossible to satisfy all the dramatic needs of the population in Gaza.
We got a lot to cover. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv, and Aaron Gilchrist is in Washington. Good morning to both of you. Raf, let's start with you. Walk us through the terms of this truce extension and where we stand with today's hostage prisoner swap.
Well, Joe, good morning. It is 2 p.m. here in Israel and in Gaza, and we are expecting in around 2 hours' time the first of those hostages to start to be released inside of Gaza. It is by now a familiar choreography. Hamas gunmen handing those hostages over to the Red Cross, filming that handover for their own propaganda purposes, and then the hostages either going south to Egypt or directly over the Israeli border and back to Israel's military. Now, the terms of this extension were agreed in advance. It would be 10 additional hostages for each additional day of ceasefire. This is a 2-day extension, so we're expecting over the next 2 days to see 20 hostages coming out of Gaza in exchange for 60 Palestinians released from prisons in East Jerusalem and in the occupied West Bank. We believe, according to the Prime Minister's office, that there are around 173 hostages still in Gaza right now. 20 more come out. That gets you down to around 150. The terms of this deal are still for women and children. Beyond this 20, there are more women and children who could be released under these same conditions. But the women and kids are kind of the low-hanging fruit from a negotiation point of view. And these talks will only get more complicated as we start to get into the male prisoners, and most complicated as we get to the Israeli soldiers who are being held captive. But the hope for now in Israel, in the U.S., is to see at least 20 more hostages coming out over the next 2 days. And we'll see if a further extension is possible after that. Jeff.
Aaron, let's bring you in here so we understand. We heard a moment ago from the Biden administration saying they'd like to see this deal extended even further, right? What has been the reaction from the White House and any indication that that could happen, that they're working on that?
It is something that they're working on already, Savannah, and Raf laid out sort of the complications involved here. The administration has said that it is grateful for the 2-day extension that we're seeing now, and that its teams, along with the other negotiators in the Middle East, are working on ways to figure out how to extend the truce even further. Obviously, as Raf noted, we've seen women and children coming out. There are more who can come out, particularly over these next 2 days. But there will be a point where the focus of the negotiations around hostage releases and around extension of the truce would focus on the men that are being held by Hamas and other groups inside Gaza. I want you to hear a little bit of what the National Security Council spokesperson said about this idea, first about the extension that we're seeing now and about extending the truce even further.
Of course, we welcome the announcement. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. We'd certainly like to see even that extension extended further until all the hostages are released. That's really the goal here, get all the hostages home with their families where they belong.
And again, as you said, until all of the hostages are released, that is the goal the United States has set. The president has said that his team and he will focus significantly on that particular point, even as Israel indicates it intends to resume its war effort.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Ralph. Looking ahead, I mean, Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, they've said several times they're committed to resuming the war after the truce ends. So with that in mind, we know humanitarian groups, they've been rushing to get as much aid as possible into Gaza. Talk to us about what the situation is like there right now and the feeling among those in Gaza about the war starting up again.
I think the feeling is dread, Joe. Palestinians inside Gaza have had these 4 days of relative quiet, without airstrikes all around them, without Israeli jets and drones overhead for the first time in 7 weeks. But they have used this time to count their losses. People have tried to go back to their homes to see if their homes are still standing. They've tried to contact their relatives to find out who's alive, who's dead. The death toll inside Gaza, more than 15,000, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. Proportional for population, guys. That is the equivalent of more than 2 million Americans being killed over the last 7 weeks. We have seen humanitarian aid coming in the form of around 200 trucks every day over the course of the ceasefire. That is welcome. It is also, as you heard from the Secretary General of the United Nations, just a fraction of what Gaza needs. So people have been painfully aware that this ceasefire was temporary, and we have seen Prime Minister Netanyahu literally inside Gaza saying that the war will continue on the other side of it. Guys.
Aaron, quickly, before we let you both go, we know Secretary Blinken is expected to return to the region this week. This is on another diplomatic mission, and it also looks like the first round specifically of U.S. aid to Gaza will be arriving soon. Tell us about that.
We did learn from a senior administration official last night that there are 3 U.S. military facilitated flights of humanitarian aid that will go into Egypt. The first one expected to land today. That material will be offloaded into United Nations vehicles and then taken into Gaza. This will be food, water, medicine, and importantly, winter gear, as winter is coming in Gaza. And so they want to help folks be able to be prepared for that. And as you noted, Secretary Blinken is headed back to Tel Aviv and to the West Bank, again, to talk about increasing humanitarian aid, about how to better protect civilians as Israel is engaged in its ground operations as well. And also about, the State Department noted he will talk about the two-state solution, the idea that eventually this will need to lead to a Palestinian state living next to an Israeli state. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Raf, stay with us a moment longer. We know you've been speaking with some Israeli hostages about their time in captivity. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, one of the big questions over the last 7 weeks has been what kind of conditions are these hostages being held in inside of Gaza? Are they being abused? Are they getting food? Are they getting medicine? Can they see the sun? Are they being held in tunnels? And we're starting to get answers to some of those questions as these released hostages tell their families, and we speak to those family members. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what we've been hearing.
Amid tearful scenes of hostages reuniting with their families, we're learning new details about their time in captivity and the conditions that around 170 remaining hostages are enduring still. 9-year-old Ohad Munder Zakri was released Friday with his mother Karen and grandmother Ruth. They spent 49 days in Gaza as prisoners of Hamas.
They were with one guy who kept them all the time, and she told me that all the time he did like that. So they were scared, they were whispering.
Were they ever tortured by Hamas?
No, I don't think so.
The family says they never saw other hostages and were moved constantly, sometimes held in tunnels like this, other times in houses or apartments.
They didn't get a lot of food. To go to the bathroom, they had to knock on the door, and then 1.5 hours waiting or 2 hours.
Cut off from the world, they had no idea about the scale of the October 7th attack or the global effort to bring them home.
She told me, I was on the television? Are you serious? I told her, your picture is all over the world.
They also didn't know Ohad's grandfather was alive, but remains a hostage, and found out they were being freed just hours before it happened. 25-year-old Roni Krivoy escaped and was on the run inside Gaza for 4 days before he was recaptured, his family says. Until now, most of what we knew came from Yocheved Lifshitz, one of the first hostages freed more than a month ago.
There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web.
The hostages may have valuable intelligence for Israel's military, but experts say the hostages need time to adjust.
They come out extremely anxious, suspicious, passive. They were passive for a long time. So there is a lot of work to be done in order to give them their sense of agency back.
Israel's government issuing guidelines for dealing with released children, saying expect age-inappropriate behavior like bedwetting, limit the number of visitors to keep them from being overwhelmed, and offer reassurance that they're safe now. Doctors say most of the children are in good health, and Ohad is now back home. But he has a long journey ahead just to be a kid again.
Now, the kids, thankfully, seem to be in good condition, but there is one older former hostage who is in serious medical condition right now. 84-year-old great-grandmother Elma Avraham was rushed straight to the ICU after she was released from Gaza on Sunday night. Hospital staff say she's on a ventilator and she's fighting for her life. Guys.
All right, Raf, as always, thank you for your thoughtful and compassionate reporting. Appreciate it. On the other side of the exchange, Palestinian women, even teenagers, are waking up at home this morning. Some were convicted of serious crimes, but others were held in administrative detention, not formally charged with anything. NBC's David Noriega spoke to the father of one of those teens who's now back home.
Jubilation in the West Bank as Palestinian women and children are freed from military jails.
part of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
That is a red cross box carrying the prisoners in question.
Among them, 17-year-old Iyas Khatib. His father Abed was there to greet him.
My son, he was just studying. He's in the high school. Till now, I'm telling you, I don't know why my son is in jail.
Israel calls these prisoners terrorists. Of those slated for release, some were convicted in Israeli military courts of violent crimes, including attempted murder. Others stand accused of offenses like throwing incendiary devices, throwing stones, or trespassing. But most have not been convicted, and many are teenagers held under what's known as administrative detention. That includes Iyas, with no formal charges or evidence presented against them. In February, IDF soldiers raided his home in the middle of the night, leaving behind a broken door and a family wondering when or if he would be back. Palestinian and international human rights groups say the system of military arrests and detentions lacks basic due process, especially when it comes to children.
Without charges, without trial, without anything, I can't defend myself, for instance, if I have no evidence, if I have no accusation specific.
And this happens regularly to children, to minors.
Yeah.
According to Israeli human rights group B'Tselem, Israel had more than 1,300 people in administrative detention, including 23 children, before October 7th. And Palestinian groups say the number has skyrocketed since then.
Palestinians in the occupied territories say these indefinite detentions without trial or evidence are just one of many ways the Israeli military occupation robs them of their basic human rights and dignity.
Israeli authorities defend the practice, telling us in a statement that all prisoners are detained according to the provisions of the law. Before their release, they were told if they celebrated publicly or spoke to the press, they would face a fine of more than $18,000. We met Iyas Khatib the day after he came home.
Are you willing to talk to me about your arrest and detention?
He refused to talk, afraid Israeli soldiers would retaliate.
Our thanks to David Noriega for that report. Even before October 7th, the number of people held in administrative detention in reportedly deteriorating prison conditions had reached record highs. Even as people are being released as part of the ceasefire agreement, more are being arrested.
Well, President Biden has condemned the shooting of 3 Palestinian students in Vermont over the weekend, saying there is no place for hate in America. The suspect accused of carrying out the attack, which injured all 3 men, was arraigned yesterday. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
48-year-old Jason Eaton pleaded not guilty to attempted murder, accused of shooting 3 U.S. college students, all Palestinians, in Burlington, Vermont, visiting family for Thanksgiving.
This horrific, unprovoked attack was a tragic violation of the values and character of this welcoming, inclusive community.
The family says Tahsin Ali Ahmed, Hisham Awartani, and Kenan Abdelhamid were out for a walk, chatting in Arabic and English. 2 of them were wearing keffiyehs, traditional Arab scarves. According to the affidavit, Abdelhamid told police a man in a hoodie walked toward them and pulled out a pistol and started firing without saying a word. All 3 were shot.
They're all stable, but Hisham the prognosis is that it's very likely that he won't be able to walk again.
Hisham's parents spoke with NBC News' Aaron McLaughlin at their home in the West Bank city of Ramallah.
It was a vicious crime, and it will change my son's life. Forever. Forever. There's no reason that he should have been targeted in this way, because it was a targeted crime, without a doubt.
Authorities have not charged Eaton with a hate crime, but police say they are still investigating.
I do want to be clear that there is no question this was a hateful act.
It comes during a nationwide spike in both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic incidents.
All of us have also seen a sharp increase in the volume and frequency of threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities across our countries.
The war overseas fueling protests and hate nationwide.
We need to preach that all hate against Jews, against Muslims, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, these are ills in our country and they undermine our democratic values.
Do you think that is a message we're hearing from leaders in this country?
There's some lip service being paid to this, Stephanie, but it's not backed by really sincere efforts.
Palestinian-American Amani Jamal is the Dean of International Affairs at Princeton. She went to the same high school in the West Bank as the 3 young men.
These students are me 30 years ago. And our dream was to come to the United States to get an education so that we could live a life of dignity and freedom.
Hisham Awartani's father wanted him to stay in the U.S. for the holidays because he thought it would be safer than Ramallah.
Who would think that such a thing would happen in one of the most liberal, diverse places in the world?
He hopes his son will be able to walk again.
We believe in our kid's strength, and we are certain that he's going to stand up on his feet again.
We're learning more about the shooter. We learned that he was let go from his job earlier this month. Also, authorities say they found multiple weapons in his home, including 3 shotguns and the pistol that was allegedly used in the shooting. According to the affidavit, when police arrived at his home for the search, he said to them, "I've been waiting for you." Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
Over the weekend, a U.S. Navy warship came under missile fire in the Gulf of Aden. The U.S. military says the missiles were fired Sunday from rebel-controlled Yemen after the warship responded to a distress call. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby has more.
Militants believed to be Iranian-backed Houthi fighters fired 2 close-range ballistic missiles from Yemen that landed near a U.S. Navy warship, the USS Mason. Now, the USS Mason was not impacted. In fact, the 2 close-range ballistic missiles landed about 10 nautical miles away from the ship. But it all came just about 2 hours after the USS Mason responded to a distress call from a commercial tanker, the MV Central Park, that had been hijacked by pirates. Now, these pirates, who are now believed to be Somali citizens, according to U.S. defense officials, took over that ship. The crew locked themselves on the bridge and issued that distress call. The USS Mason, along with at least 1 other Allied ship that was in the region as part of a counter-piracy mission, responded. When they got on scene, they ordered these gunmen to leave the ship, which they quickly did. They got in their small boat and started to flee. Well, a boarding team from the USS Mason followed them and ultimately apprehended them. Now, we at this point, we still don't know exactly who these individuals are, other than the fact that they claim to be Somali citizens. But at this point, it doesn't seem that these 2 incidents are linked, the hijacking of this commercial tanker and the firing of these ballistic missiles. But it all comes at a time when the tensions in this region continue to be high. Now, Houthi fighters in Yemen have shown more aggressive behavior in recent weeks, and they have shown increasingly escalatory capabilities with the firing of these missiles, with drones that they have launched out of Yemen. And the concern among U.S. officials is that if this behavior continues, one of these attacks could be successful, and it could really lead to a further escalation of the tensions and a further expansion of the war in Israel and in Gaza. Now, this also comes as U.S. defense officials say there have been at least 73 attacks against bases housing Americans in Iraq and Syria. It's important to point out that while there had been a really steady drumbeat of these attacks since October 17th, since the truce in Gaza began, none of the bases have been attacked.
All right, our thanks to Courtney Cuby for that report. Well, cold air and gusty winds over the Great Lakes will lead to more snow in the region. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Angie Lastman is tracking just how much snow to expect. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's the Great Lakes that we are going to watch all through the day today to pick up some additional snow right along those edges. You can see places like Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Cleveland waking up to a little more snow falling. And yes, those strong winds over the lake are going to continue this through the day today. Because of that, we've got millions of people under these alerts for winter weather. We've got some winter weather advisories that include Traverse City, Kalamazoo. Notice the bright blue, though. Places like Erie, Cleveland, Watertown, all included in that lake effect snow warning as we see some of that additional snow falling through the day today. Here's what it looks like as we go through the rest of your day. Much of that will start to taper off over portions of Michigan and Ohio, but we still will have places like Pennsylvania and New York picking up some of that additional snow. We're going to also note that there will be a reduced visibility because of those stronger winds. Roads will be difficult to travel in those regions with really slick conditions, so a heads up if you're going to be out and about through the day today and even into tomorrow in some of those same regions near Ontario and Erie. That's where we'll watch for more snow to be a potential here as we get into your Wednesday. It looks like some of those highest amounts are going to be focused into portions of New York. You can see those brighter pinks and purples indicating 6 to 8 inches, but we could even see some isolated amounts up to 16 inches. So some impressive snowfall that will make it a little difficult to travel in this region. Meanwhile, we've got some chilly conditions across the southeast, waking up to some alerts there for the chilly weather. So heads up, you'll need those extra layers across portions of the southeast, including Tallahassee, Savannah. Out west, really quiet weather pattern. It's going to stay that way for a couple more days. We've got plenty of sunshine on tap for folks across Texas with temperatures into the 60s. In LA, low 70s. So nice conditions there as we deal with the wintry weather here across portions of the Great Lakes. The change up happens for parts of the south as we get into Thursday and Friday as we track our new storm system that'll bring us some rain there.
Layers seems to be the word of the week.
It is,
Definitely dropped here. Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's dangerous and potentially deadly. The new warning from health officials in China after an alarming rise in cases of a respiratory illness.
Up first, though, after the break, new developments in the case of an American journalist being detained in Russia. The ruling just made in Moscow this morning. Stay with us. We will be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back now with the race for the White House as the campaign of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis struggles to regain momentum. A fight nearly broke out this month at a board meeting of a DeSantis-aligned super PAC. As NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns explains, this comes as DeSantis is losing ground to rival Nikki Haley in the polls.
Thank you.
Turmoil in DeSantis' world. NBC News reporting inside high-level strategy talks at DeSantis super PAC Never Back Down that one board meeting earlier this month nearly ended in a brawl as the Florida governor's allies struggle to reverse a slide in the polls and a surging Nikki Haley.
The race is always framed around Donald Trump, whether someone can beat him or not. People want an alternative, and they made a summary judgment on DeSantis that he wasn't it, because his polling numbers were very, very high, and then they just simply tanked.
A source inside the room telling NBC News during a heated discussion, a longtime DeSantis confidant challenged a PAC consultant to a fight. At least 2 other board members forced to restrain him.
People are frustrated, and they have different ideas of how to regain the high ground and how to win. And that's going to come out in emotion.
The internal strife at the PAC playing out as the group struggles to tap its big dollar donors. One contributor telling NBC News, quote, "You don't just keep throwing money at Radio Shack." Amid the latest troubles, the PAC CEO, Chris Jankowski, announcing his resignation last week.
I love you too.
Nikki Haley, now the biggest threat to the DeSantis campaign, has pulled even with him in Iowa and ahead of him in other primary states. DeSantis and his allies taking the battle for early state voters to the air.
We know her as Crooked Hillary, but to Nikki Haley, she's her role model, the reason she ran for office.
Fight Right, Inc., a new DeSantis-allied super PAC, launched after that chaotic meeting at Never Back Down, cutting this spot, tying Haley to Hillary Clinton. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds following up her endorsement of DeSantis, cutting multiple spots, praising her fellow Republican governor.
If you like what we're doing in Iowa, then you'll love what Ron DeSantis will do for this country.
And DeSantis securing another coveted endorsement, Bob Vanderplaats, an influential evangelical leader in the Hawkeye state.
You need a president that's going to surround themselves with the best and brightest people versus having a hard time attracting them again. And someone who's actually going to do what they say they're going to do.
DeSantis barnstorming Iowa in a 99-county tour, now just 7 weeks out from the Iowa caucuses, and preparing for a highly anticipated debate with California Governor Gavin Newsom, as the man who was once the shining star of the GOP is now looking for a spark.
Well, that was Dasha Burns reporting there for us. DeSantis' highly anticipated debate against California Governor Gavin Newsom will take place Thursday night in Georgia, and the next GOP primary debate is next Wednesday, December 6th in Alabama. Lots to watch for there. Well, nearly 10 years after more than 200 passengers went missing aboard Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, their relatives are suing for millions of dollars in damages. A compensation hearing is now underway in China for the flight that was lost over the Indian Ocean on March 8th, 2014. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky with more.
The biggest mystery of 2014 still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational search.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search, and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean. All turning up nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage, but as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location, but officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with 2 other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a 4th corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Let's get you more international headlines now, starting with new developments for an American reporter being detained in Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga joins us now with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. A court in Moscow today extended the detention of Evan Gershkovich by at least 2 more months. Now, the 32-year-old Wall Street Journal reporter who was arrested in March on espionage charges will remain in jail at least until January the 30th. So far, Russia has not provided any evidence to support the allegations, and the journalist, the Wall Street Journal, and the U.S. government have denied the allegations. Let's now go to Poland, where on Monday the new president swore in a government expected to last only or maximum 14 days. There is a reason for it. According to the constitution, Poland's prime minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, has 2 weeks to face a vote of confidence in parliament after his government has been sworn in. But Morawiecki is expected to lose the vote of confidence as after the national elections in October, he lost the majority in parliament and has no coalition partners. The opposition, who won the election, called the move a farce intended to delay them from taking power. And let's end this tour of the world in Brazil, where paleontologists and geologists are unveiling the scary mystery behind a huge underground 60-feet-long tunnel a farmer discovered by chance on his property back in 2009. Now, experts believe the farmer uncovered what they call a megafauna paleobarrow, a prehistoric tunnel. Deep claw marks embedded into the walls indicated its past occupant was not human. Instead, experts believe it was dug through rock at least 10,000 years ago by a giant creature that looked like a ground sloth, an armadillo, or a hamster, but the size of an elephant.
Oh.
That is scary.
What a way to put it. Terrifying. All right, Claudio, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, coming up, there are new concerns about a fast-spreading respiratory illness after an alarming spike in cases across China, primarily affecting kids. What doctors want parents to know. Plus, it's being called trauma dumping, and it could be straining your relationships. We will explain that next on Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with an alarming number of respiratory illnesses being reported in some parts of China. Health officials say RSV cases are on the rise among children, resulting in crowded waiting rooms. It comes as China experiences its first full winter since loosening COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
These scenes of packed hospital waiting rooms raising alarm in China as it grapples with a spike in respiratory illnesses, mostly in children. The World Health Organization is asking for more information. Here, flu is now spreading across the U.S., the CDC reporting a nearly 4% increase in flu-related doctor's visits. The Southeast hit especially hard, but not like last year's triple-demic, flu, COVID, and RSV. Doctors say RSV cases are on the rise.
We've actually seen a tremendous increase in the number of children who we have diagnosed with RSV over the past 7 to 8 weeks. Probably some of the highest that we've seen all season.
Dr. Shane thinks cases have peaked at her hospital. They're increasing among children at GBMC Healthcare in Maryland. But a new preventive antibody called Beyfortus is in short supply.
How many doses did you get and how many doses do you need?
I need a whole lot more than what I've gotten. I have gotten, received less than 50.
Dr. Teresa Wynn says it is crucial expectant moms get the RSV vaccine made for them.
Pregnant mothers between 32 to 36 weeks can get the vaccine, and if there's been 4 weeks, they have made antibodies and have passed it on to their infants at birth.
Though the CDC says 77,000 additional doses will be made available, it's advising doctors to prioritize those who need it, including infants 6 months and younger or with underlying conditions. So why is there a shortage of Beyfortus? Well, we called the manufacturer, Sanofi Pasteur, and it says despite an aggressive supply plan, demand is simply higher than anticipated. So in the meantime, doctors suggest that everyone over the age of 60 get the RSV vaccine to help stop the spread and protect the youngest and most vulnerable among us, especially during the holiday season. I'm Ann Thompson in New York. Now back to you.
All right. Thank you, Ann, for that report. Well, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here on set with us to help break this down. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. So just, I mean, how concerned should we be about this?
Well, I think we all have a little bit of PTSD from COVID. So when you hear undiagnosed pneumonia, children being affected, hospitals being overrun, something originating in China, you immediately think, oh no, this is going to be COVID 2.0.
Totally.
But the World Health Organization asked to do an investigation, and they've been working closely with Chinese health officials. And as it turns out, really what they are seeing is their first fall and winter season after they lifted their COVID-19 restrictions. So very similar, I think you guys may recall last year at this time, we were dealing with the worst cases of flu since 2010, and we had a bump in RSV cases. So what they're seeing is this rise in predictable respiratory viruses in children who otherwise weren't, hadn't built up that immunological defense over the last couple of years because they just didn't have the same number of bugs circulating.
Okay. You mentioned PTSD. We see images in China. We think back to COVID. Started in China, happened here. Is that an indication that what we're seeing in China is what's going to happen here?
So probably not, and that's the good thing. And I'm like everybody else. When you hear this, you start, oh no, what's going on? And by the way, that shouldn't make us think let's just relax, because there are always going to be potential emerging infectious disease threats. But in this situation, I think really what officials are thinking is that this is really the first time since 2020 that China has truly lifted its COVID-19 restrictions. And you have a population, primarily children, who, because of all of the restrictions that were in place, you didn't have the typical bacteria and viruses circulating. These kids don't have those defenses, right? This is, you know, the sort of upside downside of having infectious diseases circulating is that we do build up defenses to common respiratory illnesses, including RSV.
All right, so it sounds like we can kind of take a beat on freaking out over this.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's what's coming for us, but tell us what you do think we can expect in terms of RSV, flu, COVID here in the U.S.
Absolutely. So, you know, I think that RSV is usually something that's going to circulate before flu and COVID. So in the earlier fall to winter is when we're expecting to see RSV. And as Ann pointed out in her piece, the concern, of course, is that that monoclonal antibody, which is so protective for infants up to 8 months, it's been in short supply. So as a mom who formerly had very, very young children, that would be something that I would be very anxious to do, and I would urge parents to talk to their pediatricians about that. But otherwise, I think in this year so far, we're seeing pockets where we're seeing little bumps and rises of COVID as well as hospitalizations. Definitely have seen a significant bump in flu cases. This is all predictable and anticipated. All three diseases have protections, many of them antivirals if you get sick, and many of them vaccines to prevent.
There we go. Dr. Azar, thank you so much.
Thanks. Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the psychological impact of being held hostage.
Plus, a new study is showing how the COVID lockdowns might have impacted our long-term mental health.
Let's bring in Nero Feliciano for more on these headlines and trends. She's a psychotherapist and the author of This Book Won't Make You Happy. Good to have you with us. So let's start with what's in the headlines right now. The hostages being released from both Hamas and Israel. What are some concerns for their psychological health? What does the healing process look like?
You know, it really varies depending on how long they've been in captivity and what the conditions were. But experts who've worked with POWs and hostages say, I mean, number one, they're going to come out disoriented. It may be difficult to re-enter into their life and routine. I mean, one thing, we see a lot of joy, but some of the trauma can come out later. There may be difficulty in sleeping, certainly an increase in anxiety because they've lived in this uncertainty for quite a while, and even some depression as they find out people who they have been with are no longer alive. There may be some survivor's guilt as well, but some actually come out stronger. There's something called post-traumatic growth where they begin to appreciate their life and let go of some of the small things that bother them prior to being held in captivity.
We also have this new study that we mentioned about people who followed COVID restrictions nearly 4 years ago, if they were really strict about it, and then maybe have worse mental health than those who were more loose with their restrictions. Why is that? What does that mean those people are seeing now? And how can you sort of balance that, especially if you're just kind of following the rules back then?
It was interesting, Savannah, because the studies show that those people, as they label them, communal personalities, people who put their interests of their community before themselves, they are seeing an increase in anxiety and depression. And what we know about these people is they were isolated for longer. They limited their connection. And then again, coming out of COVID, it was harder for them to let go of disease-preventing behavior. So there may have been more anxiety just in their reentry as well, and also could have remained disconnected for longer, had a greater impact on their relationships. So that study was accurate in saying that we were seeing worse mental health with that population.
Let's talk about a popular term on social media. It's called trauma dumping. So what exactly is that, and how can we stop ourselves from doing it?
So it's when you get together with a friend, you're expecting just a fun evening of connection. All of a sudden, your friend offloads pretty heavy content, negative energy on you. And usually that friend is not looking for solutions. They're coming from more of a victim mindset. But it tends to be the majority of your interactions together. And usually the friend who's being dumped on is not equipped to handle that heavy content. So the best thing to do as the friend is to say, you know, I love you, you're my friend. The best thing I can do for you is to say, you need to talk to a professional who can help you get through this, and that eventually can restore that relationship.
Nero Feliciano, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you walking us through these headlines.
Good to see you both.
Coming up, from Cyber Monday to Giving Tuesday, it's time to think about how to give back to others.
When we come back, we'll talk about some of the ways that you can donate to a good cause on this Giving Tuesday. This is Morning News Now.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. We've got some breaking data on Cyber Monday sales just in this morning.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is with us with that data and some other money headlines for you. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, Cyber Monday spending estimated to top a record $12 billion this year, which is up about 10% from last year. Bargain hunting Americans jumped on deals on headphones, smartwatches, Barbie dolls, and Legos. That's all according to Adobe Analytics. And retailers counted on deep discounts to convince those inflation-wary shoppers to open their wallets, and it seems to have worked. Well, it may not matter if you misplace your work ID, because soon all you might need is your hand. Amazon is rolling out its palm scanning technology for businesses. The tech giant is pitching the hand-waving technology as a cheaper and more secure solution when compared to traditional tools, including fobs, badges, or passwords. Currently, Amazon uses the biometric system for shoppers to pay for purchases by swiping their hands at Whole Foods and at some Amazon Go convenience stores. History is being made over the Atlantic Ocean today. A Virgin Atlantic passenger jet took off this morning from London, headed to New York, and it will be powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel. The low-carbon fuel is made from waste and can reduce emissions by up to 70%. Today's flight on the Virgin Boeing 787 will mark the first time a commercial airline has flown long-haul fully on the sustainable fuel, guys. How about that?
Right, pretty cool. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
It is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, which means thousands of people are taking part in what's now known as Giving Tuesday.
Yeah, it's an annual tradition to support local and international causes closest to your heart.
So no one better bring in than the Chief Executive Officer of GoFundMe, Tim Cadogan, with more on this. Good to have you with us. So what is it that GoFundMe is expecting this year, and today, how could it compare with last year?
Well, last year we saw over $50 million raised on GoFundMe and Classy, which supports nonprofits. So we hope, based on this year's trends, to exceed that.
And what are some of the biggest charities that receive donations on Giving Tuesday?
Well, as an example of some of the big charities we work with, World Central Kitchen, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the Salvation Army. Those are some examples. In general, charities will expect to see about 10x their normal giving on Giving Tuesday.
Wow.
That is huge. And beyond so many people, maybe they're tapped out after spending so much money on either Black Friday or on Cyber Monday. If they don't want to give money, what are some other ways that people can give
It's
today?
really, really helpful to spread the word. So just sharing a campaign or sharing the link of a nonprofit that you support with your friends and your family and network actually makes a tremendous difference. So you don't need just to give money. You can just use your voice to share the word.
Wow, it's pretty interesting. Also, explain to people, so on GoFundMe, a lot of these charities you can give to, but this is something that's going on all over the place, right?
Absolutely. It's going on around the world. Giving Tuesday has been going for about 11 years, and it generates about $3 billion in total. So yes, you can go to any nonprofit. Typically, they're often running matching campaigns. So even if you give a small amount of money, it can go twice as far, sometimes more than that. So you can give to anything that is close to your heart that you support.
That's what I was thinking about, is these matching campaigns. How have you seen that change over the years, the way employers have gotten involved with this?
Companies have definitely gotten involved. Foundations and some wealthy individuals have all realized that they can multiply their effect by providing matching grants and enabling people to have their money go further. So we've seen that grow significantly.
All right.
Very cool.
That's good. All right, Tim Cadogan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Good to
Happy
have you
Giving
with us.
Tuesday.
And to
Thanks
you.
for making the trip to New York. Well, coming up, they are kicking off the holiday season in style, literally.
That's right. The Radio City Rockettes are making spirits bright with their big Christmas spectacular. I'm going to introduce you to some of this year's dancers. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Welcome back. We've got Merriam-Webster's newly unveiled word of the year. It's all about keeping it real. The dictionary crowned authentic the 2023 word of the year, citing a high volume of searches online for stories and conversations about AI, celebrity culture, identity, and social media. Merriam-Webster says the word is often used by celebrities like Taylor Swift and Sam Smith, who made headlines this year with statements about seeking their authentic voice and authentic self. Joe? Have you found your authentic self?
I think so. I think I found my authentic self a long time ago.
There we go.
Who knows? How about you?
I think so too, but let's keep it real, you know, 2023, authentic.
We'll keep it real, all right, and into 2024.
Yeah.
All right, finally this hour, two sisters shared a dream of becoming Radio City Rockettes. Now they're sharing the spotlight in this year's Christmas Spectacular. I recently got a chance to meet a few of this year's Rockettes who are now in the middle of a marathon of holiday shows.
For so many of the Radio City Rockettes, before they were dancing on the stage, they were watching from the audience, including Jordan and Danielle Betcher.
You probably get this a lot, but are you sisters?
Oldest remembers seeing the Christmas Spectacular with her grandpa when she was 13.
And he must have seen that look on my face of just like pure joy, because he leaned in and he goes, you know, someday you could do that if you wanted to.
10 years ago, she did. And 7 years ago, her sister did. This year, for the first time, they're right next to each other on the kick line.
I just know that she has my back, both on and off stage.
Danelle Morgan also has their backs. She's a swing, ready to step in when someone is out.
It's an incredibly challenging job. We don't just learn the one track that a single Rockette will do in the show. We learn the entire show.
Sometimes do you only have like a moment's notice before you have to jump in?
There have been times where it's mid-show and then all of a sudden we're on the stage.
An 18-year Rockette vet, she knows her parents could be in that audience.
They pop up and they show up in the front row for a show where I'll hear my dad cheering and I'm like, oh my gosh, my parents are here. They didn't tell me they're here, but they're here, okay.
So your parents don't always warn you that they're coming?
Oh no, they don't always warn me. I can see my mom's glasses reflecting with the lights, and it's just really special to know that there's love coming at me while I'm performing.
Reminder, the Rockettes are not just in sync with each other, but with you too.
The Christmas Spectacular runs through January 1st at Radio City Music Hall. I still can't get over the swings who have to know literally every track, every person's track. And sometimes you're facing that way, sometimes you're facing that way, sometimes you're...
Oh my gosh. Right.
It's unreal.
Right. Oh, they are just so good.
Exactly.
My favorite part is the toy soldier part where they all
the best.
Collapse.
My favorite part. I get anxious though every time.
I know.
Because
like,
you just never know. If check it out.
I can't wait to see it.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, an extended truce in the Middle East this morning, with officials on both sides of the deadly conflict now agreeing to a longer pause in the violence in order to free more Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners and allow vital humanitarian aid to enter a besieged Gaza. We're on the ground with just how long this fragile ceasefire could actually last. Back home this morning, we're watching some wicked weather that's hitting the Midwest and Northeast. Millions of Americans waking up to mounds of snow around the Great Lakes and beyond, with even more of the white stuff expected today. We've got the latest track as a late November cold snap rattles temperatures from coast to coast. Also this morning, we are saying one final farewell to former First Lady Rosalind Carter with a memorial service in Atlanta later today that's expected to draw some of the biggest names in Washington, past and present, including President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. We're also expecting a rare public appearance from former President Jimmy Carter as he lays his longtime partner to rest. And today is Travel Tuesday, coming on the heels of a record-breaking Thanksgiving weekend at America's airports. Later in the hour, we're going to bring you all the steals and deals for your 2024 getaways. Never too early to start thinking about vacation next year, right?
I am overwhelmed by how many things we're supposed to be thinking about buying in this 4-day span.
Plus you have to give today, too.
Yes, exactly, and donate.
We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a newly extended truce between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding.
Yeah, the 48-hour ceasefire extension agreed to yesterday is expected to allow for more hostages and prisoner releases, as well as further aid getting into Gaza. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Tel Aviv.
As the deal was set to expire late last night, Israel and Hamas agreed to a 2-day extension. That means today and tomorrow, Israel is not carrying out its bombing campaign to destroy and dislodge Hamas in Gaza. And Hamas is expected sometime today to release at least 10 more hostages, 10 more tomorrow, in exchange for dozens of freed Palestinian prisoners.
Under armed guard, Hamas handed over 11 hostages, 2 women and 9 children, to the Red Cross last night, including 2 3-year-old twin girls. They were whisked into Israel for medical checks and then reunited with their families. All of the hostages freed yesterday were taken by Hamas on October 7th from a single kibbutz, Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, including 12-year-old Erez and 16-year-old Sahar Calderon. Their father, Ofer, like all of the kidnapped men, remains a hostage.
Bring them home and to be again a big, happy family. So let's go. Let's bring them back.
But Hamas isn't the only group in Gaza holding hostages. Others have around 40, including, according to the Israeli military, 10-month-old Kafir Bibas, whose mother and siblings were also captured. Critically, the Israel-Hamas hostage deal is allowing more aid into Gaza, which has been devastated by Israeli airstrikes and tank fire. Before and after pictures show wide-scale destruction, with 80% of the population displaced, according to the UN. Truce or not, we still have no electricity, no water, and none of life's basic necessities, said this man. In Israel, the hostages are staying in hospitals until they're ready to go home. So far, only one American has been set free in this truce, 4-year-old Israeli-American Abigail Idan. Her mother and father were killed. She was sheltered by neighbors until Hamas discovered them and took them all hostage. We spoke to her aunt at a hospital near Tel Aviv, where Abigail and most of the freed children are staying.
Her story is so difficult because she went through hell and now she has no parents.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen to her?
Well, the family is going to take care of her. There's a lot of family around her. I know, like in Israel, people feel that she's the Israel baby. She's the Israeli baby of everyone.
The first of 3 American aid flights containing aid for the people of Gaza arrived in Egypt today. The aid will then be trucked into the Gaza Strip. It includes food, medicine, and winter clothing.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. For more, we are now joined by longtime former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher, who has been joining us throughout this conflict. Martin, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So we now have this additional 2 days of this truce with the additional potential for these 10 hostages to be released, 10 today, 10 tomorrow. Hamas, though, still has dozens of hostages. So how big of an impact do you feel? How hopeful does this make you that future negotiations could continue to have hostages released when we know that those next 20 will still mean there are several in captivity?
Well, you know, it's actually more than several dozen. There's about 150 hostages still left in Hamas hands, and the negotiations are continuing to extend this 2-day ceasefire. But the Israelis have said that they've said very clearly that they're not going to extend any ceasefires beyond 10 days. That's the Israeli maximum, 10 days. And today we would be in day 5 of that. So the hostages still held by Hamas. You know, there's a limited number who could be released in the next days if it's 10 days, if it's 10 hostages released every day. And there's still children held by Hamas. So the Israelis are very concerned about it. There's one family, the Bibas family, they have a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old baby who's still held hostage by Hamas. And actually that became more complicated because the Israeli army has said that Hamas has moved that Bibas family to another group in Gaza. It's not clear who. So the hostages still held in Gaza are still being divided among different groups in Gaza holding them. So it's a very complex situation to get more out. But then, as I say, according to Israel, 5 more days maximum is what they're saying. Then they're going to go back to war.
Complex. And Martin, a reminder to our viewers, personal for you and your family. You have relatives who were taken hostage last month, later released, one still being held by Hamas. Just what's been the reaction in your family and with people you've spoken with in Israel to these hostage and prisoner releases and this temporary truce?
Well, everybody wants all the hostages back. And Israel's divided. It's a kind of manic depressive place. You know, on the one hand, there's joy that the hostages are being released. On the other hand, there's sorrow that more hostages are being held still to be released. And there's also the overwhelming issue in Israel is to destroy Hamas so that this can never happen again. The calls for a ceasefire in Israel are seen as a way of letting Hamas off the hook. You know, Hamas has said repeatedly that they're going to do this again and again until they've destroyed Israel. And they say in their charter to kill the Jews. So on the one hand, there's this need to get the hostages back, but there's another overwhelming need, which is to make sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has continued to say, as we've been discussing here, that the destruction of Hamas is the ultimate goal here. I do want to read something from the New York Times here, though, quoting President Biden saying he hopes to influence any fresh military action, ensuring that it is more targeted and does more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think we could see a different approach from Israel after the pause? Is that possible?
Well, the United States is demanding a different approach from Israel after this pause. They want to make sure that there's no continuation of this humanitarian disaster. And every sign is that if Israel does attack the south of Gaza, it could be even worse than it was in the north, because most of the population from the north is now in the south. So you've got about 2 million Palestinians in the southern half of Gaza. So whereas before they were spread out over all of Gaza, now they're concentrated in the south. So Israel cannot really continue the campaign in the same way as it did before of bombing its way into the enemy, if you like, of clearing the way for the Israelis ground forces by bombing from the air. You know, when you've got so many people focused and concentrated in such a small area, that's going to be another humanitarian disaster, greater probably than what we've seen already. So America wants that not to happen, and Israel is finally looking for a way to destroy Hamas, which it knows is hiding among that Palestinian population in the south of Gaza. So Israel's work is the future is very tough for Israel's military. How do you destroy Hamas when they're hiding within the civilian population? That was a problem before. It's a problem. It's a double the size problem now, because as I say, most of the population of Gaza is concentrated in only half of the territory. And that's where Israel has to go to war to fight Hamas. So a humanitarian disaster, even greater than before, is in the offing. At a time, by the way, when the weather is changing, it's winter now, there's heavy rain in that area, there's a possible problem of disease spreading among the Palestinians. So this is a horrific situation which can only be really ended by some kind of long-term ceasefire which sees the end of Hamas. That's what Israel wants, but it's not what Hamas wants, obviously.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your perspective and also you sharing personally what your family's going through. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Joe.
As Richard Engel reported a moment ago, 4-year-old Abigail Moore-Idan was the youngest American taken hostage. She was released on Sunday, just days after turning 4 while in captivity. Members of Abigail's family spoke out earlier this morning on Today for the first time since she was freed. Here's part of that conversation.
Well, first, we're thrilled that she is released. Abigail was held hostage with a mother and her 3 kids. And that was a blessing because she had a mother who could hold her and comfort her in the darkness for 50 days. Abigail is with family. She's with her aunt, her grandmother. They met her. She's been reunited with her brother and her sister. And that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated, and with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process, and it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered, but at least she is now home safe with her family, and we can only pray and hope as the days go on that she will be able to live a good life.
Noah, will you tell us about Abigail? We all do sort of feel like we know her. As they said, you know, she's Israel's child. Tell us about her. What's she like?
She's a sweet and feisty girl. She likes to boss around her brother and sister, to chase a soccer ball with her brother and her cousins, who are very good soccer players. I mean, you can see on her smile, she's just a sweet girl that as far as we know, still has a love of life.
It's just horrific when you learn about the details of what happened to Abigail. I mean, her father was killed holding her, trying to protect her. Her mother was killed, her siblings right behind a partition, and had to witness that. How do you rebuild, Liz? I know she is surrounded by family and you will envelop her in love, but what are your hopes for her?
Well, my hopes are that she can live a private life where she can be with her family. Her aunt, who is the sister of Smadar, who was murdered, will be raising her with her husband, Zoli, and with their 3 kids. So this family will be 6 children. And I know that they will get lots of love. The grandparents are very involved in her life. And what I hope for her is that she will be embraced and she'll go back out and play soccer with her siblings and go back to school.
Abigail's family calls her the hope for the future. They hope she will be able to live her life and have as normal a childhood as possible.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady will be in Atlanta this morning to give their final respects to former First Lady Rosalind Carter at a memorial service. She passed away last week at the age of 96. Former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of nearly 80 years, is also expected to attend. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with more. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. We have already seen hundreds of people coming out to give tribute to Mrs. Carter. In fact, many of those arrived by busload yesterday at the Carter Center. But perhaps the most notable of the attendees today will be her husband, the former president, Jimmy Carter. You know, we know that he made the more than 150-mile journey from Plains up here to Atlanta. We're told he was in town yesterday resting. This is going to be a very rare public appearance for the former president as he prepares to say goodbye to his wife of 77 years. With one last ride through her beloved home state of Georgia, this morning a fond farewell for former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Today's memorial service, on the second of a three-day tribute, is expected to draw a host of White House occupants, past and present, including her husband of nearly 8 decades, former President Jimmy Carter. It would be a rare public appearance for the 99-year-old former commander-in-chief who entered hospice care in February and was last seen in September riding through the Plains Peanut Parade with his wife by his side. Also set to attend, President and Mrs. Biden, former President Clinton, and every living former First Lady, including Hillary Clinton, Laura Bush, Michelle Obama, and Melania Trump. It comes after a day of touching tributes throughout the state, starting in Mrs. Carter's hometown of Plains, then moving to her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University, where a pair of wreaths were placed near her statue on campus. Finally, to Atlanta's Carter Center, where lines of people paid their respects to the former First Lady who, along with her husband, dedicated herself to humanitarian work after leaving the White House.
Her top priority was mental health. She advocated for changes in public policy and the availability of treatment for people who needed them and elimination of stigma.
Along the nearly 150-mile route, lines of crowds, school children, and grateful citizens all coming to say goodbye.
When you go to Plains and Miss Roseland would visit with her, and she would walk you out the door. Even when she was frail, she would grab the walker and walk you out the door. Today we get an opportunity to walk her home.
And during today's service, her grandchildren will serve as pallbearers. We will also hear tributes from her close personal friends as well as her children. Now, after the conclusion of today's service, the motorcade will travel back down to Plains, Georgia, where she will be laid to rest tomorrow. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Millions of Americans are waking up this morning to an early glimpse of winter. Lake-effect snow piled up overnight in communities across the Midwest and Northeast, while folks along the East Coast are getting a blast of chilly temperatures. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Erie, Pennsylvania with the latest on all the weather. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning, and a cold one out here in Erie, PA. We've got these brutal wind gusts just off of Lake Erie, and that's churning up the waters here. You can see we're at the bay right off of Lake Erie, and these are some pretty choppy waters right now. It's these blasts of cold air combining with these waters, which have been turning parts of the Great Lakes region into a snow globe overnight.
Following a stormy night of snow, blustery winds, and treacherous roads, this morning millions are bracing for the possibility of even more.
This is a big storm to be our first storm of the year, so everyone's going to knock the rust off really quick.
In Michigan and New York, some communities seen up to a foot of snow or more since Monday. Drivers trapped and digging out, and some semi-trucks even stranded. And in some areas, it's still coming down. This early winter mess, courtesy of lake-effect snow, which happens when frigid winds sweep across the Great Lakes and their relatively warm waters. Heat and moisture transform into clouds, dumping heavy snow in areas downwind. With snowplows gearing up, officials asking the public to prepare as well.
Travelers, please take your time.
And while this week's wintry weather is not backing up the nation's airports, some drivers are seeing major delays on the roads. Like along the I-90 corridor in Erie, Pennsylvania, where numerous crashes were reported overnight. Thankfully, most Americans do not have to dig out this morning, but millions are waking up to frigid temperatures.
Bundle up the kids when you send them off to school.
The holiday season chill stretching along the East Coast and west to Chicago, bringing temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average today.
If you're catching a flight this morning, most of you can breathe a sigh of relief. According to Flight Tracker FlightAware, we're not seeing many cancellations at all tied to U.S. airports this morning, Joe.
All right, some good news there. We take it. We'll take it. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
And for more on those chilly temperatures, let's get a check at your morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's back with the latest. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just like Jesse was layered up, I think a lot of folks are going to have to do exactly that before they head out the door this morning. We'll see continuing chilly conditions across most of the east. And I say that because the southeast is included as well, where we do have these alerts that are up because of temperatures this morning. We've got freeze warnings in effect for places like Charleston, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, down towards Savannah, and out towards Tallahassee, and extending into parts of the Gulf Coast, too. So chilly conditions for sure for folks there, and even colder here as we look up into portions of the Midwest and into the Northeast. We've got Chicago sitting at 15 degrees, but feeling like just 3 degrees this morning. Indianapolis right now into the teens as well, and feeling like the single digits. A little farther south, places like Nashville into the 30s, but feeling like the 20s. The Northeast included in this as well, with the 30s for New York right now, but with that wind again into the mid-20s. So extra layers going to be necessary. We will see our temperatures end up into the upper 30s in New York today. That'll be better than, of course, what we're dealing with right now, but still running well below normal for this time of year. Indianapolis, we'll see temperatures in the high 20s later today, and as far south as Tallahassee, we'll just hang out into the 50s. We won't even get into the 60s this afternoon. So the cooler than normal temperatures continue today and into tomorrow too, but notice it's a smaller area. We start to see more seasonable conditions settling into parts of the Great Lakes and the Midwest. We'll end up into the 40s in Washington, D.C., but notice what happens by the time we get into Thursday, Friday, and eventually Saturday. 50s on tap for folks in Cincinnati. We'll hit the upper 50s in Richmond by Thursday and Friday, guys, so it'll be a little bit of a better kind of temperature situation for us, but of course, we'll deal with some rain for parts of the Southeast by the time Thursday and Friday roll around.
All right, there you go. Getting cold, Angie. Thank you.
Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the bitter legal battle now playing out between two titans of pop music, Hall and Oates.
But first, after the break, Alec Murdaugh is back in court this morning. We've got more on his additional alleged crimes that he's expected to be sentenced for right after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. The financial victims of disgraced lawyer and convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will have the chance to address him directly in a South Carolina courtroom today.
Murdaugh is set to be sentenced on almost 24 counts of financial crimes, including money laundering, fraud, and breach of trust. State prosecutors say Murdaugh carried out several schemes against his clients as well as his family's law firm. Today's sentencing follows a plea deal Murdaugh reached with prosecutors just days before his trial was set to start.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, first of all, remind us just this plea deal. What did both sides agree to here?
They agreed to him pleading guilty to all counts in the state court case. That does not cover the federal case. And, of course, it doesn't necessarily cover the sentencing issue, which is going to get really thorny in this case, because you have a situation where Murdaugh is being sentenced in state court first and then sentenced in federal court and then possibly sentenced again for financial crimes in state court. This gets really complex. The bottom line is he's going to be in all the prisons forever going forward.
So the judge says that he does fully intend, was the language that he used, to accept Murdaugh's guilty plea, but does want to hear from the victims. Walk us through that process and why that needs to take place.
The modern trend is that victims should be heard in court, and many states have enacted statutes that require victims to be heard. Now, whether or not it affects the ultimate outcome in sentencing is probably, in my view, I don't think it makes a tremendous amount of difference. I think it's very cathartic for the victims. But in federal court, for example, the calculus in arriving at a recommended sentence in federal court depends much more heavily on the dollar loss to the victims, more so than their impact statements themselves. So that is some consolation to the victims that the amounts that Murdaugh stole, if we were in federal court, for example, would count heavily towards a sentence in the stratosphere. So that is a good thing for victims.
You touched on the rundown of charges and convictions. Let's go through it again here. He's already serving 2 consecutive life sentences for the shooting deaths of his wife and son. His lawyers are seeking a new trial in that case. He's awaiting sentencing on those federal financial crime charges you mentioned, and he's still facing insurance fraud charges. How could the sentence here factor into all of that?
It could be a drop in the bucket, and that's the bottom line. I mean, you might ask the question rhetorically, why still fight? Why even fight the murder conviction? I mean, for prisoners, first, all they have to do is fight. That's what they do all day. I get their letters, so I know what I'm talking about. They spend all day writing, and any defense attorney will tell you they get letters all day from prisoners, hoping for some sliver of a possibility that they can turn over one conviction. If they begin with one, maybe they can turn over another one, and maybe, against all odds, they could breathe free air again. But in Murdaugh's case, the odds of that are incalculably small.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, let's get you some international headlines now. North Korea says its recently launched satellite has taken detailed photographs of the White House, the Pentagon, and nuclear aircraft carriers.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, Anna, good morning. That's right. Today, KCNA said that the spy satellite North Korea sent just a few days ago, or launched just a few days ago, started sending back images of several sensitive sites all across the United States. As you mentioned, the White House, the Pentagon, and U.S. nuclear aircraft carriers. But also, the KCNA said the satellites took pictures of a U.S. naval base, a shipyard, in an airfield in Virginia, among other places. Now, the news agency said the pictures were viewed by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un, but none of the images have been made public yet, and their existence has not been independently verified. Now, the White House says it strongly condemns the launch, adding that it violates UN Security Council resolutions because it used ballistic missile technology. Now let's go to Russia now, where a snowstorm, hurricane winds and heavy flooding battered the south of the country, including Ukrainian regions annexed by Moscow. According to local media, at least 4 people died and almost 2 million were left without power. One of the most affected areas is the Crimean Peninsula in the south of Ukraine, annexed by Russia in 2014. Officials there reported flooding in coastal areas, fallen trees, and the death of about 800 exotic fish in an aquarium destroyed by sea flooding in the port of Sevastopol. And let's end this tour of the world in, well, Princess Diana's wardrobe. A pink blouse worn by the late princess in 1981 will be sold at an auction next month. Diana wore the blouse while posing for a famous portrait taken when her engagement to then Prince Charles, now King Charles III, was announced. The photograph became an iconic image of the late princess, so go ahead, make your biddings, guys, but beware because it is expected to fetch up to $100,000.
Wow. I'm back into The Crown, so I'm like so in Princess Diana land because
so you're into this?
Yes, yes.
And then we had the sheep sweater, now we have
Baby all
his.
bid, yeah.
All up for sale. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it is that time of year again. Unfortunately, we're talking about flu season.
Flu numbers back on the rise. So what are some of the best ways you can protect yourself and your family this winter? The doctor is in after this.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Well, flu season is well underway, and states are seeing a spike in cases.
The CDC says the percentage of positive flu tests increased 4.9% last week. On top of that, flu-related doctors' visits increased by nearly 4%.
Joining us now for more on this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So what is behind the rise in flu cases that we're seeing? I mean, is this just to be expected as we head into winter?
Well, good morning, Savannah and Joe. This is to be expected, but just to point out, every flu season is different. We're seeing this flu season start off much more slowly than last year. About 12,000 hospitalizations, unfortunately, about 700 deaths so far. Dramatically lower, though, at this point relative to what we saw in 2022. So we're just seeing the beginning, probably still going to see a peak in January, February of next year.
So right now, it's southeastern states that seem to be hit the hardest by this recent spike in flu cases. Do we know why that is and who is most at risk this season?
Well, Joe, candidly, what we've seen here is that the uptake of the flu vaccine in the southeast United States is lower than the rest of the country. So that's probably one reason why. This flu vaccine is about 80% effective against the existing strains. We're seeing spikes in Louisiana and South Carolina in particular, followed by Texas and Florida. So there is that corollary between decreased prevention measures like vaccination and this rise in hospitalizations.
So, Dr. Gupta, remind us the latest guidance on the flu vaccine. If you're someone who hasn't got it yet, what should you be doing to protect yourself?
Sven, I'm glad you brought that up. If you're 60 and older, ask your doc about the quadrivalent vaccine. It's more protective, especially if you're medically higher risk. If you're 6 months and older, you are qualifying for any type of flu shot. Critical to recognize that we're seeing rates about 5% lower than pre-pandemic levels. Also, just remember, if you're a parent with kiddos, young kiddos that are sick, keep them at home. Daycares across the country are urging that if parents do a self-triage of symptoms amongst their kids just to minimize spread. I'll also just critically say here, if you are somebody that's unwell, if you're feeling unwell, know your body. Know that within 48 hours of developing flu-like symptoms, treatment is available in the form of Tamiflu, but you have to know and present yourself to care to get tested. So don't just assume it's the common cold. If you're feeling unwell, seek medical attention, especially if you're high risk, because treatment can keep you out of the hospital.
Dr. Vin Gupta, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for those important reminders.
Now to a new report on two popular weight loss drugs, Mounjaro and Ozempic.
Well, for the first time, researchers looked at real-world data on the two medications, comparing how much weight people lost on them. And get this, one came out way ahead.
NBC News business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now with more on this intriguing headline. Christine, good morning.
It is. Good morning to both of you. You know, this is a hot topic for sure.
Oh, yes.
This whole class of drugs, very exciting. According to the NIH, more than 2 out of every 5 adults in this country suffer from obesity. Wow. And we know from clinical trials that Ozempic and Mounjaro, they work really well to help people lose weight. But now, a new analysis finds one of those drugs is the clear winner in getting results.
And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
They're two of the most popular weapons in the battle against obesity. Now, a new report suggests one of these blockbuster drugs is far more effective in helping people slim down. The analysis looked at real-world data from about 18,000 overweight adults using Mounjaro or Ozempic over a year. It found those taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight than those on Ozempic, and more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. While not a peer-reviewed study, this echoes previous research that found Mounjaro more effective than Ozempic in helping some people with weight loss. Both drugs are taken through weekly injections and are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, not weight loss.
I've lost 17 pounds in 8 weeks.
But demand is soaring as more patients use them off-label to shed unwanted pounds. Doctors say they work by mimicking hormones in the gut tied to appetite.
The major difference between the two medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones and Ozempic is working on 1 hormone. So you're essentially getting more bang for the buck when you take Mounjaro.
After struggling with obesity her whole life, Tara Rothenhofer joined a clinical trial for Mounjaro. 3 years in, she says she's lost more than 200 pounds.
Instead of that feeling of looking towards your next meal while you're still eating the current meal, you're having more of that feeling of satisfaction, of enjoyment. You know, you have a few bites of something and you feel full.
Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, says it'll soon release a version that's FDA approved for weight loss called Zepbound. In a statement, the maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, told us their drug is only meant to treat type 2 diabetes. Its approved drug for weight loss, called Wegovy, is similar but at a higher dose than Ozempic. Experts caution the safety of these drugs is still unknown in healthy people who just want to lose a few pounds. They can have side effects like gastrointestinal distress, nausea, and vomiting, and they only curb hunger while being used.
For most patients, when you stop the medication, you will regain roughly 2/3 of that weight. This is not a medication that will reset you for life.
So bottom line, Christine, no matter what, these drugs are expensive. How much does insurance cover?
So right now, these are quite expensive. Some of these drugs are hundreds of dollars a week. Now, if you are prescribed for diabetes, then you might have insurance will cover this. And insurance does cover a lot of people on these drugs. But for weight loss specifically, some of these drugs are not covered by insurance. And one of the wrinkles here is that Medicare, way back like 20 years ago in the fen-phen craze, Congress made it that Medicare would not cover weight loss because there were so many, dramatic scams. So they need to go back and figure out, once Medicare starts to cover it for weight loss, then you'll probably see insurers start to follow. We're not there yet. We are in the early days of this, but this is a health story. It's also an economy story because when you can get healthcare costs in this country under control, it could be really life-changing and also financially important for the country.
Absolutely. When less people are obese and having complications in that way. Christine Romans, thank you so much.
Nice
Good to see you.
Coming up, I know we are just starting to snap back to reality after a whirlwind and record-breaking Thanksgiving travel weekend.
But it just so happens to be Travel Tuesday. So time to start booking all your 2024 getaways. Add it to the list of things to buy in these 4 days. Where can you find the best deals today online? We've got you covered up next.
Good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with details about a bitter legal battle between one of the most successful music duos of all time, Hall & Oates. Daryl Hall, the taller one with blonde hair, has filed a lawsuit and obtained a temporary restraining order against his longtime partner, John Oates. It's a business dispute that reportedly concerns their extensive music catalog. For fans of the iconic pop duo, news of a bitter legal dispute is hitting like a sour note. While neither party is commenting publicly on the suit, Hall was recently granted a temporary restraining order against his longtime music partner.
Hall appears to be trying to prevent John Oates from selling his shares in their collective joint venture, which appears to own at least some rights to their catalog of music.
Philly soul singers Daryl Hall and John Oates teamed up in the early 70s and became the #1 selling duo in music history, with hit singles like Man Eater, Out of Touch, and I Can't Go For That. The two played Today Show Plaza back in 2003, and in 2014 were inducted together into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But without officially breaking up, the unique pop magic of Hall & Oates appears to have worn off. Hall even telling Bill Maher last year he didn't consider Oates a creative partner.
John and I are brothers, right? But we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We did a lot of stuff. We made records called Hall & Oates together, but we've always been very separate.
According to court documents obtained by People but not seen by NBC News, the two singers formed a limited liability partnership, and Oates now wants to sell his share of it to a company called Primary Wave Music, which already owns some of their music catalog. According to People, Hall claims in the legal motion that the sale would be a breach of contract and would cause him imminent irreparable harm. NBC News reached out to attorneys for both parties and did not receive a response.
Musicians' catalogs are among the most precious thing they can own, because once they sell that off, they don't really have a lot else.
And now the Hall & Oates lawsuit does appear to be heading for arbitration. This is shining a light on the issue of song rights, which have increased in value with the growth of streaming music. That's making them lucrative investments. Some artists have actually cashed in on selling their music catalog rights, including Katy Perry, who recently did so for $225 million.
Ooh, okay.
All right, you can give a lot with that much money.
Really, yeah.
It is Giving Tuesday. Not everyone, though, has a generous spirit in their heart. The FBI says that consumers lost more than $10 billion to internet scams last year.
Yeah, some of those fraudulent schemes are carried out today under the guise of charity work.
Let's bring in Caleb Silver for more on this. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. So let's start with what are some of the most typical scams we'd see on a day like today?
Yeah, sad, because this is the day people actually want to give. But you're going to maybe hear some familiar sounding charities that don't exactly match up with the name you recognize, but close enough that you're like, maybe that is that charity. So look for that. Request to wire money. If anybody's asking you to wire money, that is not a charity you want to be giving to. You want to do that through check, credit card, or a way to track it. Request to act immediately. This urgency. If you don't give now, this will happen. Don't fall for that, of course. Request for unorthodox payments. If somebody wants a gift card, if they want a prepaid credit card sent to them, that's probably not a charity. And then on the phone, you get a lot of these requests, not just an email and text, but on the phone, people calling you desperate to try to get you to give money on today's Giving Tuesday.
How much is this happening? How widespread is this issue? And also, who should really be aware that they may fall for it?
Well, anyone really that wants to give and feels generous today should be aware of it, but it's usually older folks that maybe not as digitally savvy. So if they get a text message saying, update your billing information, or now's the time to give, they may fall for that. Of course, they're more home frequently, so they may get that phone call and want to give on the phone. But anybody that's willing to give today, and usually who does it through digital means, could be vulnerable. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year in fraud.
So you told us kind of what to watch out for there. What are some tips you have in order to avoid being caught in one of these scams?
Yeah, give to the charities you're familiar with. If you regularly give on an annual basis to a charity, then you know it's the right charity. You know you're dealing with somebody legit. Donate directly through the website or mail a check in, again, so you can track your check if you're a check writer. And then you can use these sites like give.org, Charity Navigator, the Better Business Bureau to double check a charity to make sure it is legit and it is a nonprofit and you can get that tax write-off for it. And also, it's okay to use your credit card rewards to donate. It's an easy way to give. You have that money stored up for making purchases for the holiday season. Use those rewards. You can track your credit card giving much easier than you can giving on the phone or giving through a website.
How common is it that you can use those rewards for charities?
Many charities, including the First Aid, actually accept rewards points turned into cash from your credit cards. So you can look on your credit card in your statement and in your profile, and you can see which charities accept rewards. It's a great way to give, especially if you've racked up a lot of spending over the past couple of days.
Yeah,
and if you've successfully given in the past, I have a feeling you're going to be hearing today from some of those organizations that you've given to in the past.
They got your number.
Exactly. Right. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, there is more than a month left of this year, 2023. So that means it's time to start planning your 2024 vacations, right? Today is also Travel Tuesday. That means hundreds of flights to some of the top destinations in the world are going to be available at a deep discount.
From skiing in Aspen to partying in Ibiza, we have tips to get you wherever it is you want to go.
Joining us is Haley Berg, lead economist for the travel app Hopper. Haley, good morning. So in just a moment, you'll tell Joe how to get to Ibiza. But before we get into those details, just remind us why we should book today. I mean, how much do these discounts compare to what we see the rest of the year, or maybe what we might have just seen over the last few days of sales, Cyber Monday, Black Friday, and airlines doing something on those days?
Travel Deal Tuesday is the #1 day of the whole year to get deals on not just flights, but also hotel stays. We see more deals available today than on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined. So if you haven't booked any travel for last-minute holiday trips or 2024, today is the day to do it. We're expecting to see incredible discounts. On the Hopper app, we'll have 35 to 50% off hotels in 80 top destinations. And airlines have already shared that they're participating today with special promotions. American Airlines, Aer Lingus, Fiji Airways. So there are a lot of folks participating and really great deals available.
So let's get to the tips. Where specifically should we be looking for the best deals? What are your tips on how to approach Travel Tuesday?
The good news is if you're looking for flight deals, you can find them everywhere on the airline's own website or on an online travel agency like Hopper. If you can be a little bit flexible about where you're flying to, that's how you'll get the best deal on flights. And when it comes to hotels, Hopper's offering exclusive deals up to 50% off, and you'll find those on the app all day today. You don't have to do anything special, just search for the trip that you're looking for and you'll see those discounts.
And now, of course, where should we be headed? What cities are you eyeing? What deals are available?
So we typically see really great deals on those international bucket list trips today. So keep in mind that if you've been thinking about one of those longer haul vacations, today is the day to check out the airline websites or the Hopper app for some of those bigger tickets. But also keep in mind domestic trips are going to be discounted. So we're seeing prices as low as $50 from New York to Miami, for example, plus discounts like 35% off a hotel stay in Miami. So keep in mind that whatever trips that you're taking in the next couple of months could be discounting, including holiday trips. If you haven't booked your Christmas flights, today is the day to do it. You could probably get some pretty good deals. Last year, we had customers save 80% off trips for Christmas.
Oh, wow. So the procrastinators might get rewarded today. We'll have to wait and see. All right. So, Haley, you keep mentioning flexibility. Explain to us the importance of booking a trip with flexible dates. What are some of the benefits there?
We often all book trips over the same weekends, over the same holidays. Think how everyone travels over 4th of July weekend or Memorial Day. The same goes for the holidays. The most popular travel dates for Christmas or just Thanksgiving this past weekend, they're very common and they're very expensive. So if you are thinking about booking maybe a last minute December holiday vacation or something for 2024, try to pick dates that are a little off the beaten track. Take Christmas, for example. home. If you fly home on the 28th instead of the 26th, you can save over 20% on your airfare. So flexibility on dates is a key way that you can lower the price of your ticket and access some of those extra special deals today.
Awesome. Haley Berg, good tips. Thank you so much and happy traveling.
You too.
Coming up, we are wishing you a very Sherry Christmas here at NBC News.
Yeah, after the break, our own Harry Smith sits down with the legendary, the iconic Cher to talk about her new holiday album and her highly anticipated performance at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. Stick around, that is up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A winter wonderland has arrived at the White House. Yesterday, First Lady Jill Biden unveiled this year's holiday theme. It's called Magic, Wonder, and Joy, and it is inspired by children's experiences during the season. Dr. Biden said that each room is designed to capture pure, unfiltered delight and imagination. Throughout the White House, visitors will be able to see 98 Christmas trees, nearly 34,000 ornaments, 72 wreaths, and around 140,000 right? Did I say that right? 140,000 holiday lights. The White House expects thousands of people to visit during the holiday season. It also probably would align with my experience.
Right, it looks just like your place.
Very childlike,
exactly.
Yeah, with 140,000 lights as well.
All right. Finally this hour, she is a singer who needs no introduction or last name for that matter.
Yeah.
Cher is going to be rocking around the Christmas tree at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Christmas tree lighting.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith got to speak with her.
Right.
She loves you. You
so
love
there
her.
are stars, right? There are mega stars, and then there's Cher. Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it. Icon isn't adequate. Her range.
Wait a minute, wait a minute!
Her looks, her talent, her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record. I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas, a half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called him and I was really nervous. And I said, Stevie, I did this song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's gonna be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that up.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I will admit it. Really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
Thanks to the Pebble Bar right next door, gave us a space to do the interview, and we're talking about Moonstruck. And she said, I said, with that scene where you go to the opera and you cry, she says, there was no music, there was no opera. It was just the director saying, this is what's happening in this music as it's happening. And you see this tear come down her eye. She won the Academy Award for it.
Of course, yeah.
And good for her. She knows she was good. She knows she was good and she owns it.
She's such a pleasure.
I like how she wants to be your age. She wants to...
I'd do anything to be 70 again. Right?
That's so great.
She's a cool customer.
She really
is. Gosh, what an interview.
Love
Harry.
that interview. She's an icon. You're an icon, Harry. Thank you so much for joining us.
And she'll be on.
Yes, exactly. Tomorrow you can catch NBC's Christmas at Rockefeller Center, 8 p.m. Eastern.
There you go.
They
We got
light
a little
the tree. They sing some songs.
Taste at the parade.
Kelly Clarkson is going to be. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw Cher from a distance at the parade, but I could see her. She was hugging her dance. I mean, she goes out there and she's hugging the people with her.
She's
and all
the
that.
real, genuine article.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's so awesome.
All right.
Takes nothing
Harry,
for granted.
thank you. So good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas now in its 5th day after a deal to extend a ceasefire in Gaza.
We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
The new hope for families still waiting to reunite with their loved ones. And here at home, the suspect accused of shooting 3 Palestinian American students in Vermont faces a judge for the first time. We have team coverage. Also this morning, the weather outside is frightful in parts of the East Coast and the Great Lakes as an early winter storm makes its way across several states. We're tracking the conditions and what to expect for tomorrow's big Rockefeller tree lighting just outside our doors. Plus, an unexpected side effect of the COVID pandemic, new research revealing a link between strict COVID restrictions and mental health. And 'tis the season for giving. Black Friday and Cyber Monday are in the books. Now it is time for Giving Tuesday. We're looking at some of the places you can donate for a good cause.
Bought all the gifts we're going to give. Now we can give to charities and other
Still got to do those
nonprofits.
as well, though.
Is that too? Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started today in the Middle East, where a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas has been extended for another 48 hours, going into effect this morning.
The extension was agreed to yesterday after another 11 Israeli hostages were released. This Hamas video shows the captives being handed over to the International Red Cross before they were transported out of Gaza. Now, as part of the agreement, Israel also released 33 Palestinian women and children held in Israeli prisons. This video shows the moment two Palestinians were reunited with family members in Jerusalem. This ceasefire extension will lead to the release of more hostages. It will also allow for more aid to get into Gaza. But the UN Secretary General has warned that the life-saving supplies are not enough to cope with the humanitarian disaster unfolding there.
It's a glimpse of hope and humanity in the middle of the darkness of war. And I strongly hope that this will enable us to increase even more the humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza that is suffering so much, knowing that even with that additional amount of time, it will be impossible to satisfy all the dramatic needs of the population in Gaza.
We got a lot to cover. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us from Tel Aviv, and Aaron Gilchrist is in Washington. Good morning to both of you. Raf, let's start with you. Walk us through the terms of this truce extension and where we stand with today's hostage prisoner swap.
Well, Joe, good morning. It is 2 p.m. here in Israel and in Gaza, and we are expecting in around 2 hours' time the first of those hostages to start to be released inside of Gaza. It is by now a familiar choreography. Hamas gunmen handing those hostages over to the Red Cross, filming that handover for their own propaganda purposes, and then the hostages either going south to Egypt or directly over the Israeli border and back to Israel's military. Now, the terms of this extension were agreed in advance. It would be 10 additional hostages for each additional day of ceasefire. This is a 2-day extension, so we're expecting over the next 2 days to see 20 hostages coming out of Gaza in exchange for 60 Palestinians released from prisons in East Jerusalem and in the occupied West Bank. We believe, according to the Prime Minister's office, that there are around 173 hostages still in Gaza right now. 20 more come out. That gets you down to around 150. The terms of this deal are still for women and children. Beyond this 20, there are more women and children who could be released under these same conditions. But the women and kids are kind of the low-hanging fruit from a negotiation point of view. And these talks will only get more complicated as we start to get into the male prisoners, and most complicated as we get to the Israeli soldiers who are being held captive. But the hope for now in Israel, in the U.S., is to see at least 20 more hostages coming out over the next 2 days. And we'll see if a further extension is possible after that. Jeff.
Aaron, let's bring you in here so we understand. We heard a moment ago from the Biden administration saying they'd like to see this deal extended even further, right? What has been the reaction from the White House and any indication that that could happen, that they're working on that?
It is something that they're working on already, Savannah, and Raf laid out sort of the complications involved here. The administration has said that it is grateful for the 2-day extension that we're seeing now, and that its teams, along with the other negotiators in the Middle East, are working on ways to figure out how to extend the truce even further. Obviously, as Raf noted, we've seen women and children coming out. There are more who can come out, particularly over these next 2 days. But there will be a point where the focus of the negotiations around hostage releases and around extension of the truce would focus on the men that are being held by Hamas and other groups inside Gaza. I want you to hear a little bit of what the National Security Council spokesperson said about this idea, first about the extension that we're seeing now and about extending the truce even further.
Of course, we welcome the announcement. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. We'd certainly like to see even that extension extended further until all the hostages are released. That's really the goal here, get all the hostages home with their families where they belong.
And again, as you said, until all of the hostages are released, that is the goal the United States has set. The president has said that his team and he will focus significantly on that particular point, even as Israel indicates it intends to resume its war effort.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Ralph. Looking ahead, I mean, Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, they've said several times they're committed to resuming the war after the truce ends. So with that in mind, we know humanitarian groups, they've been rushing to get as much aid as possible into Gaza. Talk to us about what the situation is like there right now and the feeling among those in Gaza about the war starting up again.
I think the feeling is dread, Joe. Palestinians inside Gaza have had these 4 days of relative quiet, without airstrikes all around them, without Israeli jets and drones overhead for the first time in 7 weeks. But they have used this time to count their losses. People have tried to go back to their homes to see if their homes are still standing. They've tried to contact their relatives to find out who's alive, who's dead. The death toll inside Gaza, more than 15,000, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. Proportional for population, guys. That is the equivalent of more than 2 million Americans being killed over the last 7 weeks. We have seen humanitarian aid coming in the form of around 200 trucks every day over the course of the ceasefire. That is welcome. It is also, as you heard from the Secretary General of the United Nations, just a fraction of what Gaza needs. So people have been painfully aware that this ceasefire was temporary, and we have seen Prime Minister Netanyahu literally inside Gaza saying that the war will continue on the other side of it. Guys.
Aaron, quickly before we let you both go, we know Secretary Blinken is expected to return to the region this week. This is on another diplomatic mission, and it also looks like the first round specifically of U.S. aid to Gaza will be arriving soon. Tell us about that.
We did learn from a senior administration official last night that there are 3 U.S. military-facilitated flights of humanitarian aid that will go into Egypt. The first one expected to land today. That material will be offloaded into United Nations vehicles and then taken into Gaza. This will be food, water, medicine, and importantly, winter gear, as winter is coming in Gaza. And so they want to help folks be able to be prepared for that. And as you noted, Secretary Blinken is headed back to Tel Aviv and to the West Bank, again, to talk about increasing humanitarian aid, about how to better protect civilians as Israel is engaged in its ground operations as well. And also about, the State Department noted he will talk about the two-state solution, the idea that eventually this will need to lead to a Palestinian state living next to an Israeli state. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Ralph, stay with us a moment longer. We know you've been speaking with some Israeli hostages about their time in captivity. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, one of the big questions over the last 7 weeks has been what kind of conditions are these hostages being held in inside of Gaza? Are they being abused? Are they getting food? Are they getting medicine? Can they see the sun? Are they being held in tunnels? And we're starting to get answers to some of those questions as these released hostages tell their families, and we speak to those family members. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what we've been hearing.
Amid tearful scenes of hostages reuniting with their families, we're learning new details about their time in captivity and the conditions that around 170 remaining hostages are enduring still. 9-year-old Ohad Munder Zakri was released Friday with his mother Karen and grandmother Ruth. They spent 49 days in Gaza as prisoners of Hamas.
They were with one guy who kept them all the time, and she told me that all the time he did like that. So they were scared, they were whispering.
Were they ever tortured by Hamas?
No, I don't think so.
The family says they never saw other hostages and were moved constantly, sometimes held in tunnels like this, other times in houses or apartments.
They didn't get a lot of food. To go to the bathroom, they had to knock on the door, and then 1.5 hours waiting or 2 hours.
Cut off from the world, they had no idea about the scale of the October 7th attack or the global effort to bring them home.
She told me, I was on the television? Are you serious? I told her, your picture is all over the world.
They also didn't know Ohad's grandfather was alive, but remains a hostage, and found out they were being freed just hours before it happened. 25-year-old Roni Krivoy escaped and was on the run inside Gaza for 4 days before he was recaptured, his family says. Until now, most of what we knew came from Yocheved Lifshitz, one of the first hostages freed more than a month ago.
There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web.
The hostages may have valuable intelligence for Israel's military, but experts say the hostages need time to adjust.
They come out extremely anxious, suspicious, passive. They were passive for a long time. So there is a lot of work to be done in order to give them their sense of agency back.
Israel's government issuing guidelines for dealing with released children, saying expect age-inappropriate behavior like bedwetting, limit the number of visitors to keep them from being overwhelmed, and offer reassurance that they're safe now. Doctors say most of the children are in good health, and Ohad is now back home. But he has a long journey ahead just to be a kid again.
Now, the kids, thankfully, seem to be in good condition, but there is one older former hostage who is in serious medical condition right now. 84-year-old great-grandmother Elma Avraham was rushed straight to the ICU after she was released from Gaza on Sunday night. Hospital staff say she's on a ventilator and she's fighting for her life. Guys.
All right, Raf, as always, thank you for your thoughtful and compassionate reporting. Appreciate it. On the other side of the exchange, Palestinian women, even teenagers, are waking up at home this morning. Some were convicted of serious crimes, but others were held in administrative detention, not formally charged with anything. NBC's David Noriega spoke to the father of one of those teens who's now back home.
Jubilation in the West Bank as Palestinian women and children are freed from military jails, part of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
That is a red cross carrying the prisoners in question.
Among them, 17-year-old Iyas Khatib. His father Abed was there to greet him.
My son, he was just studying. He's in the high school. Till now, I'm telling you, I don't know why my son is in jail.
Israel calls these prisoners terrorists. Of those slated for release, some were convicted in Israeli military courts of violent crimes, including attempted murder. Others stand accused of offenses like throwing incendiary devices, throwing stones, or trespassing. But most have not been convicted, and many are teenagers held under what's known as administrative detention. That includes Iyas, with no formal charges or evidence presented against them. In February, IDF soldiers raided his home in the middle of the night, leaving behind a broken door and a family wondering when or if he would be back. Palestinian and international human rights groups say the system of military arrests and detentions lacks basic due process, especially when it comes to children.
Without charges, without trial, without anything, I can't defend myself, for instance, if I have no evidence, if I have no accusation specific.
And this happens regularly to children, to minors.
Yeah.
According to Israeli human rights group B'Tselem, Israel had more than 1,300 people in administrative detention, including 23 children, before October 7th. And Palestinian groups say the number has skyrocketed since then. Palestinians in the occupied territories say these indefinite detentions without trial or evidence are just one of many ways the Israeli military occupation robs them of their basic human rights and dignity. Israeli authorities defend the practice, telling us in a statement that all prisoners are detained according to the provisions of the law. Before their release, they were told if they celebrated publicly or spoke to the press, they would face a fine of more than $18,000. We met Iyas Khatib the day after he came home. Are you willing to talk to me about your arrest and detention? He refused to talk, afraid Israeli soldiers would retaliate.
Our thanks to David Noriega for that report. Even before October 7th, the number of people held in administrative detention in reportedly deteriorating prison conditions had reached record highs. Even as people are being released as part of the ceasefire agreement, more are being arrested.
Well, President Biden has condemned the shooting of 3 Palestinian students in Vermont over the weekend, saying there is no place for hate in America. The suspect accused of carrying out the attack, which injured all 3 men, was arraigned yesterday. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the latest.
48-year-old Jason Eaton pleaded not guilty to attempted murder, accused of shooting 3 U.S. college students, all Palestinians, in Burlington, Vermont, visiting family for Thanksgiving.
This horrific, unprovoked attack was a tragic violation of the values and character of this welcoming, inclusive community.
The family says Tahsin Ali Ahmed, Hisham Awartani, and Kenan Abdelhamid were out for a walk, chatting in Arabic and English. 2 of them were wearing keffiyehs, traditional Arab scarves. According to the affidavit, Abdelhamid told police a man in a hoodie walked toward them and pulled out a pistol and started firing without saying a word. All 3 were shot.
They're all stable, but Hisham the prognosis is that it's very likely that he won't be able to walk again.
Hisham's parents spoke with NBC News' Aaron McLaughlin at their home in the West Bank city of Ramallah.
It was a vicious crime, and it will change my son's life.
Forever?
Forever. There's no reason that he should have been targeted in this way, because it was a targeted crime, without a doubt.
Authorities have not charged Eaton with a hate crime, but police say they are still investigating.
I do want to be clear that there is no question this was a hateful act.
It comes during a nationwide spike in both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic incidents.
All of us have also seen a sharp increase in the volume and frequency of threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities across our countries.
The war overseas fueling protests and hate nationwide.
We need to preach that all hate against Jews, against Muslims, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, these are ills in our country and they undermine our democratic values.
Do you think that is a message we're hearing from leaders in this country?
There's some lip service being paid to this, Stephanie, but it's not backed by really sincere efforts.
Palestinian-American Amani Jamal is the Dean of International Affairs at Princeton. She went to the same high school in the West Bank as the 3 young men.
These students are me 30 years ago. And our dream was to come to the United States to get an education so that we could live a life of dignity and freedom.
Hisham Awartani's father wanted him to stay in the U.S. for the holidays because he thought it would be safer than Ramallah.
Who would think that such a thing would happen in one of the most liberal, diverse places in the world?
He hopes his son will be able to walk again.
We believe in our kid's strength, and we are certain that he's going to stand up on his feet again.
We're learning more about the shooter. We learned that he was let go from his job earlier this month. Also, authorities say they found multiple weapons in his home, including 3 shotguns and the pistol that was allegedly used in the shooting. According to the affidavit, when police arrived at his home for the search, he said to them, "I've been waiting for you." Back to you.
Thank you so much.
Over the weekend, a U.S. Navy warship came under missile fire in the Gulf of Aden. The U.S. military says the missiles were fired Sunday from rebel-controlled Yemen after the warship responded to a distress call. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has more.
Militants believed to be Iranian-backed Houthi fighters fired 2 close-range ballistic missiles from Yemen that landed near a U.S. Navy warship, the USS Mason. Now, the USS Mason was not impacted. In fact, the 2 close-range ballistic missiles landed about 10 nautical miles away from the ship. But it all came just about 2 hours after the USS Mason responded to a distress call from a commercial tanker, the MV Central Park, that had been hijacked by pirates. Now, these pirates, who are now believed to be Somali citizens, according to U.S. defense officials, took over that ship. The crew locked themselves on the bridge and issued that distress call. The USS Mason, along with at least 1 other Allied ship that was in the region as part of a counter-piracy mission, responded. When they got on scene, they ordered these gunmen to leave the ship, which they quickly did. They got in their small boat and started to flee. Well, a boarding team from the USS Mason followed them and ultimately apprehended them. Now, we at this point, we still don't know exactly who these individuals are, other than the fact that they claim to be Somali citizens. But at this point, it doesn't seem that these 2 incidents are linked, the hijacking of this commercial tanker and the firing of these ballistic missiles. But it all comes at a time when the tensions in this region continue to be high. Now, Houthi fighters in Yemen have shown more aggressive behavior in recent weeks, and they have shown increasingly escalatory capabilities. With the firing of these missiles, with drones that they have launched out of Yemen. And the concern among U.S. officials is that if this behavior continues, one of these attacks could be successful, and it could really lead to a further escalation of the tensions and a further expansion of the war in Israel and in Gaza. Now, this also comes as U.S. defense officials say there have been at least 73 attacks against bases housing Americans in Iraq and Syria. It's important to point out that while there had been a really steady drumbeat of these attacks since October 17th, since the truce in Gaza began, none of the bases have been attacked.
All right, our thanks to Courtney Cubey for that report. Well, cold air and gusty winds over the Great Lakes will lead to more snow in the region. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Angie Lastman is tracking just how much snow to expect. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's the Great Lakes that we are going to watch all through the day today to pick up some additional snow right along those edges. You can see places like Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Cleveland waking up to a little more snow falling. And yes, those strong winds over the lake are going to continue this through the day today. Because of that, we've got millions of people under these alerts for winter weather. We've got some winter weather advisories that include Traverse City, Kalamazoo. Notice the bright blue, though. Places like Erie, Cleveland, Watertown, all included in that lake effect snow warning as we see some of that additional snow falling through the day today. Here's what it looks like as we go through the rest of your day. Much of that will start to taper off over portions of Michigan and Ohio, but we still will have places like Pennsylvania and New York picking up some of that additional snow. We're going to also note that there will be a reduced visibility because of those stronger winds. Roads will be difficult to travel in those regions with really slick conditions, so a heads up if you're going to be out and about through the day today and even into tomorrow in some of those same regions near Ontario and Erie. That's where we'll watch for more snow to be a potential here as we get into your Wednesday. It looks like some of those highest amounts are going to be focused into portions of New York. You can see those brighter pinks and purples indicating 6 to 8 inches, but we could even see some isolated amounts up to 16 inches. So some impressive snowfall that will make it a little difficult to travel in this region. Meanwhile, we've got some chilly conditions across the southeast, waking up to some alerts there for the chilly weather. So heads up, you'll need those extra layers across portions of the southeast, including Tallahassee, Savannah. Out west, really quiet weather pattern. It's going to stay that way for a couple more days. We've got plenty of sunshine on tap for folks across Texas with temperatures into the 60s. In LA, low 70s. So nice conditions there as we deal with the wintry weather here across portions of the Great Lakes. The change up happens for parts of the south as we get into Thursday and Friday as we track our new storm system that'll bring us some rain there.
Layers seems to be the word of the week.
It is,
definitely dropped here. Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's dangerous and potentially deadly. The new warning from health officials in China after an alarming rise in cases of a respiratory illness.
Up first, though, after the break, new developments in the case of an American journalist being detained in Russia. The ruling just made in Moscow this morning. Stay with us. We will be right back.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivers.
All right, it just made too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with the race for the White House as the campaign of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis struggles to regain momentum. A fight nearly broke out this month at a board meeting of a DeSantis-aligned super PAC. As NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns explains, this comes as DeSantis is losing ground to rival Nikki Haley in the polls.
Thank you.
Turmoil in DeSantis world. NBC News reporting inside high-level strategy talks at DeSantis super PAC Never Back Down that one board meeting earlier this month nearly ended in a brawl as the Florida governor's allies struggle to reverse a slide in the polls and a surging Nikki Haley.
The race is always framed around Donald Trump, whether someone can beat him or not. People want an alternative, and they made a summary judgment on DeSantis that he wasn't it because his polling numbers were very, very high. And then they just simply tanked.
A source inside the room telling NBC News during a heated discussion, a longtime DeSantis confidant challenged a PAC consultant to a fight. At least two other board members forced to restrain him.
People are frustrated and they have different ideas of how to regain the high ground and how to win. And that's going to come out in emotion.
The internal strife at the PAC playing out as the group struggles to tap its big dollar donors. One contributor telling NBC News, quote, "You don't just keep throwing money at Radio Shack." Amid the latest troubles, the PAC CEO, Chris Jankowski, announcing his resignation last week.
I love you too.
Nikki Haley, now the biggest threat to the DeSantis campaign, has pulled even with him in Iowa and ahead of him in other primary states. DeSantis and his allies taking the battle for early state voters to the air.
We know her as Crooked Hillary, but to Nikki Haley, she's her role model, the reason she ran for office.
Fight Right, Inc., a new DeSantis-allied super PAC, launched after that chaotic meeting at Never Back Down, cutting this spot, tying Haley to Hillary Clinton. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds following up her endorsement of DeSantis, cutting multiple spots, praising her fellow Republican governor.
If you like what we're doing in Iowa, then you'll love what Ron DeSantis will do for this country.
And DeSantis securing another coveted endorsement, Bob Vander Plaats, an influential evangelical leader in the Hawkeye state.
You need a president that's going to surround themselves with the best and brightest people versus having a hard time attracting them again. And someone who's actually going to do what they say they're going to do.
DeSantis barnstorming Iowa in a 99-county tour, now just 7 weeks out from the Iowa caucuses, and preparing for a highly anticipated debate with California Governor Gavin Newsom, as the man who was once the shining star of the GOP is now looking for a spark.
Well, that was Dasha Burns reporting there for us. DeSantis' highly anticipated debate against California Governor Gavin Newsom will take place Thursday night in Georgia, and the next GOP primary debate is next Wednesday, December 6th in Alabama. Lots to watch for there. Well, nearly 10 years after more than 200 passengers went missing aboard Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, their relatives are suing for millions of dollars in damages. A compensation hearing is now underway in China for the flight that was lost over the Indian Ocean on March 8th, 2014. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky with more.
The biggest mystery of 2014,
still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational surge.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search, and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean. All turning up nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage. But as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location. But officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with 2 other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a 4th corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
Our thanks to Noah Pransky for that report. Let's get you more international headlines now, starting with new developments for an American reporter being detained in Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga joins us now with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. A court in Moscow today extended the detention of Evan Gershkovich by at least 2 more months. Now, the 32-year-old Wall Street Journal reporter who was arrested in March on espionage charges will remain in jail at least until January the 30th. So far, Russia has not provided any evidence to support the allegations, and the journalist, the Wall Street Journal, and the U.S. government have denied the allegations. Let's now go to Poland, where on Monday the new president swore in a government expected to last only or maximum 14 days. There is a reason for it. According to the constitution, Poland's prime minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, has 2 weeks to face a vote of confidence in parliament after his government has been sworn in. But Morawiecki is expected to lose the vote of confidence as after the national elections in October, he lost the majority in parliament and has no coalition partners. The opposition, who won the election, called the move a farce intended to delay them from taking power. And let's end this tour of the world in Brazil, where paleontologists and geologists are unveiling the scary mystery behind a huge underground 60-feet-long tunnel a farmer discovered by chance on his property back in 2009. Now, experts believe the farmer uncovered what they call a megafauna paleobarrow, a prehistoric tunnel. Deep claw marks embedded into the walls indicated its past occupant was not human. Instead, experts believe it was dug through rock at least 10,000 years ago by a giant creature that looked like a ground sloth, an armadillo, or a hamster, but the size of an elephant.
Oh.
That is scary.
What a way to put it. Terrifying. All right, Claudio, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, coming up, there are new concerns about a fast-spreading respiratory illness after an alarming spike in cases across China, primarily affecting kids. What doctors want parents to know. Plus, it's being called trauma dumping, and it could be straining your relationships. We will explain that next on Morning News Now.
What is is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back with an alarming number of respiratory illnesses being reported in some parts of China. Health officials say RSV cases are on the rise among children, resulting in crowded waiting rooms. It comes as China experiences its first full winter since loosening COVID restrictions. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
These scenes of packed hospital waiting rooms raising alarm in China as it grapples with a spike in respiratory illnesses, mostly in children. The World Health Organization is asking for more information. Here, flu is now spreading across the U.S., the CDC reporting a nearly 4% increase in flu-related doctor's visits. The Southeast hit especially hard, but not like last year's triple-demic, flu, COVID, and RSV. Doctors say RSV cases are on the rise.
We've actually seen a tremendous increase in the number of children who we have diagnosed with RSV over the past 7 to 8 weeks. Probably some of the highest that we've seen all season.
Dr. Shane thinks cases have peaked at her hospital. They're increasing among children at GBMC Healthcare in Maryland. But a new preventive antibody called Beyfortus is in short supply.
How many doses did you get and how many doses do you need?
I need a whole lot more than what I've gotten. I have gotten, I've received less than 50.
Dr. Teresa Wynn says it is crucial expectant moms get the RSV vaccine made for them.
Pregnant mothers between 32 to 36 weeks can get the vaccine, and if there's been 4 weeks, they have made antibodies and have passed it on to their infants at birth.
Though the CDC says 77,000 additional doses will be made available, it's advising doctors to prioritize those who need it, including infants 6 months and younger or with underlying conditions. So why is there a shortage of Beyfortus? Well, we called the manufacturer, Sanofi Pasteur, and it says despite an aggressive supply plan, demand is simply higher than anticipated. So in the meantime, doctors suggest that everyone over the age of 60 get the RSV vaccine to help stop the spread and protect the youngest and most vulnerable among us, especially during the holiday season. I'm Ann Thompson in New York. Now back to you.
All right. Thank you, Ann, for that report. Well, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here on set with us to help break this down. Dr. Azar, always great to see you. So just, I mean, how concerned should we be about this?
Well, I think we all have a little bit of PTSD from COVID. So when you hear undiagnosed pneumonia, children being affected, hospitals being overrun, something originating in China, you immediately think, oh no, this is going to be COVID 2.0.
Totally.
But the World Health Organization asked to do an investigation, and they've been working closely with Chinese health officials. And as it turns out, really what they are seeing is their first fall and winter season after they lifted their COVID-19 restrictions. So very similar, I think you guys may recall last year at this time, we were dealing with the worst cases of flu since 2010, and we had a bump in RSV cases. So what they're seeing is this rise in predictable respiratory viruses in children who otherwise weren't, hadn't built up that immunological defense over the last couple of years because they just didn't have the same number of bugs circulating.
Okay. You mentioned PTSD. We see images in China. We think back to COVID. Started in China, happened here. Is that an indication that what we're seeing in China is what's going to happen here?
So probably not, and that's the good thing. And I'm like everybody else. When you hear this, you start, oh no, what's going on? And by the way, that shouldn't make us think let's just relax, because there are always going to be potential emerging infectious disease threats. But in this situation, I think really what officials are thinking is that this is really the first time since 2020 that China has truly lifted its COVID-19 restrictions. And you have a population, primarily children, who, because of all of the restrictions that were in place, you didn't have the typical bacteria and viruses circulating. These kids don't have those defenses, right? This is, you know, the sort of upside downside of having infectious diseases circulating is that we do build up defenses to common respiratory illnesses, including RSV.
All right, so it sounds like we can kind of take a beat on freaking out over this.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's what's coming for us, but tell us what you do think we can expect in terms of RSV, flu, COVID here in the U.S.
Absolutely. So, you know, I think that RSV is usually something that's going to circulate before flu and COVID. So in the earlier fall to winter is when we're expecting to see RSV. And as Ann pointed out in her piece, the concern, of course, is that that monoclonal antibody, which is so protective for infants up to 8 months, it's been in short supply. So as a mom who formerly had very, very young children, that would be something that I would be very anxious to do, and I would urge parents to talk to their pediatricians about that. But otherwise, I think in this year so far, we're seeing pockets where we're seeing little bumps and rises of COVID, as well as hospitalizations. Definitely have seen a significant bump in flu cases. This is all predictable and anticipated. All three diseases have protections, many of them antivirals if you get sick, and many of them vaccines to prevent.
There we go. Dr. Azar, thank you so much.
Thanks. Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the psychological impact of being held hostage.
Plus, a new study is showing how the COVID lockdowns might have impacted our long-term mental health.
Let's bring in Nero Feliciano for more on these headlines and trends. She's a psychotherapist and the author of This Book Won't Make You Happy. Good to have you with us. So let's start with what's in the headlines right now. The hostages being released from both Hamas and Israel. What are some concerns for their psychological health? What does the healing process look like?
You know, it really varies depending on how long they've been in captivity and what the conditions were. But experts who've worked with POWs and hostages say, I mean, number one, they're going to come out disoriented. It may be difficult to re-enter into their life and routine. I mean, one thing, we see a lot of joy, but some of the trauma can come out later. There may be difficulty in sleeping, certainly an increase in anxiety because they've lived in this uncertainty for quite a while, and even some depression as they find find out people who they have been with are no longer alive. There may be some survivor's guilt as well, but some actually come out stronger. There's something called post-traumatic growth, where they begin to appreciate their life and let go of some of the small things that bother them prior to being held in captivity.
We also have this new study that we mentioned about people who followed COVID restrictions nearly 4 years ago, if they were really strict about it, and then maybe have worse mental health than those who were more loose with their restrictions. Why is that? What does that mean those people are seeing now? And how can you sort of balance that, especially if you're just kind of following the rules back then?
It was interesting, Savannah, because the studies show that those people, as they label them, communal personalities, people who put their interests of their community before themselves, they are seeing an increase in anxiety and depression. And what we know about these people is they were isolated for longer. They limited their connection. And then again, coming out of COVID, it was harder for them to let go of disease-preventing behavior. So there may have been more anxiety just in their reentry as well, and also could have remained disconnected for longer, had a greater impact on their relationships. So that study was accurate in saying that we were seeing worse mental health with that population.
Let's talk about a popular term on social media. It's called trauma dumping. So what exactly is that, and how can we stop ourselves from doing it?
So it's when you get together with a friend, you're expecting just a fun evening of connection. All of a sudden, your friend offloads pretty heavy content, negative energy on you. And usually that friend is not looking for solutions. They're coming from more of a victim mindset. But it tends to be the majority of your interactions together. And usually the friend who's being dumped on is not equipped to handle that heavy content. So the best thing to do as the friend is to say, you know, I love you, you're my friend. The best thing I can do for you is to say, you need to talk to a professional who can help you get through this, and that eventually can restore that relationship.
Noro Feliciano, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you walking us through these headlines.
Good to see you both.
Coming up, from Cyber Monday to Giving Tuesday, it's time to think about how to give back to others.
When we come back, we'll talk about some of the ways that you can donate to a good cause on this Giving Tuesday. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
All right, this is it.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got some breaking data on Cyber Monday sales just in this morning.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau is with us with that data and some other money headlines for you. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, Cyber Monday spending estimated to top a record $12 billion this year, which is up about 10% from last year. Bargain hunting Americans jumped on deals on headphones, smartwatches, Barbie dolls, and Legos. That's all according to Adobe Analytics. And retailers counted on deep discounts to convince those inflation-wary shoppers to open their wallets, and it seems to have worked. Well, it may not matter if you misplace your work ID, because soon all you might need is your hand. Amazon is rolling out its palm scanning technology for businesses. The tech giant is pitching the hand-waving technology as a cheaper and more secure solution when compared to traditional tools, including fobs, badges, or passwords. Currently, Amazon uses the biometric system for shoppers to pay for purchases by swiping their hands at Whole Foods and at some Amazon Go convenience stores. History is being made over the Atlantic Ocean today. A Virgin Atlantic passenger jet took off this morning from London, headed to New York, and it will be powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel. The low-carbon fuel is made from waste and can reduce emissions by up to 70%. Today's flight on the Virgin Boeing 787 will mark the first time a commercial airline has flown long-haul fully on the sustainable fuel, guys. How about that?
Right, pretty cool. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
It is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, which means thousands of people are taking part in what's now known as Giving Tuesday.
Yeah, it's an annual tradition to support local and international causes closest to your heart.
So no one better bring in than the Chief Executive Officer of GoFundMe, Tim Cadogan, with more on this. Good to have you with us. So what is it that GoFundMe is expecting this year, and today how could it compare with last year?
Well, last year we saw over $50 million raised on GoFundMe and Classy, which supports nonprofits. So we hope, based on this year's trends, to exceed that.
And what are some of the biggest charities that receive donations on Giving Tuesday?
Well, as an example of some of the big charities we work with, World Central Kitchen, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the Salvation Army. Those are some examples. In general, charities will expect to see about 10x their normal giving on Giving Tuesday.
Wow.
That is huge. And beyond so many people, maybe they're tapped out after spending so much money on either Black Friday or on Cyber Monday. If they don't want to give money, what are some other ways that people can give
It's
today?
really, really helpful to spread the word. So just sharing a campaign or sharing the link of a nonprofit that you support with your friends and your family and network actually makes a tremendous difference. So you don't need just to give money. You can just use your voice to share the word.
Wow, it's pretty interesting. Also, explain to people, so on GoFundMe, a lot of these charities you can give to, but this is something that's going on all over the place, right?
Absolutely. It's going on around the world. Giving Tuesday has been going for about 11 years, and it generates about $3 billion in total. So yes, you can go to any nonprofit. Typically, they're often running matching campaigns. So even if you give a small amount of money, it can go twice as far, sometimes more than that. So you can give to anything that is close to your heart that you support.
That's what I was thinking about, is these matching campaigns. How have you seen that change over the years, the way employers have gotten involved with this?
Companies have definitely gotten involved. Foundations and some wealthy individuals have all realized that they can multiply their effect by providing matching grants and enabling people to have their money go further. So we've seen that grow significantly.
All right.
Very cool.
That's good. All right, Tim Cadogan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Good to
Happy
have you
Giving
with us.
Tuesday. Thanks for making the trip to New York. Well, coming up, they are kicking off the holiday season in style, literally.
That's right. The Radio City Rockettes are making spirits bright with their big Christmas spectacular. I'm going to introduce you to some of this year's dancers. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We've got Merriam-Webster's newly unveiled word of the year. It's all about keeping it real. The dictionary crowned authentic the 2023 word of the year, citing a high volume of searches online for stories and conversations about AI, celebrity culture, identity, and social media. Merriam-Webster says the word is often used by celebrities like Taylor Swift and Sam Smith, who made headlines this year with statements about seeking their authentic voice and authentic self. Joe? Have you found your authentic self?
I think so. I think I found my authentic self a long time ago.
There we go.
Who knows? How about you?
I think so too, but let's keep it real, you know, 2023, authentic.
We'll keep it real, all right, and into 2024.
Yeah.
All right, finally this hour, two sisters shared a dream of becoming Radio City Rockettes. Now they're sharing the spotlight in this year's Christmas Spectacular. I recently got a chance to meet a few of this year's Rockettes who are now in the middle of a marathon of holiday shows.
For so many of the Radio City Rockettes, before they were dancing on the stage, they were watching from the audience, including Jordan and Danielle Betcher.
You probably get this a lot, but are you sisters?
We are sisters, yes.
Danielle, the oldest, remembers seeing the Christmas Spectacular with her grandpa when she was 13.
And he must have seen that look on my face of just like pure joy, because he leaned in and he goes, you know, someday you could do that if you wanted to.
10 years ago, she did, and 7 years ago, her sister did. And this year, for the first time, they're right next to each other on the kick line.
I just know that she has my back, both on and off stage.
Danelle Morgan also has their backs.
Old St. Nick will ride through the sky.
She's a swing, ready to step in when someone is out.
It's an incredibly challenging job. We don't just learn the one track that a single Rockette will do in the show. We learn the entire show.
Sometimes do you only have like a moment's notice before you have to jump in?
There have been times where it's mid-show and then all of a sudden we're on the stage.
An 18-year Rockette vet, she knows her parents could be in that audience.
They pop up and they show up in the front row for a show where I'll hear my dad cheering and I'm like, oh my gosh, my parents are here. They didn't tell me they're here, but they're here, okay.
So your parents don't always warn you that they're coming?
Oh no, they don't always warn me. I can see my mom's glasses reflecting with the lights, and it's just really special to know that there's love coming at me while I'm performing.
Reminder, the Rockettes are not just in sync with each other, but with you too.
The Christmas Spectacular runs through January 1st at Radio City Music Hall. I still can't get over the swings who have to know literally every track, every person's track. And sometimes you're facing that way, sometimes you're facing that way, sometimes you're...
Oh my gosh.
It's unreal.
Right. Oh, they are just so good.
Exactly.
My favorite part is the toy soldier part where they all
the best.
Collapse.
My favorite part. I get anxious though every time.
I know,
because
like,
you just never know if you're gonna... Check it out.
I can't wait to see it.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, an extended truce in the Middle East this morning, with officials on both sides of the deadly conflict now agreeing to a longer pause in the violence in order to free more Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners and allow vital humanitarian aid to enter a besieged Gaza. We're on the ground with just how long this fragile ceasefire could actually last. Back home this morning, we're watching some wicked weather that's hitting the Midwest and Northeast. Millions of Americans waking up to mounds of snow around the Great Lakes and beyond, with even more of the white stuff expected today. We've got the latest track as a late November cold snap rattles temperatures from coast to coast. Also this morning, we are saying one final farewell to former First Lady Rosalynn Carter with a memorial service in Atlanta later today that's expected to draw some of the biggest names in Washington, past and present, including President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. We're also expecting a rare public appearance from former President Jimmy Carter as he lays his longtime partner to rest. And today is Travel Tuesday, coming on the heels of a record-breaking Thanksgiving weekend at America's airports. Later in the hour, we're going to bring you all the steals and deals for your 2024 getaways. Never too early to start thinking about vacation next year, right?
I am overwhelmed by how many things we're supposed to be thinking about buying in this 4-day span.
Plus you have to give today, too.
Yes, exactly, and donate.
We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a newly extended truce between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding.
Yeah, the 48-hour ceasefire extension agreed to yesterday is expected to allow for more hostages and prisoner releases, as well as further aid getting into Gaza. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Tel Aviv.
As the deal was set to expire late last night, Israel and Hamas agreed to a 2-day extension. That means today and tomorrow, Israel is not carrying out its bombing campaign to destroy and dislodge Hamas in Gaza. And Hamas is expected sometime today to release at least 10 more hostages, 10 more tomorrow, in exchange for dozens of freed Palestinian prisoners.
Under armed guard, Hamas handed over 11 hostages, 2 women and 9 children, to the Red Cross last night, including 2 3-year-old twin girls. They were whisked into Israel for medical checks and then reunited with their families. All of the hostages freed yesterday were taken by Hamas on October 7th from a single kibbutz near Oz, near the Gaza border, including 12-year-old Erez and 16-year-old Sahar Calderon. Their father, Ofer, like all of the kidnapped men, remains a hostage.
Bring them home and to be again a big, happy family. So let's go. Let's bring them back.
But Hamas isn't the only group in Gaza holding hostages. Others have around 40, including, according to the Israeli military, 10-month-old Kafir Bibas, whose mother and siblings were also captured. Critically, the Israel-Hamas hostage deal is allowing more aid into Gaza, which has been devastated by Israeli airstrikes and tank fire. Before and after pictures show wide-scale destruction, with 80% of the population displaced, according to the UN. Truce or not, we still have no electricity, no water, and none of life's basic necessities, said this man. In Israel, the hostages are staying in hospitals until they're ready to go home. So far, only one American has been set free in this truce, 4-year-old Israeli-American Abigail Idan. Her mother and father were killed. She was sheltered by neighbors until Hamas discovered them and took them all hostage. We spoke to her aunt at a hospital near Tel Aviv, where Abigail and most of the freed children are staying.
Her story is so difficult because she went through hell and now she has no parents.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen to her?
Well, the family is going to take care of her. There's a lot of family around her. I know, like in Israel, people feel that she's the Israel baby. She's the Israeli baby of everyone.
The first of 3 American aid flights containing aid for the people of Gaza arrive in Egypt today. The aid will then be trucked into the Gaza Strip. It includes food, medicine, and winter clothing.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. For more, we are now joined by longtime former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher, who has been joining us throughout this conflict. Martin, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So we now have this additional 2 days of this truce with the additional potential for these 10 hostages to be released, 10 today, 10 tomorrow. Hamas, though, still has dozens of hostages. So how big of an impact do you feel? How hopeful does this make you that future negotiations could continue to have hostages released when we know that those next 20 will still mean there are several in captivity?
Well, you know, it's actually more than several dozen. There's about 150 hostages still left in Hamas hands, and the negotiations are continuing to extend this 2-day ceasefire. But the Israelis have said that they've said very clearly that they're not going to extend any ceasefires beyond 10 days. That's the Israeli maximum, 10 days. And today we would be in day 5 of that. So the hostages still held by Hamas. You know, there's a limited number who could be released in the next days if it's 10 days, if it's 10 hostages released every day. And there's still children held by Hamas. So the Israelis are very concerned about it. There's one family, the Bibas family, they have a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old baby who's still held hostage by Hamas. And actually that became more complicated because the Israeli army has said that Hamas has moved that Bibas family to another group in Gaza. It's not clear who. So the hostages still held in Gaza are still being divided among different groups in Gaza holding them. So it's a very complex situation to get more out. But then, as I say, according to Israel, 5 more days maximum is what they're saying. Then they're going to go back to war.
Complex. And Martin, a reminder to our viewers, personal for you and your family. You have relatives who were taken hostage last month, later released, one still being held by Hamas. Just what's been the reaction in your family and with people you've spoken with in Israel to these hostage and prisoner releases and this temporary truce?
Well, everybody wants all the hostages back. And Israel's divided. It's a kind of manic depressive place. You know, on the one hand, there's joy that the hostages are being released. On the other hand, there's sorrow that more hostages are being held still to be released. And there's also the overwhelming issue in Israel is to destroy Hamas so that this can never happen again. The calls for a ceasefire in Israel are seen as a way of letting Hamas off the hook. You know, Hamas has said repeatedly that they're going to do this again and again until they've destroyed Israel. And they say in their charter to kill the Jews. So on the one hand, there's this need to get the hostages back, but there's another overwhelming need, which is to make sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has continued to say, as we've been discussing here, that the destruction of Hamas is the ultimate goal here. I do want to read something from the New York Times here, though, quoting President Biden saying he hopes to influence any fresh military action, ensuring that it is more targeted and does more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think we could see a different approach from Israel after the pause? Is that possible?
Well, the United States is demanding a different approach from Israel after this pause. They want to make sure that there's no continuation of this humanitarian disaster. And every sign is that if Israel does attack the south of Gaza, it could be even worse than it was in the north, because most of the population from the north is now in the south. So you've got about 2 million Palestinians in the southern half of Gaza. So whereas before they were spread out over all of Gaza, now they're concentrated in the south. So Israel cannot really continue the campaign in the same way as it did before of bombing its way into the enemy, if you like, of clearing the way for the Israelis ground forces by bombing from the air. You know, when you've got so many people focused and concentrated in such a small area, that's going to be another humanitarian disaster, greater probably than what we've seen already. So America wants that not to happen, and Israel is finally looking for a way to destroy Hamas, which it knows is hiding among that Palestinian population in the south of Gaza. So Israel's work is the future is very tough for Israel's military. How do you destroy Hamas when they're hiding within the civilian population? That was a problem before. It's a problem. It's a double the size problem now, because as I say, most of the population of Gaza is concentrated in only half of the territory. And that's where Israel has to go to war to fight Hamas. So a humanitarian disaster, even greater than before, is in the offing. At a time, by the way, when the weather is changing, it's winter now, there's heavy rain in that area, there's a possible problem of disease spreading among the Palestinians. So this is a horrific situation which can only be really ended by some kind of long-term ceasefire which sees the end of Hamas. That's what Israel wants, but it's not what Hamas wants, obviously.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your perspective and also you sharing personally what your family's going through. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
As Richard Engel reported a moment ago, 4-year-old Abigail Moore-Idan was the youngest American taken hostage. She was released on Sunday, just days after turning 4 while in captivity. Members of Abigail's family spoke out earlier this morning on Today for the first time since she was freed. Here's part of that conversation.
Well, first, we're thrilled that she is released. Abigail was held hostage with a mother and her 3 kids. And that was a blessing because she had a mother who could hold her and comfort her in the darkness for 50 days. Abigail is with family. She's with her aunt, her grandmother. They met her. She's been reunited with her brother and her sister. And that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated, and with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process, and it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered, but at least she is now home safe with her family, and we can only pray and hope as the days go on that she will be able to live a good life.
Noah, will you tell us about Abigail? We all do sort of feel like we know her. As they said, you know, she's Israel's child. Tell us about her. What's she like?
She's a sweet and feisty girl. She likes to boss around her brother and sister, to chase a soccer ball with her brother and her cousins, who are very good soccer players. I mean, you can see on her smile, she's just a sweet girl that as far as we know, still has a love of life.
It's just horrific when you learn about the details of what happened to Abigail. I mean, her father was killed holding her, trying to protect her. Her mother was killed, her siblings right behind a partition, and had to witness that. How do you rebuild, Liz? I know she is surrounded by family and you will envelop her in love, but what are your hopes for her?
Well, my hopes are that she can live a private life where she can be with her family. Her aunt, who is the sister of Smadar, who was murdered, will be raising her with her husband, Zoli, and with their 3 kids. So this family will be 6 children. And I know that they will get lots of love. The grandparents are very involved in her life. And what I hope for her is that she will be embraced and she'll go back out and play soccer with her siblings and go back to school.
Abigail's family calls her the hope for the future. They hope she will be able to live her life and have as normal a childhood as possible.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady will be in Atlanta this morning to give their final respects to former First Lady Rosalynn Carter at a memorial service. She passed away last week at the age of 96. Former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of nearly 80 years, is also expected to attend. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with more. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. We have already seen hundreds of people coming out to give tribute to Mrs. Carter. In fact, many of those arrived by busload yesterday at the Carter Center. But perhaps the most notable of the attendees today will be her husband, the former President Jimmy Carter. You know, we know that he made the more than 150-mile journey from Plains up here to Atlanta. We're told he was in town yesterday resting. This is going to be a very rare public appearance for the former president as he prepares to say goodbye to his wife of 77 years. With one last ride through her beloved home state of Georgia, this morning a fond farewell for former First Lady Rosalynn Carter. Today's memorial service, on the second of a three-day tribute, is expected to draw a host of White House occupants, past and present, including her husband of nearly 8 decades, former President Jimmy Carter. It would be a rare public appearance for the 99-year-old former commander-in-chief who entered hospice care in February and was last seen in September riding through the Plains Peanut Parade with his wife by his side. Also set to attend, President and Mrs. Biden, former President Clinton, and every living former First Lady, including Hillary Clinton, Laura Bush, Michelle Obama, and Melania Trump. It comes after a day of touching tributes throughout the state, starting in Mrs. Carter's hometown of Plains, then moving to her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University, where a pair of wreaths were placed near her statue on campus. Finally, to Atlanta's Carter Center, where lines of people paid their respects to the former First Lady who, along with her husband, dedicated herself to humanitarian work after leaving the White House.
Her top priority was mental health. She advocated for changes in public policy and the availability of treatment for people who needed them and elimination of stigma.
Along the nearly 150-mile route, lines of crowds, school children, and grateful citizens all coming to say goodbye.
When you go to Plains and Miss Rosalynn would visit with her and she would walk you out the door. Even when she was frail, she would grab the walker and walk you out the door. Today we get an opportunity to walk her home.
And during today's service, her grandchildren will serve as pallbearers. We will also hear tributes from her close personal friends as well as her children. Now, after the conclusion of today's service, the motorcade will travel back down to Plains, Georgia, where she will be laid to rest tomorrow. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Millions of Americans are waking up this morning to an early glimpse of winter. Lake effect snow piled up overnight in communities across the Midwest and Northeast, while folks along the East Coast are getting a blast of chilly temperatures. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Erie, Pennsylvania with the latest on all the weather. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning, and a cold one out here in Erie, PA. We've got these brutal wind gusts just off of Lake Erie, and that's churning up the waters here. You can see we're at the bay right off of Lake Erie, and these are some pretty choppy waters right now. It's these blasts of cold air combining with these waters, which have been turning parts of the Great Lakes region into a snow globe overnight.
Following a stormy night of snow, blustery winds, and treacherous roads, this morning, millions are bracing for the possibility of even more.
This is a big storm to be our first storm of the year, so everyone's going to knock the rust off really quick.
In Michigan and New York, some communities seen up to a foot of snow or more since Monday. Drivers trapped and digging out, and some semi-trucks even stranded. And in some areas, it's still coming down. This early winter mess, courtesy of lake effect snow, which happens when frigid winds sweep across the Great Lakes and their relatively warm waters. Heat and moisture transform into clouds, dumping heavy snow in areas downwind. With snowplows gearing up, officials asking the public to prepare as well.
Travelers, please take your time.
And while this week's wintry weather is not backing up the nation's airports, some drivers are seeing major delays on the roads. Like along the I-90 corridor in Erie, Pennsylvania, where numerous crashes were reported overnight. Thankfully, most Americans do not have to dig out this morning, but millions are waking up to frigid temperatures.
Bundle up the kids when you send them off to school.
The holiday season chill stretching along the East Coast and west to Chicago, bringing temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average today.
If you're catching a flight this morning, most of you can breathe a sigh of relief. According to Flight Tracker FlightAware, we're not seeing many cancellations at all tied to U.S. airports this morning, Joe.
All right, some good news there. We take it. We'll take it. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
And for more on those chilly temperatures, let's get a check at your morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's back with the latest. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just like Jesse was layered up, I think a lot of folks are going to have to do exactly that before they head out the door this morning. We'll see continuing chilly conditions across most of the east. And I say that because the southeast is included as well, where we do have these alerts that are up because of temperatures this morning. We've got freeze warnings in effect for places like Charleston, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, down towards Savannah, and out towards Tallahassee, and extending into parts of the Gulf Coast, too. So chilly conditions for sure for folks there, and even colder here as we look up into portions of the Midwest and into the Northeast. We've got Chicago sitting at 15 degrees, but feeling like just 3 degrees this morning. Indianapolis right now into the teens as well, and feeling like the single digits. A little farther south, places like Nashville into the 30s, but feeling like the 20s. The Northeast included in this as well, with the 30s for New York right now, but with that wind, again, into the mid-20s. So extra layers going to be necessary. We will see our temperatures end up into the upper 30s in New York today. That'll be better than, of course, what we're dealing with right now, but still running well below normal for this time of year. Indianapolis, we'll see temperatures in the high 20s later today, and as far south as Tallahassee, we'll just hang out into the 50s. We won't even get into the 60s this afternoon. So the cooler than normal temperatures continue today and into tomorrow, too. But notice it's a smaller area. We start to see more seasonal conditions settling into parts of the Great Lakes and the Midwest. We'll end up into the 40s in Washington, D.C. But notice what happens by the time we get into Thursday, Friday, and eventually Saturday. 50s on tap for folks in Cincinnati. We'll hit the upper 50s in Richmond by Thursday and Friday, guys. So it'll be a little bit of a better kind of temperature situation for us. But of course, we'll deal with some rain for parts of the Southeast by the time Thursday and Friday roll around.
All right, there you go. Getting cold, Angie. Thank you.
Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the bitter legal battle now playing out between two titans of pop music, Hall and Oates.
But first, after the break, Alec Murdaugh is back in court this morning. We've got more on his additional alleged crimes that he's expected to be sentenced for right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The financial victims of disgraced lawyer and convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will have the chance to address him directly in a South Carolina courtroom today.
Murdaugh is set to be sentenced on almost 24 counts of financial crimes, including money laundering, fraud, and breach of trust. State prosecutors say Murdaugh carried out several schemes against his clients as well as his family's law firm. Today's sentencing follows a plea deal Murdaugh reached with prosecutors just days before his trial was set to start.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, first of all, remind us just this plea deal. What did both sides agree to here?
They agreed to him pleading guilty to all counts in the state court case. That does not cover the federal case. And, of course, it doesn't necessarily cover the sentencing issue, which is going to get really thorny in this case, because you have a situation where Murdaugh is being sentenced in state court first and then sentenced in federal court and then possibly sentenced again for financial crimes in state court. This gets really complex. The bottom line is he's going to be in all the prisons forever going forward.
So the judge says that he does fully intend, was the language that he used, to accept Murdaugh's guilty plea, but does want to hear from the victims. Walk us through that process and why that needs to take place.
The modern trend is that victims should be heard in court, and many states have enacted statutes that require victims to be heard. Now, whether or not it affects the ultimate outcome in sentencing is probably, in my view, I don't think it makes a tremendous amount of difference. I think it's very cathartic for the victims. But in federal court, for example, the calculus in arriving at a recommended sentence in federal court depends much more heavily on the dollar lost to the victims, more so than their impact statements themselves. So that is some consolation to the victims that the amounts that Murdaugh stole, if we were in federal court, for example, would count heavily towards a sentence in the stratosphere. So that is a good thing for victims.
You touched on the rundown of charges and convictions. Let's go through it again here. He's already serving 2 consecutive life sentences for the shooting deaths of his wife and son. His lawyers are seeking a new trial in that case. He's awaiting sentencing on those federal financial crime charges you mentioned, and he's still facing insurance fraud charges. How could the sentence here factor into all of that?
It could be a drop in the bucket, and that's the bottom line. I mean, you might ask the question rhetorically, why still fight? Why even fight the murder conviction? I mean, for prisoners, first, all they have to do is fight. That's what they do all day. I get their letters, so I know what I'm talking about. They spend all day writing, and any defense attorney will tell you they get letters all day from prisoners, hoping for some sliver of a possibility that they can turn over one conviction. If they begin with one, maybe they can turn over another one, and maybe, against all odds, they could breathe free air again. But in Murdaugh's case, the odds of that are incalculably small.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, let's get you some international headlines now. North Korea says its recently launched satellite has taken detailed photographs of the White House, the Pentagon, and nuclear aircraft carriers.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, Anna, good morning. That's right. Today, KCNA said that the spy satellite North Korea sent just a few days ago, or launched just a few days ago, started sending back images of several sensitive sites all across the United States. As you mentioned, the White House, the Pentagon, and U.S. nuclear aircraft carriers. But also, the KCNA said the satellites took pictures of a U.S. naval base, a shipyard, in an airfield in Virginia, among other places. Now, the news agency said the pictures were viewed by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un, but none of the images have been made public yet, and their existence has not been independently verified. Now, the White House says it strongly condemns the launch, adding that it violates UN Security Council resolutions because it used ballistic missile technology. Now let's go to Russia now, where a snowstorm, hurricane winds and heavy flooding battered the south of the country, including Ukrainian regions annexed by Moscow. According to local media, at least 4 people died and almost 2 million were left without power. One of the most affected areas is the Crimean Peninsula in the south of Ukraine, annexed by Russia in 2014. Officials there reported flooding in coastal areas, fallen trees, and the death of about 800 exotic fish in an aquarium destroyed by sea flooding in the port of Sevastopol. And let's end this tour of the world in, well, Princess Diana's wardrobe. A pink blouse worn by the late princess in 1981 will be sold at an auction next month. Diana wore the blouse while posing for a famous portrait taken when her engagement to then Prince Charles, now King Charles III, was announced. The photograph became an iconic image of the late princess, so go ahead, make your biddings, guys, but beware because it is expected to fetch up to $100,000.
Wow. I'm back into the crown, so I'm like so in Princess Diana land because
so you're into this?
Yes, yes.
And then we had the sheep sweater, now we have
Maybe I'll
this.
bid, yeah.
All up for sale. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it is that time of year again. Unfortunately, we're talking about flu season.
Flu numbers back on the rise. So what are some of the best ways you can protect yourself and your family this winter? The doctor is in after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Well, flu season is well underway, and states are seeing a spike in cases.
The CDC says the percentage of positive flu tests increased 4.9% last week. On top of that, flu-related doctors' visits increased by nearly 4%.
Joining us now for more on this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So what is behind the rise in flu cases that we're seeing? I mean, is this just to be expected as we head into winter?
Well, good morning, Savannah and Joe. This is to be expected, but just to point out, every flu season is different. We're seeing this flu season start off much more slowly than last year. About 12,000 hospitalizations, unfortunately, about 700 deaths so far. Dramatically lower, though, at this point relative to what we saw in 2022. So we're just seeing the beginning, probably going to see a peak in January, February of next year.
So right now, it's southeastern states that seem to be hit the hardest by this recent spike in flu cases. Do we know why that is and who is most at risk this season?
Well, Joe, candidly, what we've seen here is that the uptake of the flu vaccine in the southeast United States is lower than the rest of the country. So that's probably one reason why. This flu vaccine is about 80% effective against the existing strains. We're seeing spikes in Louisiana and South Carolina in particular, followed by Texas and Florida. So there is that corollary between decreased prevention measures like vaccination and this rise in hospitalizations.
So, Dr. Gupta, remind us the latest guidance on the flu vaccine. If you're someone who hasn't got it yet, what should you be doing to protect yourself?
Savannah, I'm glad you brought that up. If you're 60 and older, ask your doc about the quadrivalent vaccine. It's more protective, especially if you're medically high risk. If you're 6 months and older, you are qualifying for any type of flu shot. Critical to recognize that we're seeing rates about 5% lower than pre-pandemic levels. Also, just remember, if you're a parent with kiddos, young kiddos that are sick, keep them at home. Daycares across the country are urging that if parents do a self-triage of symptoms amongst your kids just to minimize spread. I'll also just critically say here, if you are somebody that's unwell, if you're feeling unwell, know your body, know that within 48 hours of developing flu-like symptoms, treatment is available in the form of Tamiflu, but you have to know and present yourself to care to get tested. So don't just assume it's the common cold. If you're feeling unwell, seek medical attention, especially if you're high risk, because treatment can keep you out of the hospital.
Dr. Vin Gupta, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for those important reminders.
Now to a new report on two popular weight loss drugs, Mounjaro and Ozempic.
Well, for the first time, researchers looked at real-world data on the two medications, comparing how much weight people lost on them. And get this, one came out way ahead.
NBC News business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now with more on this intriguing headline. Christine, good morning.
It is. Good morning to both of you. You know, this is a hot topic for sure.
Oh, yes.
This whole class of drugs, very exciting. According to the NIH, more than 2 out of every 5 adults in this country suffer from obesity. Wow. And we know from clinical trials that Ozempic and Mounjaro, they work really well to help people lose weight. But now, a new analysis finds one of those drugs is the clear winner in getting results.
And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
They're two of the most popular weapons in the battle against obesity. Now, a new report suggests one of these blockbuster drugs is far more effective in helping people slim down. The analysis looked at real-world data from about 18,000 overweight adults using Mounjaro or Ozempic over a year. It found those taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight than those on Ozempic, and more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. While not a peer-reviewed study, this echoes previous research that found Mounjaro more effective than Ozempic in helping some people with weight loss. Both drugs are taken through weekly injections and are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, not weight loss.
I've lost 17 pounds in 8 weeks.
But demand is soaring as more patients use them off-label to shed unwanted pounds. Doctors say they work by mimicking hormones in the gut tied to appetite.
The major difference between the two medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones and Ozempic is working on 1 hormone. So you're essentially getting more bang for the buck when you take Mounjaro.
After struggling with obesity her whole life, Tara Rothenhofer joined a clinical trial for Mounjaro. 3 years in, she says she's lost more than 200 pounds.
Instead of that feeling of looking towards your next meal while you're still eating the current meal, you're having more of that feeling of satisfaction, of enjoyment. You know, you have a few bites of something and you feel full.
Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, says it'll soon release a version that's FDA approved for weight loss called Zepbound. In a statement, the maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, told us their drug is only meant to treat type 2 diabetes. Its approved drug for weight loss, called Wegovy, is similar but at a higher dose than Ozempic. Experts caution the safety of these drugs is still unknown in healthy people who just want to lose a few pounds. They can have side effects like gastrointestinal distress, nausea, and vomiting, and they only curb hunger while being used.
For most patients, when you stop the medication, you will regain roughly 2/3 of that weight. This is not a medication that will reset you for life.
So bottom line, Christine, no matter what, these drugs are expensive. How much does insurance cover?
So right now, these are quite expensive. Some of these drugs are hundreds of dollars a week. Now, if you are prescribed for diabetes, then you might have insurance will cover this. And insurance does cover a lot of people on these drugs. But for weight loss specifically, some of these drugs are not covered by insurance. And one of the wrinkles here is that Medicare, way back like 20 years ago in the fen craze, Congress made it that Medicare would not cover weight loss because there were so many, dramatic scams. So they need to go back and figure out, once Medicare starts to cover it for weight loss, then you'll probably see insurers start to follow. We're not there yet. We are in the early days of this, but this is a health story. It's also an economy story because when you can get healthcare costs in this country under control, it could be really life-changing and also financially important for the country.
Absolutely, when less people are obese and having complications in that way. Christine Romans, thank you so much.
Nice
Good to see you.
Coming up, I know we are just starting to snap back to reality after a whirlwind and record-breaking Thanksgiving travel weekend.
But it just so happens to be Travel Tuesday. So time to start booking all your 2024 getaways. Add it to the list of things to buy in these 4 days. Where can you find the best deals today online? We've got you covered up next.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, Lighten your load every single morning.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with details about a bitter legal battle between one of the most successful music duos of all time, Hall & Oates. Daryl Hall, the taller one with blonde hair, has filed a lawsuit and obtained a temporary restraining order against his longtime partner, John Oates. It's a business dispute that reportedly concerns their extensive music catalog. For fans of the iconic pop duo, news of a bitter legal dispute is hitting like a sour note. Hall was recently granted a temporary restraining order against his longtime music partner.
Hall appears to be trying to prevent John Oates from selling his shares in their collective joint venture, which appears to own at least some rights to their catalog of music.
Philly soul singers Daryl Hall and John Oates teamed up in the early 70s and became the #1 selling duo in music history, with hit singles like Man Eater, Out of Touch, and I Can't Go For That. The two played Today Show Plaza back in 2003. And in 2014 were inducted together into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But without officially breaking up, the unique pop magic of Hall & Oates appears to have worn off. Hall even telling Bill Maher last year he didn't consider Oates a creative partner.
John and I are brothers, right? But we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We did a lot of stuff. We made records called Hall & Oates together, but we've always been very separate.
According to court documents obtained by People but not seen by NBC News, the two singers formed a limited liability partnership, and Oates now wants to sell his share of it to a company called Primary Wave Music, which already owns some of their music catalog. According to People, Hall claims in the legal motion that the sale would be a breach of contract and would cause him imminent irreparable harm. Oates' attorney says Mr. Oates has no comment on the lawsuit filed by Mr. Hall's team, adding they'll work toward a resolution that makes sense for all involved.
Musicians' catalogs are among the most precious thing they can own, because once they sell that off,
they don't really have a lot else.
And now the Hall & Oates lawsuit does appear to be heading for arbitration. This is shining a light on the issue of song rights, which have increased in value with the growth of streaming music. That's making them lucrative investments. Some artists have actually cashed in on selling their music catalog rights, including Katy Perry, who recently did so for $225 million.
Ooh, okay.
All right, you can give a lot with that much money.
Really, yeah.
It is Giving Tuesday. Not everyone, though, has a generous spirit in their heart. The FBI says that consumers lost more than $10 billion to internet scams last year.
Yeah, some of those fraudulent schemes are carried out today under the guise of charity work.
Let's bring in Caleb Silver for more on this. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. So let's start with what are some of the most typical scams we'd see on a day like today?
Yeah, sad, because this is the day people actually want to give, but you're going to maybe hear some familiar sounding charities that don't exactly match up with the name you recognize, but close enough that you're like, maybe that is that charity. So look for that. Request to wire money. If anybody's asking you to wire money, that is not a charity you want to be giving to. You want to do that through check, credit card, or a way to track it. Request to act immediately. This urgency. If you don't give now, this will happen. Don't fall for that, of course. Request for unorthodox payments. If somebody wants a gift card, if they want a prepaid credit card sent to them, that's probably not a charity. And then on the phone, you get a lot of these requests, not just in email and text, but on the phone, people calling you desperate to try to get you to give money on today's Giving Tuesday.
How much is this happening? How widespread is this issue? And also, who should really be aware that they may fall for it?
Well, anyone really that wants to give and feels generous today should be aware of it, but it's usually older folks that maybe not as digitally savvy. So if they get a text message saying, update your billing information, or now's the time to give, they may fall for that. Of course, they're more home frequently, so they may get that phone call and want to give on the phone. But anybody that's willing to give today, and usually who does it through digital means, could be vulnerable. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year in fraud.
So you told us kind of what to watch out for there. What are some tips you have in order to avoid being caught in one of these scams?
Yeah, give to the charities you're familiar with. If you regularly give on an annual basis to a charity, then you know it's the right charity. You know you're dealing with somebody legit. Donate directly through the website or mail a check in, again, so you can track your check if you're a check writer. And then you can use these sites like give.org, Charity Navigator, the Better Business Bureau to double check a charity to make sure it is legit and it is a nonprofit and you can get that tax write-off for it. And also, it's okay to use your credit card rewards to donate. It's an easy way to give. You have that money stored up for making purchases for the holiday season. Use those rewards. You can track your credit card giving much easier than you can giving on the phone or giving through a website.
How common is it that you can use those rewards for charities?
Many charities, including the First Aid, actually accept rewards points turned into cash from your credit cards. So you can look on your credit card in your statement and in your profile, and you can see which charities accept rewards. It's a great way to give, especially if you've racked up a lot of spending over the past couple of days.
Yeah,
and if you've successfully given in the past, I have a feeling you're going to be hearing today from some of those organizations that you've given to in the past.
They got your number.
Exactly. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, there is more than a month left of this year, 2023. So that means it's time to start planning your 2024 vacations, right? Today's also Travel Tuesday. That means hundreds of flights to some of the top destinations in the world are going to be available at a deep discount.
From skiing in Aspen to partying in Ibiza, we have tips to get you wherever it is you want to go.
Joining us is Haley Berg, lead economist for the travel app Hopper. Haley, good morning. So in just a moment, you'll tell Joe how to get to Ibiza. But before we get into those details, just remind us why we should book today. I mean, how much do these discounts compare to what we see the rest of the year, or maybe what we might have just seen over the last few days of sales, Cyber Monday, Black Friday, and airlines doing something on those days?
Travel Deal Tuesday is the #1 day of the whole year to get deals on not just flights, but also hotel stays. We see more deals available today than on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined. So if you haven't booked any travel for last-minute holiday trips or 2024, today is the day to do it. We're expecting to see incredible discounts. On the Hopper app, we'll have 35 to 50% off hotels in 80 top destinations. And airlines have already shared that they're participating today with special promotions. American Airlines, Aer Lingus, Fiji Airways. So there are a lot of folks participating and really great deals available.
So let's get to the tips. Where specifically should we be looking for the best deals? What are your tips on how to approach Travel Tuesday?
The good news is if you're looking for flight deals, you can find them everywhere on the airline's own website or on an online travel agency like Hopper. If you can be a little bit flexible about where you're flying to, that's how you'll get the best deal on flights. And when it comes to hotels, Hopper's offering exclusive deals up to 50% off. And you'll find those on the app all day today. You don't have to do anything special. Just search for the trip that you're looking for and you'll see those discounts.
And now, of course, where should we be headed? What cities are you eyeing? What deals are available?
So we typically see really great deals on those international bucket list trips today. So keep in mind that if you've been thinking about one of those longer haul vacations, today is the day to check out the airline websites or the Hopper app for some of those bigger tickets. But also keep in mind domestic trips are going to be discounted. So we're seeing prices as low as $50 from New York to Miami, for example, plus discounts like 35% off a hotel stay in Miami. So keep in mind that whatever trips that you're taking in the next couple of months could be discounting, including holiday trips. If you haven't booked your Christmas flights, today's the day to do it. You could probably get some pretty good deals. Last year, we had customers save 80% off trips for Christmas.
Oh, wow. So the procrastinators might get rewarded today. We'll have to wait and see. All right. So, Haley, you keep mentioning flexibility. Explain to us the importance of booking a trip with flexible dates. What are some of the benefits there?
We often all book trips over the same weekends, over the same holidays. Think how everyone travels over 4th of July weekend or Memorial Day. The same goes for the holidays. The most popular travel dates for Christmas or just Thanksgiving this past weekend, they're very common and they're very expensive. So if you are thinking about booking maybe a last minute December holiday vacation or something for 2024, try to pick dates that are a little off the beaten track. Take Christmas, for example. If you fly home on the 28th instead of the 26th, you can save over 20% on your airfare. So flexibility on dates is a key way that you can lower the price of your ticket and access some of those extra special deals today.
Awesome. Haley Berg, good tips. Thank you so much and happy traveling.
You too.
Coming up, we are wishing you a very sherry Christmas here at NBC News.
Yeah, after the break, our own Harry Smith sits down with the legendary, the iconic Cher to talk about her new holiday album and her highly anticipated performance at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. Stick around, that is up next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. A winter wonderland has arrived at the White House. Yesterday, First Lady Jill Biden unveiled this year's holiday theme. It's called Magic, Wonder, and Joy, and it is inspired by children's experiences during the season. Dr. Biden said that each room is designed to capture pure, unfiltered delight and imagination. Throughout the White House, visitors will be able to see 98 Christmas trees, nearly 34,000 ornaments, 72 wreaths, and around 140,000 right? Did I say that right? 140,000 holiday lights. The White House expects thousands of people to visit during the holiday season. It also probably would align with my experience.
Right, it looks just like your place.
Very children,
exactly.
Yeah, with 140,000 lights as well.
All right, finally this hour, she is a singer who needs no introduction or last name for that matter.
Yeah.
Cher is going to be rocking around the Christmas tree at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Christmas tree lighting.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith got to speak with her.
Right.
She loves you.
So there are stars, right? There are mega stars, and then there's Cher.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it. Icon isn't adequate. Her range.
Wait a minute!
Her looks, her talent, her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas, a half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called him and I was really nervous. I said, Stevie, I did this song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's going to be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17. I can feel something inside me say.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I will admit it. Like, really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
Thanks
Oh
to
my
the
gosh.
Pebble Bar right next door, gave us the space to do the interview, and we're talking about Moonstruck. And she said, I said, with that scene where you go to the opera and you cry, she says, there was no music, there was no opera. It was just the director saying, this is what's happening in this music as it's happening. And you see this tear come down her eye. She won the Academy Award for it.
Of course, yeah.
And good for her. She knows she was good. She knows she was good and she owns it.
She's such a pleasure.
I like how she wants to be your age. She wants to...
I do anything to be 70 again. Right?
That's so great.
She's a cool customer.
She really
Oh my
is.
gosh, what an interview.
Love
Harry.
that interview. She's an icon. You're an icon, Harry. Thank you so much for joining
And
us.
she'll be on.
Yes, exactly. Tomorrow you can catch NBC's Christmas at Rockefeller Center, 8 p.m. Eastern.
There you go.
They
We got a
light
little
the tree. They sing some songs.
Taste of the parade.
Kelly Clarkson is going to be. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw Cher from a distance at the parade, but I could see her. She was hugging her dance. I mean, she goes up there and she's hugging the people with her.
She's
and all
the
that.
real, genuine article.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's so awesome.
All right.
Takes
Harry,
nothing
Harry,
for granted.
thank you. So good to see you. Merry
Appreciate it.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Gonna do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, an extended truce in the Middle East this morning, with officials on both sides of the deadly conflict now agreeing to a longer pause in the violence in order to free more Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners and allow vital humanitarian aid to enter a besieged Gaza. We're on the ground with just how long this fragile ceasefire could actually last. Back home this morning, we're watching some wicked weather that's hitting the Midwest and Northeast. Millions of Americans waking up to mounds of snow around the Great Lakes and beyond, with even more of the white stuff expected today. We've got the latest track as a late November cold snap rattles temperatures from coast to coast. Also this morning, we are saying one final farewell to former First Lady Rosalind Carter with a memorial service in Atlanta later today that's expected to draw some of the biggest names in Washington, past and present, including President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. We're also expecting a rare public appearance from former President Jimmy Carter as he lays his longtime partner to rest. And today is Travel Tuesday, coming on the heels of a record-breaking Thanksgiving weekend at America's airports. Later in the hour, we're going to bring you all the steals and deals for your 2024 getaways. Never too early to start thinking about vacation next year, right?
I am overwhelmed by how many things we're supposed to be thinking about buying in this 4-day span.
Plus, you have to give today, too.
Yes, exactly,
Giving Tuesday.
and
All right.
donate.
We're going to begin this hour in the Middle East, where a newly extended truce between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding.
Yeah, the 48-hour ceasefire extension agreed to yesterday is expected to allow for more hostages and prisoner releases, as well as further aid getting into Gaza. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Tel Aviv.
As the deal was set to expire late last night, Israel and Hamas agreed to a 2-day extension. That means today and tomorrow, Israel is not carrying out its bombing campaign to destroy and dislodge Hamas in Gaza. And Hamas is expected sometime today to release at least 10 more hostages, 10 more tomorrow, in exchange for dozens of freed Palestinian prisoners.
Under armed guard, Hamas handed over 11 hostages, 2 women and 9 children, to the Red Cross last night, including 2 3-year-old twin girls. They were whisked into Israel for medical checks and then reunited with their families. All of the hostages freed yesterday were taken by Hamas on October 7th from a single kibbutz near Oz, near the Gaza border, including 12-year-old Erez and 16-year-old Sahar Calderon. Their father, Ofer, like all of the kidnapped men, remains a hostage.
Bring them home and to be again big, happy family. So let's go. Let's bring them back.
But Hamas isn't the only group in Gaza holding hostages. Others have around 40, including, according to the Israeli military, 10-month-old Kafir Bibas, whose mother and siblings were also captured. Critically, the Israel-Hamas hostage deal is allowing more aid into Gaza, which has been devastated by Israeli airstrikes and tank fire. Before and after pictures show wide-scale destruction, with 80% of the population displaced, according to the UN. Truce or not, we still have no electricity, no water, and none of life's basic necessities, said this man. In Israel, the hostages are staying in hospitals until they're ready to go home. So far, only one American has been set free in this truce, 4-year-old Israeli-American Abigail Idan. Her mother and father were killed. She was sheltered by neighbors until Hamas discovered them and took them all hostage. We spoke to her aunt at a hospital near Tel Aviv, where Abigail and most of the freed children are staying.
Her story is so difficult because she went through hell and now she has no parents.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen to her?
Well, the family is going to take care of her. There's a lot of family around her. I know, like in Israel, people feel that she's the Israeli baby. She's the Israeli baby of everyone.
The first of 3 American aid flights containing aid for the people of Gaza arrive in Egypt today. The aid will then be trucked into the Gaza Strip. It includes food, medicine, and winter clothing.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. For more, we are now joined by longtime former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher, who has been joining us throughout this conflict. Martin, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So we now have this additional 2 days of this truce with the additional potential for these 10 hostages to be released, 10 today, 10 tomorrow. Hamas, though, still has dozens of hostages. So how big of an impact do you feel? How hopeful does this make you that future negotiations could continue to have hostages released when we know that those next 20 will still mean there are several in captivity?
Well, you know, it's actually more than several dozen. There's about 150 hostages still left in Hamas hands, and the negotiations are continuing to extend this 2-day ceasefire. But the Israelis have said that they've said very clearly that they're not going to extend any ceasefires beyond 10 days. That's the Israeli maximum, 10 days. And today we would be in day 5 of that. So the hostages still held by Hamas. You know, there's a limited number who could be released in the next days if it's 10 days, if it's 10 hostages released every day. And there's still children held by Hamas. So the Israelis are very concerned about it. There's one family, the Bibas family, they have a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old baby who's still held hostage by Hamas. And actually that became more complicated because the Israeli army has said that Hamas has moved that Bibas family to another group in Gaza. It's not clear who. So the hostages still held in Gaza are still being divided among different groups in Gaza holding them. So it's a very complex situation to get more out. But then, as I say, according to Israel, 5 more days maximum is what they're saying. Then they're going to go back to war.
Complex. And Martin, a reminder to our viewers, personal for you and your family. You have relatives who were taken hostage last month, later released, one still being held by Hamas. Just what's been the reaction in your family and with people you've spoken with in Israel to these hostage and prisoner releases and this temporary truce?
Well, everybody wants all the hostages back. And Israel's divided. It's a kind of manic depressive place. You know, on the one hand, there's joy that the hostages are being released. On the other hand, there's sorrow that more hostages are being held still to be released. And there's also the overwhelming issue in Israel is to destroy Hamas so that this can never happen again. The calls for a ceasefire in Israel are seen as a way of letting Hamas off the hook. You know, Hamas has said repeatedly that they're going to do this again and again until they've destroyed Israel. And they say in their charter to kill the Jews. So on the one hand, there's this need to get the hostages back, but there's another overwhelming need, which is to make sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has continued to say, as we've been discussing here, that the destruction of Hamas is the ultimate goal here. I do want to read something from the New York Times here, though, quoting President Biden saying he hopes to influence any fresh military action, ensuring that it is more targeted and does more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think we could see a different approach from Israel after the pause? Is that possible?
Well, the United States is demanding a different approach from Israel after this pause. They want to make sure that there's no continuation of this humanitarian disaster. And every sign is that if Israel does attack the south of Gaza, it could be even worse than it was in the north, because most of the population from the north is now in the south. So you've got about 2 million Palestinians in the southern half of Gaza. So whereas before they were spread out over all of Gaza, now they're concentrated in the south. So Israel cannot really continue the campaign in the same way as it did before of bombing its way into the enemy, if you like, of clearing the way for the Israelis' ground forces by bombing from the air. You know, when you've got so many people focused and concentrated in such a small area, that's going to be another humanitarian disaster, greater probably than what we've seen already. So America wants that not to happen, and Israel is finally looking for a way to destroy Hamas, which it knows is hiding among that Palestinian population in the south of Gaza. So Israel's work is the future is very tough for Israel's military. How do you destroy Hamas when they're hiding within the civilian population? That was a problem before. It's a problem. It's a double the size problem now, because, as I say, most of the population of Gaza is concentrated in only half of the territory. And that's where Israel has to go to war to fight Hamas. So a humanitarian disaster, even greater than before, is in the offing. At a time, by the way, when the weather is changing, it's winter now, there's heavy rain in that area, there's a possible problem of disease spreading among the Palestinians. So this is a horrific situation which can only be really ended by some kind of long-term ceasefire which sees the end of Hamas. That's what Israel wants, but it's not what Hamas wants, obviously.
Martin Fletcher, as always, we so appreciate your perspective and also you sharing personally what your family's going through. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Joe.
As Richard Engel reported a moment ago, 4-year-old Abigail Moore-Idan was the youngest American taken hostage. She was released on Sunday, just days after turning 4 while in captivity. Members of Abigail's family spoke out earlier this morning on Today for the first time since she was freed. Here's part of that conversation.
Well, first, we're thrilled that she is released. Abigail was held hostage with a mother and her 3 kids. And that was a blessing because she had a mother who could hold her and comfort her in the darkness for 50 days. Abigail is with family. She's with her aunt, her grandmother. They met her. She's been reunited with her brother and her sister. And that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated, and with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process, and it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered, but at least she is now home safe with her family, and we can only pray and hope as the days go on that she will be able to live a good life.
Noah, will you tell us about Abigail? We all do sort of feel like we know her. As they said, you know, she's Israel's child. Tell us about her. What's she like?
She's a sweet and feisty girl. She likes to boss around her brother and sister, to chase a soccer ball with her brother and her cousins, who are very good soccer players. I mean, you can see on her smile, she's just a sweet girl that as far as we know, still has a love of life.
It's just horrific when you learn about the details of what happened to Abigail. I mean, her father was killed holding her, trying to protect her. Her mother was killed, her siblings right behind a partition, and had to witness that. How do you rebuild, Liz? I know she is surrounded by family and you will envelop her in love, but what are your hopes for her?
Well, my hopes are that she can live a private life where she can be with her family. Her aunt, who is the sister of Smadar, who was murdered, will be raising her with her husband, Zoli, and with their 3 kids. So this family will be 6 children. And I know that they will get lots of love. The grandparents are very involved in her life. And what I hope for her is that she will be embraced and she'll go back out and play soccer with her siblings and go back to school.
Abigail's family calls her the hope for the future. They hope she will be able to live her life and have as normal a childhood as possible.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady will be in Atlanta this morning to give their final respects to former First Lady Rosalind Carter at a memorial service. She passed away last week at the age of 96. Former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of nearly 80 years, is also expected to attend. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with more. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. We have already seen hundreds of people coming out to give tribute to Mrs. Carter. In fact, many of those arrived by busload yesterday at the Carter Center. But perhaps the most notable of the attendees today will be her husband, the former President Jimmy Carter. You know, we know that he made the more than 150-mile journey from Plains up here to Atlanta. We're told he was in town yesterday resting. This is going to be a very rare public appearance for the former president as he prepares to say goodbye to his wife of 77 years. With one last ride through her beloved home state of Georgia, this morning a fond farewell for former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Today's memorial service, on the second of a three-day tribute, is expected to draw a host of White House occupants, past and present, including her husband of nearly 8 decades, former President Jimmy Carter. It would be a rare public appearance for the 99-year-old former commander-in-chief who entered hospice care in February and was last seen in September riding through the Plains Peanut Parade with his wife by his side. Also set to attend, President and Mrs. Biden, former President Clinton, and every living former First Lady, including Hillary Clinton, Laura Bush, Michelle Obama, and Melania Trump. It comes after a day of touching tributes throughout the state, starting in Mrs. Carter's hometown of Plains, then moving to her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University, where a pair of wreaths were placed near her statue on campus. Finally, to Atlanta's Carter Center, where lines of people paid their respects to the former First Lady who, along with her husband, dedicated herself to humanitarian work after leaving the White House.
Her top priority was mental health. She advocated for changes in public policy and the availability of treatment for people who needed them and elimination of stigma.
Along the nearly 150-mile route, lines of crowds, school children, and grateful citizens all coming to say goodbye.
When you go to Plains and Miss Rosalind would visit with her, and she would walk you out the door. Even when she was frail, she would grab the walker and walk you out the door. Today we get an opportunity to walk her home.
And during today's service, her grandchildren will serve as pallbearers. We will also hear tributes from her close personal friends as well as her children. Now, after the conclusion of today's service, the motorcade will travel back down to Plains, Georgia, where she will be laid to rest tomorrow. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Millions of Americans are waking up this morning to an early glimpse of winter. Lake effect snow piled up overnight in communities across the Midwest and Northeast, while folks along the East Coast are getting a blast of chilly temperatures. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Erie, Pennsylvania with the latest on all the weather. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. And a cold one out here in Erie, PA. We've got these brutal wind gusts just off of Lake Erie, and that's churning up the waters here. You can see we're at the bay right off of Lake Erie, and these are some pretty choppy waters right now. It's these blasts of cold air combining with these waters, which have been turning parts of the Great Lakes region into a snow globe overnight.
Following a stormy night of snow, blustery winds, and treacherous roads, this morning millions are bracing for the possibility of even more.
This is a big storm to be our first storm of the year, so everyone's going to knock the rust off really quick.
In Michigan and New York, some communities seen up to a foot of snow or more since Monday. Drivers trapped and digging out, and some semi-trucks even stranded. And in some areas, it's still coming down. This early winter mess, courtesy of lake effect snow, which happens when frigid winds sweep across the Great Lakes and their relatively warm waters. Heat and moisture transform into clouds, dumping heavy snow in areas downwind. With snowplows gearing up, officials asking the public to prepare as well.
Travelers, please take your time.
And while this week's wintry weather is not backing up the nation's airports, some drivers are seeing major delays on the roads, like along the I-90 corridor in Erie, Pennsylvania, where numerous crashes were reported overnight. Thankfully, most Americans do not have to dig out this morning, but millions are waking up to frigid temperatures.
Bundle up the kids when you send them off to school.
The holiday season chill stretching along the East Coast and west to Chicago, bringing temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average today.
If you're catching a flight this morning, most of you can breathe a sigh of relief. According to Flight Tracker FlightAware, we're not seeing many cancellations at all tied to U.S. airports this morning, Joe.
All right, some good news there. We take it. We'll take it. Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
And for more on those chilly temperatures, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's back with the latest. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Just like Jesse was layered up, I think a lot of folks are going to have to do exactly that before they head out the door this morning. We'll see continuing chilly conditions across most of the east. And I say that because the southeast is included as well, where we do have these alerts that are up because of temperatures this morning. We've got freeze warnings in effect for places like Charleston, Myrtle Beach, down towards Savannah and out towards Tallahassee and extending into parts of the Gulf Coast too. So chilly conditions for sure for folks there, and even colder here as we look up into portions of the Midwest and into the Northeast. We've got Chicago sitting at 15 degrees, but feeling like just 3 degrees this morning. Indianapolis right now into the teens as well and feeling like the single digits. A little farther south, places like Nashville into the 30s, but feeling like the 20s. The Northeast included in this as well, with the 30s for New York right now, but with that wind again into the mid-20s. So extra layers going to be necessary. We will see our temperatures end up into the upper 30s in New York today. That'll be better than, of course, what we're dealing with right now, but still running well below normal for this time of year. Indianapolis, we'll see temperatures in the high 20s later today, and as far south as Tallahassee, we'll just hang out into the 50s. We won't even get into the 60s this afternoon. So the cooler than normal temperatures continue today and into tomorrow too, but notice it's a smaller area. We start to see more seasonal conditions settling into parts of the Great Lakes and the Midwest. We'll end up into the 40s in Washington, D.C., but notice what happens by the time we get into Thursday, Friday, and eventually Saturday. 50s on tap for folks in Cincinnati. We'll hit the upper 50s in Richmond by Thursday and Friday, guys, so it'll be a little bit of a better kind of temperature situation for us, but of course, we'll deal with some rain for parts of the southeast by the time Thursday and Friday roll around.
All right, there you go. Getting cold, Angie. Thank you.
Got more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the bitter legal battle now playing out between two titans of pop music, Hall and Oates.
But first, after the break, Alec Murdaugh is back in court this morning. We've got more on his additional alleged crimes that he's expected to be sentenced for right after this.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The financial victims of disgraced lawyer and convicted killer Alex Murdaugh will have the chance to address him directly in a South Carolina courtroom today.
Murdaugh is set to be sentenced on almost 24 counts of financial crimes, including money laundering, fraud, and breach of trust. State prosecutors say Murdaugh carried out several schemes against his clients as well as his family's law firm. Today's sentencing follows a plea deal Murdaugh reached with prosecutors just days before his trial was set to start.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. So, Danny, first of all, remind us just this plea deal. What did both sides agree to here?
They agreed to him pleading guilty to all counts in the state court case. That does not cover the federal case. And, of course, it doesn't necessarily cover the sentencing issue, which is going to get really thorny in this case, because you have a situation where Murdaugh is being sentenced in state court first and then sentenced in federal court and then possibly sentenced again for financial crimes in state court. This gets really complex. The bottom line is he's going to be in all the prisons forever going forward.
So the judge says that he does fully intend, was the language that he used, to accept Murdaugh's guilty plea, but does want to hear from the victims. Walk us through that process and why that needs to take place.
The modern trend is that victims should be heard in court, and many states have enacted statutes that require victims to be heard. Now, whether or not it affects the ultimate outcome in sentencing is probably, in my view, I don't think it makes a tremendous amount of difference. I think it's very cathartic for the victims. But in federal court, for example, the calculus in arriving at a recommended sentence in federal court depends much more heavily on the dollar lost to the victims, more so than their impact statements themselves. So that is some consolation to the victims that the amounts that Murdaugh stole, if we were in federal court, for example, would count heavily towards a sentence in the stratosphere. So that is a good thing for victims.
You touched on the rundown of charges and convictions. Let's go through it again here. He's already serving 2 consecutive life sentences for the shooting deaths of his wife and son. His lawyers are seeking a new trial in that case. He's awaiting sentencing on those federal financial crime charges you mentioned, and he's still facing insurance fraud charges. How could the sentence here factor into all of that?
It could be a drop in the bucket, and that's the bottom line. I mean, you might ask the question rhetorically, why still fight? Why even fight the murder conviction? I mean, for prisoners, first, all they have to do is fight. That's what they do all day. I get their letters, so I know what I'm talking about. They spend all day writing, and any defense attorney will tell you they get letters all day from prisoners, hoping for some sliver of a possibility that they can turn over one conviction. If they begin with one, maybe they can turn over another one, and maybe, against all odds, they could breathe free air again. But in Murdaugh's case, the odds of that are incalculably small.
All right. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, let's get you some international headlines now. North Korea says its recently launched satellite has taken detailed photographs of the White House, the Pentagon, and nuclear aircraft carriers.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joseph, Anna, good morning. That's right. Today, KCNA said that the spy satellite North Korea sent just a few days ago, or launched just a few days ago, started sending back images of several sensitive sites all across the United States. As you mentioned, the White House, the Pentagon, and U.S. nuclear aircraft carriers. But also, the KCNA said the satellites took pictures of a U.S. naval base, a shipyard, in an airfield in Virginia, among other places. Now, the news agency said the pictures were viewed rescued by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un, but none of the images have been made public yet, and their existence has not been independently verified. Now, the White House says it strongly condemns the launch, adding that it violates UN Security Council resolutions because it used ballistic missile technology. Now let's go to Russia now, where a snowstorm, hurricane winds and heavy flooding battered the south of the country, including Ukrainian regions annexed by Moscow. According to local media, at least 4 people died and almost 2 million were left without power. One of the most affected areas is the Crimean Peninsula in the south of Ukraine, annexed by Russia in 2014. Officials there reported flooding in coastal areas, fallen trees, and the death of about 800 exotic fish in an aquarium destroyed by sea flooding in the port of Sevastopol. And let's end this tour of the world in, well, Princess Diana's wardrobe. A pink blouse worn by the late princess in 1981 will be sold at an auction next month. Diana wore the blouse while posing for a famous portrait taken when her engagement to then Prince Charles, now King Charles III, was announced. The photograph became an iconic image of the late princess, so go ahead, make your biddings, guys, but beware because it is expected to fetch up to $100,000.
Wow. I'm back into The Crown, so I'm like so in Princess Diana land because
so you're into this?
Yes, yes.
And then we had the sheep sweater, now we have this.
Yeah,
all up for sale. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, coming up, it is that time of year again. Unfortunately, we're talking about flu season.
Flu numbers back on the rise. So what are some of the best ways you can protect yourself and your family this winter? The doctor is in after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Well, flu season is well underway, and states are seeing a spike in cases.
The CDC says the percentage of positive flu tests increased 4.9% last week. On top of that, flu-related doctors' visits increased by nearly 4%.
Joining us now for more on this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So what is behind the rise in flu cases that we're seeing? I mean, is this just to be expected as we head into winter?
Well, good morning, Savannah and Joe. This is to be expected, but just to point out, every flu season is different. We're seeing this flu season start off much more slowly than last year. About 12,000 hospitalizations, unfortunately, about 700 deaths so far. Dramatically lower, though, at this point relative to what we saw in 2022. So we're just seeing the beginning, probably going to see a peak in January, February of next year.
So right now, it's southeastern states that seem to be hit the hardest by this recent spike in flu cases. Do we know why that is and who is most at risk this season?
Well, Joe, candidly, what we've seen here is that the uptake of the flu vaccine in the Southeast United States is lower than the rest of the country. So that's probably one reason why. This flu vaccine is about 80% effective against the existing strains. We're seeing spikes in Louisiana and South Carolina in particular, followed by Texas and Florida. So there is that corollary between decreased prevention measures like vaccination and this rise in hospitalizations.
So, Dr. Gupta, remind us the latest guidance on the flu vaccine. If you're someone who hasn't got it yet, what should you be doing to protect yourself?
Span, I'm glad you brought that up. If you're 60 and older, ask your doc about the quadrivalent vaccine. It's more protective, especially if you're medically high risk. If you're 6 months and older, you are qualifying for any type of flu shot. Critical to recognize that we're seeing rates about 5% lower than pre-pandemic levels. Also, just remember, if you're a parent with kiddos, young kiddos that are sick, keep them at home. Daycares across the country are urging that if that parents do a self-triage of symptoms amongst your kids just to minimize spread. I'll also just critically say here, if you are somebody that's unwell, if you're feeling unwell, know your body. Know that within 48 hours of developing flu-like symptoms, treatment is available in the form of Tamiflu, but you have to know and present yourself to care to get tested. So don't just assume it's the common cold. If you're feeling unwell, seek medical attention, especially if you're high risk, because treatment can keep you out of the hospital.
Dr. Vin Gupta, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for those important reminders.
Now to a new report on two popular weight loss drugs, Mounjaro and Ozempic.
Well, for the first time, researchers looked at real-world data on the two medications, comparing how much weight people lost in them. And get this, one came out way ahead.
NBC News business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now with more on this intriguing headline. Christine, good morning.
It is. Good morning to both of you. You know, this is a hot topic for sure.
Oh, yes.
This whole class of drugs, very exciting. According to the NIH, more than 2 out of every 5 adults in this country suffer from obesity. Wow. And we know from clinical trials that Ozempic and Mounjaro, they work really well to help people lose weight. But now, a new analysis finds one of those drugs is the clear winner in getting results.
And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
They're two of the most popular weapons in the battle against obesity. Now, a new report suggests one of these blockbuster drugs is far more effective in helping people slim down. The analysis looked at real-world data from about 18,000 overweight adults using Mounjaro or Ozempic over a year. It found those taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight than those on Ozempic, and more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. While not a peer-reviewed study, this echoes previous research that found Mounjaro more effective than Ozempic in helping some people with weight loss. Both drugs are taken through weekly injections and are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, not weight loss.
I've lost 17 pounds in 8 weeks.
But demand is soaring as more patients use them off-label to shed unwanted pounds. Doctors say they work by mimicking hormones in the gut tied to appetite.
The major difference between the two medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones and Ozempic is working on 1 hormone. So you're essentially getting more bang for the buck when you take Mounjaro.
After struggling with obesity her whole life, Tara Rothenhofer joined a clinical trial for Mounjaro. 3 years in, she says she's lost more than 200 pounds.
Instead of that feeling of looking towards your next meal while you're still eating the current meal, you're having more of that feeling of satisfaction, of enjoyment. You know, you have a few bites of something and you feel full.
Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, says it'll soon release a version that's FDA approved for weight loss called Zepbound. In a statement, the maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, told us their drug is only meant to treat type 2 diabetes. Its approved drug for weight loss, called Wegovy, is similar but at a higher dose than Ozempic. Experts caution the safety of these drugs is still unknown in healthy people who just want to lose a few pounds. They can have side effects like gastrointestinal distress, nausea, and vomiting, and they only curb hunger while being used.
For most patients, when you stop the medication, you will regain roughly 2/3 of that weight. This is not a medication that will reset you for life.
So bottom line, Christine, no matter what, these drugs are expensive. How much does insurance cover?
So right now, these are quite expensive. Some of these drugs are hundreds of dollars a week. Now, if you are prescribed for diabetes, then you might have insurance will cover this. And insurance does cover a lot of people on these drugs. But for weight loss specifically, some of these drugs are not covered by insurance. And one of the wrinkles here is that Medicare
way back like 20 years ago in the fen craze, Congress made it that Medicare would not cover weight loss because there were so many, dramatic scams. So they need to go back and figure out, once Medicare starts to cover it for weight loss, then you'll probably see insurers start to follow. We're not there yet. We are in the early days of this, but this is a health story. It's also an economy story because when you can get healthcare costs in this country under control, it could be really life-changing and also financially important for the country.
Absolutely. When less people are obese and having complications in that way. Christine Romans, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Coming up, I know we are just starting to snap back to reality after a whirlwind and record-breaking Thanksgiving travel weekend.
But it just so happens to be Travel Tuesday. So time to start booking all your 2024 getaways. Add it to the list of things to buy in these 4 days. Where can you find the best deals today online? We've got you covered. Up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're back now with details about a bitter legal battle between one of the most successful music duos of all time, Hall and Oates. Daryl Hall, the taller one with blonde hair, has filed a lawsuit and obtained a temporary restraining order against his longtime partner, John Oates. It's a business dispute that reportedly concerns their extensive music catalog. For fans of the iconic pop duo, news of a bitter legal dispute is hitting like a sour note. Hall was recently granted a temporary restraining order against his longtime music partner.
Hall appears to be trying to prevent John Oates from selling his shares in their collective joint venture, which appears to own at least some rights to their catalog of music.
Philly soul singers Daryl Hall and John Oates teamed up in the early 70s and became the #1 selling duo in music history, with hit singles like Man Eater, Out of Touch, and I Can't Go For That. The two played Today Show Plaza back in 2003. And in 2014 were inducted together into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But without officially breaking up, the unique pop magic of Hall & Oates appears to have worn off. Hall even telling Bill Maher last year he didn't consider Oates a creative partner.
John and I are brothers, right? But we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We did a lot of stuff. We made records called Hall & Oates together, but we've always been very separate.
According to court documents obtained by People but not seen by NBC News, the two singers formed a limited liability partnership, and Oates now wants to sell his share of it to a company called Primary Wave Music, which already owns some of their music catalog. According to People, Hall claims in the legal motion that the sale would be a breach of contract and would cause him imminent irreparable harm. Oates' attorney says Mr. Oates has no comment on the lawsuit filed by Mr. Hall's team, adding they'll work toward a resolution that makes sense for all involved.
Musicians' catalogs are among the most precious thing they can own, because once they sell that off, they don't really have a lot else.
And now the Hall & Oates lawsuit does appear to be heading for arbitration. This is shining a light on the issue of song rights, which have increased in value with the growth of streaming music. That's making them lucrative investments. Some artists have actually cashed in on selling their music catalog rights, including Katy Perry, who recently did so for $225 million.
Ooh, okay.
All right, you can give a lot with that much money.
Really, yeah.
It is Giving Tuesday. Not everyone, though, has a generous spirit in their heart. The FBI says that consumers lost more than $10 billion to internet scams last year.
Yeah, some of those fraudulent schemes are carried out today under the guise of charity work.
Let's bring in Caleb Silver for more on this. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. So let's start with what are some of the most typical scams we'd see on a day like today?
Yeah, sad, because this is the day people actually want to give. But you're going to maybe hear some familiar sounding charities that don't exactly match up with the name you recognize, but close enough that you're like, maybe that is that charity. So look for that. Request to wire money. If anybody's asking you to wire money, that is not a charity you want to be giving to. You want to do that through check, credit card, or a way to track it. Request to act immediately. This urgency. If you don't give now, this will happen. Don't fall for that, of course. Request for unorthodox payments. If somebody wants a gift card, if they want a prepaid credit card sent to them, that's probably not a charity. And then on the phone, you get a lot of these requests, not just an email and text, but on the phone, people calling you desperate to try to get you to give money on today's Giving Tuesday.
How much is this happening? How widespread is this issue? And also, who should really be aware that they may fall for it?
Well, anyone really that wants to give and feels generous today should be aware of it, but it's usually older folks that maybe not as digitally savvy. So if they get a text message saying, update your billing information, or now's the time to give, they may fall for that. Of course, they're more home frequently, so they may get that phone call and want to give on the phone. But anybody that's willing to give today, and usually who does it through digital means, could be vulnerable. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year in fraud.
So you told us kind of what to watch out for there. What are some tips you have in order to avoid being caught in one of these scams?
Yeah, give to the charities you're familiar with. If you regularly give on an annual basis to a charity, then you know it's the right charity. You know you're dealing with somebody legit. Donate directly through the website or mail a check in, again, so you can track your check if you're a check writer. And then you can use these sites like give.org, Charity Navigator, the Better Business Bureau to double check a charity to make sure it is legit and it is a nonprofit, and you can get that tax write-off for it. And also, it's okay to use your credit card rewards to donate. It's an easy way to give. You have that money stored up for making purchases for the holiday season. Use those rewards. You can track your credit card giving much easier than you can giving on the phone or giving through a website.
How common is it that you can use those rewards for charities?
Many charities, including the First Aid, actually accept rewards points turned into cash from your credit cards. So you can look on your credit card in your statement and in your profile, and you can see which charities accept rewards. It's a great way to give, especially if you've racked up a lot of spending over the past couple of days.
Yeah,
and if you've successfully given in the past, I have a feeling you're going to be hearing today from some of those organizations that you've given to in the past.
They got your number.
Exactly. Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, there is more than a month left of this year, 2023. So that means it's time to start planning your 2024 vacations, right? Today's also Travel Tuesday. That means hundreds of flights to some of the top destinations in the world are going to be available at a deep discount.
From skiing in Aspen to partying in Ibiza, we have tips to get you wherever it is you want to go.
Joining us is Haley Berg, lead economist for the travel app Hopper. Haley, good morning. So in just a moment, you'll tell Joe how to get to Ibiza. But before we get into those details, just remind us why we should book today. I mean, how much do these discounts compare to what we see the rest of the year, or maybe what we might have just seen over the last few days of sales, Cyber Monday, Black Friday, and airlines doing something on those days?
Travel Deal Tuesday is the #1 day of the whole year to get deals on not just flights, but also hotel stays. We see more deals available today than on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined. So if you haven't booked any travel for last-minute holiday trips or 2024, today is the day to do it. We're expecting to see incredible discounts. On the Hopper app, we'll have 35 to 50% off hotels in 80 top destinations. And airlines have already shared that they're participating today with special promotions. American Airlines, Aer Lingus, Fiji Airways. So there are a lot of folks participating and really great deals available.
So let's get to the tips. Where specifically should we be looking for the best deals? What are your tips on how to approach Travel Tuesday?
The good news is if you're looking for flight deals, you can find them everywhere on the airline's own website or on an online travel agency like Hopper. If you can be a little bit flexible about where you're flying to, that's how you'll get the best deal on flights. And when it comes to hotels, Hopper's offering exclusive deals up to 50% off, and you'll find those on the app all day today. You don't have to do anything special, just search for the trip that you're looking for and you'll see those discounts.
And now, of course, where should we be headed? What cities are you eyeing? What deals are available?
So we typically see really great deals on those international bucket list trips today. So keep in mind that if you've been thinking about one of those longer haul vacations, today is the day to check out the airline websites or the Hopper app for some of those bigger tickets. But also keep in mind domestic trips are going to be discounted. So we're seeing prices as low as $50 from New York to Miami, for example, plus discounts like 35% off a hotel stay in Miami. So keep in mind that whatever trips that you're taking in the next couple of months could be discounting, including holiday trips. If you haven't booked your Christmas flights, today is the day to do it. You could probably get some pretty good deals. Last year, we had customers save 80% off trips for Christmas.
Oh, wow. So the procrastinators might get rewarded today. We'll have to wait and see. All right. So, Haley, you keep mentioning flexibility. Explain to us the importance of booking a trip with flexible dates. What are some of the benefits there?
We often all book trips over the same weekends, over the same holidays. Think how everyone travels over 4th of July weekend or Memorial Day. The same goes for the holidays. The most popular travel dates for Christmas or just Thanksgiving this past weekend, they're very common and they're very expensive. So if you are thinking about booking maybe a last minute December holiday vacation or something for 2024, try to pick dates that are a little off the beaten track. Take Christmas, for example. If you fly home on the 28th instead of the 26th, you can save over 20% on your airfare. So flexibility on dates is a key way that you can lower the price of your ticket and access some of those extra special deals today.
Awesome. Haley Berg, good tips. Thank you so much and happy traveling.
You too.
Coming up, we are wishing you a very Sherry Christmas here at NBC News.
Yeah, after the break, our own Harry Smith sits down with the legendary, the iconic Cher to talk about her new holiday album and her highly anticipated performance at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting. Stick around, that is up next.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. By the
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A winter wonderland has arrived at the White House. Yesterday, First Lady Jill Biden unveiled this year's holiday theme. It's called Magic, Wonder, and Joy, and it is inspired by children's experiences during the season. Dr. Biden said that each room is designed to capture pure, unfiltered delight and imagination. Throughout the White House, visitors will be able to see 98 Christmas trees, nearly 34,000 ornaments, 72 wreaths, and around 140,000 right? Did I say that right? 140,000 holiday lights. The White House expects thousands of people to visit during the holiday season. It also probably would align with my experience.
Right, it looks just like your place.
Very childlike,
exactly.
Yeah, with 140,000 lights as well.
All right, finally this hour, she is a singer who needs no introduction or last name for that matter.
Yeah.
Cher is going to be rocking around the Christmas tree at tomorrow night's Rockefeller Christmas tree lighting.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith got to speak with her.
Right.
She loves you. You
so
love
there are
her.
stars, right? There are mega stars, and then there's Cher.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it. Icon isn't adequate. Her range.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Her looks, her talent, her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas, a half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called them and I was really nervous. And I said, Stevie, I did this song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's going to be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I will admit it. Really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. you just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
Thanks to the Pebble Bar right next door, gave us a space to do the interview, and we're talking about Moonstruck. And she said, I said, with that scene where you go to the opera and you cry, she says, there was no music, there was no opera. It was just the director saying, this is what's happening in this music as it's happening. And you see this tear come down her eye. She won the Academy Award for it.
Of course, yeah.
And good for her. She knows she was good. She knows she was good and she owns it.
She's such a pleasure.
I like how she wants to be your age. She wants to...
I'd do anything to be 70 again. Right?
That's so great.
She's a cool customer.
She really
Oh my gosh,
is.
what an interview.
Love
Harry.
that interview. She's an icon. You're an icon, Harry. Thank you so much for joining
And
us.
she'll be on.
Yes, exactly. Tomorrow you can catch NBC's Christmas at Rockefeller Center, 8 p.m. Eastern.
There you go.
They
We got a
light
little
the tree. They sing some songs.
Taste of the parade.
Kelly Clarkson is going to be. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw Cher from a distance at the parade, but I could see her. She was hugging her dance. I mean, she goes out there and she's hugging the people with her. and
She's
all
the
that.
real,
Yeah.
genuine article.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's so awesome.
All right.
Takes
Harry,
nothing
Harry,
for granted.
thank you. So good to see you. Merry
Appreciate it.
Christmas.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 28th, tense negotiations. CIA Director Bill Burns is in Qatar for talks on a long-term solution to the Israel-Hamas war. The efforts continue to extend the temporary pause in the fighting even longer and get all the hostages home.
Fond farewell. Today marks the memorial service for former First Lady Rosalind Carter, who died last week at the age of 96. Our former President Jimmy Carter is honoring his late wife with a rare public appearance despite his health challenges.
Slimming down, medications like Ozempic, Wegovy, and Mounjaro are exploding in popularity, but which one is the most effective? We'll walk you through a new study that shows which drug appears to be leading the pack in the weight loss space.
Travel Tuesday. Airlines, cruise lines, and hotels are offering big savings to cap off your holiday spending spree. Where to find the best deals so you can plan a trip to your dream destination.
Got a lot of people thinking about travel
I
today
certainly am.
on this Tuesday. I am too. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We do start with the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas that now appears to be on shaky ground. Both sides agreed to extend the temporary truce until tomorrow, but earlier today, Israel and Hamas both accused each other of violating the deal. Israel's military also announcing 3 soldiers have died while being held captive inside Gaza. It comes as Hamas is expected to release another group of hostages today in exchange for Israel freeing more Palestinian prisoners.
Yesterday, Hamas released these 11 Israeli hostages, 2 mothers and 9 children, including 3-year-old twins. Meanwhile, NBC News has learned that CIA Director William Burns is in Qatar to try and help extend the ceasefire agreement and get more hostages freed from Gaza. A senior Biden administration official also tells us Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to travel later this week to Israel, the occupied West Bank, and Dubai. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv for us. Raf, it's good to see you. So what's the status of the ceasefire right now? And what does this all mean for the hostages who are expected to be released later today?
So, Zinclair, the ceasefire is still holding, but it has been tested today unlike anything we have seen before. The Israeli military says a couple of hours ago there were 3 explosions near its troops in northern Gaza. They say several Israeli soldiers were injured and that there was an exchange of fire between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants. Not clear if this was Hamas, if this was Palestinian Islamic Jihad, if it was one of the smaller factions. But this appears to be the clearest breach of the ceasefire that we have seen over these 5 days. Now, the Israeli government is saying the deal is still on, that they are not backing out because of what happened in northern Gaza earlier. But this is a reminder of how fragile this all is, with Israeli troops, Palestinian militants, sometimes just a couple of hundred yards from each other. We're also learning more about the time that the hostages spent inside Gaza, the conditions of their captivity. I spoke earlier to the family of Ohad Munder Zikri. He's a 9-year-old boy who was released on Friday, along with his mother and his grandmother. And one of his cousins told me a little bit more about what those 7 weeks were like. Take a listen.
They were with one guy who kept them all the time. And she told me that all the time he did like that. So they were scared, they were whispering.
Were they ever tortured by Hamas?
No, I don't think so. They didn't get a lot of food. To go to the bathroom, they had to knock on the door, and then 1.5 hours waiting, or 2 hours.
So as of now, we are still expecting tonight's release of hostages to go ahead. We expect to see 10 Israeli hostages coming out of Gaza, 30 Palestinians being released from Israeli prisons in East Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. Guys.
And Raf, the U.S. is pushing to get more humanitarian aid inside Gaza. I know. Give us a sense of the situation on the ground today. How much relief has actually gotten in?
So we're seeing about 200 aid trucks going in every day from Egypt through the Rafah crossing into Gaza. That's more than we've seen at any other point in this 7-week war. It is less than half of what was going in before the war started. And the United Nations, other humanitarian organizations are saying it is just a fraction of what is needed inside of Gaza. One of the major sources of tension during this period of ceasefire has been how much aid is able to get to northern Gaza, where the Israeli military does not want Palestinian civilians to return. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez with us. Raf, thank you. And tonight on NBC Nightly News, you can watch Raf's reporting on life inside Gaza in depth during the fragile ceasefire agreement.
Well, Kate, in Burlington, Vermont, authorities are releasing new information about the man suspected of shooting 3 students of Palestinian descent over the holiday weekend. The suspect, 48-year-old Jason Eaton, was recently fired from his job in financial services and kept several guns inside his home. He pleaded not guilty yesterday to 3 counts of attempted murder. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Burlington, Vermont, where the incident happened. So, George, Burlington police said that Eaton appeared nervous when the agents showed up at his door on Sunday, but later was emotionless when he learned of these attempted murder charges against him. So what else are we learning about this suspect and his past?
Yeah, good afternoon, Clay. Basically, when you look back at what authorities have said about how they encountered Jason Eaton at his apartment, he comes out into the hallway, says I have some things to the effect of, I've been expecting you, then demands a lawyer. And then when they go into the apartment, they find not only that .380 pistol, which ballistically they have matched to the shooting there at the site where those college students were injured. They also recover a shotgun as well as a rifle. And some of the digging that our team has been able to do did find that he was recently fired from his job from a financial advising firm. He also was accused of stalking a girlfriend in 2019, but as we understand it, no charges were ever formally filed. And we do know, as part of the search warrant that agents executed at his apartment, they also recovered a hard drive, a number of phones, giving you a picture that authorities are combing through his history very meticulously, Clay.
Yeah, still so many questions about this man and the motive here. I know we've heard from the family of one of the victims, and they said that the 3 students were out for a walk, chatting in both Arabic and English, when the suspect approached them with a gun. 2 of them were actually wearing traditional Palestinian scarves, but authorities have not charged the suspect with a hate crime yet. So could additional charges be added here as this investigation progresses?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, Clay, and it's something that the community and, of course, their families are pushing for. Yesterday, we heard from the state's attorney during a news conference saying right now they don't have the evidence to enhance the charges from the attempted murder to that hate crime, but they're saying there's no question this was an act motivated by hate. But right now, they just are asking for a little patience from the community, saying they will do a full investigation and then make that determination should those hate crime charges should be filed. Clay?
NBC News correspondent George Solis with the latest from Burlington. Thank you.
Well, in just about an hour, Zinkley former First Lady Rosalind Carter will be honored during a tribute ceremony in Atlanta. She died last Sunday at the age of 96. Right now, guests are filing into Glen Memorial Church. A motorcade carrying the former First Lady is expected to arrive any minute now. Her husband of nearly 80 years, former President Jimmy Carter, expected to attend the ceremony today as well. This will be a rare public appearance for President Carter, who entered hospice care earlier this year. He was last seen in public in September, riding in a parade with Rosalind by his side. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins me now from Atlanta. So, Blaine, tell us what we can expect in this tribute today.
Well, Kate, I think that we can expect a series of moving tributes. You know, when you look at the program for what we're expecting to see unfold today, it really is filled with so many of the things that Rosalind Carter personally held dear in life. We've got a program that's filled with tributes from her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren. All of them are playing a role in some regard. But I think certainly when you consider the fact that her husband, as you mentioned, of 77 years, is expected to attend today, and given all that it would take to get the former president here, he's 99 years old. He's been in hospice care since February. And remember, Plains, Georgia is about 160 miles or so away from Atlanta. So the fact that he made the trip up here to Atlanta to bid a final farewell to his longtime, lifelong partner really kind of just speaks to their enduring love story. A couple of other things, though. This is going to be an invitation-only ceremony. It will be live streamed for all those who want to see it. But they've really made sure that anybody, any member of the public who want to pay tribute to the former First Lady can do so. They've released very detailed routes of where the motorcade will be driving for people to come out and line the streets and say goodbye, Kate.
And Blaine, the former president has been in hospice care, as we mentioned, since February of this year. Do we know how he's doing?
Yeah. Well, you know, I do think that for so many people who talk about this, you talk about their love story, the fact that they were together. I think so many people were surprised to see the Carters out in September. That was the last public appearance that we saw from both of them. They were riding in an SUV through the Plains Peanut Festival back in September, sitting side by side as they typically do. And so certainly considering the fact that he's going to be here, when I spoke with one person with knowledge of his whereabouts, though, they said that he spent yesterday in Atlanta resting, that, of course, even though he's planning to be here, so much of it depends on his health and how he's feeling. Kate.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Blaine, thank you so much.
Well, it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Gas prices have now been dropping for more than 60 consecutive days. The average price for regular hit $3.25 a gallon today, down 5 cents from last week, and that's according to AAA.
Yeah, that's good news. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, this comes after prices for gas were at a peak, I think $4 a gallon back in September. Why are we seeing such a drop, and can we expect it to keep going?
Kate and Zinkley, good morning. So it's normal for gas prices to cool off in the winter, but this drop stems more from international oversupply and weak demand. OPEC and its allies postponed their meeting this week, signaling the oil producer group may not yet know the best way to move forward. The group is facing surplus quotas and potential production cuts. Analysts estimate the prices will keep falling through the end of the year. And if you have a Google account you haven't logged into for at least 2 years, there's a chance it could be deleted this week. Google says the inactive accounts are more susceptible to phishing, hacking, and spam, and less likely to use strong security measures. And finally, it is Giving Tuesday, and Americans are expected to donate billions of dollars to charity. Some state attorneys general are cautioning would-be donors to research groups before making those donations. Florida's AG is telling donors not to provide banking information to anyone using unsolicited calls or emails, and to verify the charity is an accredited organization before giving. Important tips, guys.
Yeah, really helpful tips, especially as so many people give on this day.
Right. On that note, do give.
Yes.
Right? We all should try to take part in Giving Tuesday.
Absolutely. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Thank you.
Coming up, a new report shows that there's a clear winner when it comes to those popular weight loss drugs. We'll tell you which one came out on top. Up next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. When it comes to popular drugs used for weight loss, a new study is showing just how effective some medications are at tackling obesity.
Yeah, the study found that people taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight compared to people taking Ozempic. And people taking Mounjaro are more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. And joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar and NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. We've got both of you here because this really is a story about both things, right? Yeah. It's a medical story. It's a business story. Talk about the findings in this study and the significance in the fight against obesity.
So this was a not peer-reviewed, but a real-world study of 18,000 obese Americans, right? And 2 in 5 people in this country, adults, suffer from obesity. It is a huge cost to taxpayers, to the healthcare system, and to family budgets. So that's why every one of these studies is so incredibly important. Now, these 2 drugs are different formulations, and Dr. Azar will talk about that, I'm sure. So there are different drugs on the market, and this compares these 2. But what's exciting for so many doctors and economists, frankly, is that the more drugs you get in this space, maybe it'll drive down costs, and there'll be different kinds of formulations for different folks with different issues. And these could be very widely used and quite literally change the face of the American economy at some point.
I mean, let's dig in a bit to some of the distinctions you just mentioned, Christine. Dr. Azar, can you just explain to us why Mounjaro has been found to be so much more effective at weight loss than, say, Ozempic?
Yeah, so both medicines, both Ozempic and Mounjaro, are both mimicking naturally occurring hormones in our bodies that are resulting in a number of different things. One of them is, of course, increasing insulin secretion from the pancreas, so it's helping blood sugar. But the way the medications are working to aid in weight loss is a little bit different. They slow down how quickly food is leaving your stomach. That's called delaying gastric emptying, slowing the gut down. You feel full more quickly. Works on the brain center where fullness, where your sensation of fullness is, and so you feel full more quickly. And the real distinction between the 2 medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones, while Ozempic is working on 1. And that is, in its most simplistic way, is the explanation for why Mounjaro just has that little extra bang for the buck, and why we're seeing it edge out in terms of, results compared to Ozempic, guys.
Yeah, and you think about now with this news, consumers, Christine, rushing out maybe to try to get Mounjaro. Right. Is there going to be a shortage like we saw with Ozempic when it got popular?
So these manufacturers, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, they have both had to change and ramp up production because the demand for these drugs is quite literally off the charts. Now, they are meant to be prescribed for diabetes, right? And so some people, their insurance will pay for this for diabetes, but people are trying to take them for weight loss. Both of these manufacturers are trying to make new kinds of drugs that are just for the weight loss part of the picture. So I think you're going to start to see a more crowded field, which will help drive down prices and hopefully help alleviate that supply problem. But, the main ingredient of these drugs is in high demand around the world. And so they've had to really ramp up production, in some cases ration, so they can get their existing patients refills of their prescriptions and maybe slow down the new patients that they're prescribing to.
Yeah, and Christine, you make an important point, right? It seems the intention of these drugs was diabetes. Now it's being used for weight loss. So Dr. Azar, it begs the question, what kind of side effects are doctors seeing in patients who take this medication? And of course, a bigger question maybe is, does the weight come back once you stop taking a drug like this, say Ozempic? Is it a reset on the body?
Yeah, so the side effects occur very similarly across the board. And I should just mention that Ozempic and Wegovy, same active ingredient. Ozempic is type 2 diabetes, Wegovy for weight loss. Mounjaro and Zepbound, that newer medication, same drug, same active ingredient. One is for type 2 diabetes, one is for weight loss. Side effects across the board are the same: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation. Can be limiting in a lot of people. Certain individuals, not candidates to take these medications. For example, certain family or personal personal history of thyroid cancer. You must speak to a healthcare provider before starting the medications. And will it reset you for life? And the answer is no. Experts don't know exactly who is going to regain, but roughly patients can anticipate roughly 2/3 of the weight they lost, they will probably regain once the medicine is stopped.
And just quickly, Christine, expensive still?
It's really expensive. Hundreds of dollars a week, $1,000 a month for each of these. They're really close, these two in particular. But when I talk to doctors and people in the healthcare field, in the business side of the healthcare field, they're hoping that more competition will drive down these prices. And pill forms are cheaper than an injectable. So maybe down the road, you could see prices coming down.
Our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans, our NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Great to have both of you at once. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Well, later this hour, how to take advantage of Tuesday travel deals to score great prices on planes and hotels for your next vacation. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Nearly a decade after Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 disappeared, family members of the missing passengers are in court now suing the airline for millions. As NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains, they're hoping that this can finally bring a little bit of closure.
The biggest mystery of 2014, still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational surge.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean. All turning up nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage, but as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location. But officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with two other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a fourth corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Some of the world's most iconic works of art, like Van Gogh's The Starry Night and Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, are being reimagined for the blind and visually impaired. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson brings us the story of one man's mission to make art more inclusive.
It was late in the evening, the wind was blowing, the stars were starting to come out.
It's a painting you've probably seen before, but never like this.
The little church, the little village down here.
Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, the world's most iconic works of art reimagined for the blind and visually impaired.
Most artists would not be very happy if I were touching their work, but you don't mind.
No, it's meant to be touched.
Tomas Bustos and his wife Jacinta came up with the idea after seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre more than a decade ago. Back home in Dallas, Tomas drew the Mona Lisa to scale, sculpted it in clay, and cast it in bronze.
I feel like I'm working right next to the original artist. I can see his brushstrokes. I can see his idea coming to life.
Months of painstaking work, all for a moment like this.
Beautiful smile.
There's the embroidery. I didn't see that the first time. For Blake Lindsay, who has been blind since he was an infant, and Keila Alonso, who lost her sight at 12, the experience opened up a whole new world.
Yeah, I really like that bowl.
Both Blake and Keila are also students in Tomas's sculpture class at Envision.
You're going to put it on the palm of your hand. I want you to smash it like this.
A nonprofit aimed at creating opportunities for the blind.
It just makes me feel good about myself.
Lessons in art and in life, built to stand the test of time. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dallas.
What a great idea.
Yeah, really incredible.
Yeah. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us, by the way, for free 24/7 on our streaming network. Some of you are doing that right now. It's called NBC News Now. You can stream it wherever you stream, including YouTube TV, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Welcome back. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. Making news right now, Hunter Biden says he's willing to testify publicly before the House Oversight Committee next month, according to a letter from his lawyer. But the Republican chairman of that committee wanted a closed-door interview and says Mr. Biden is trying to play by his own rules. Hunter Biden was subpoenaed as part of the Republican-led impeachment inquiry into President Biden.
Emergency rooms in at least 3 states are diverting patients to other hospitals after a major cyber attack last week. Ardent Health Services, which oversees 30 hospitals nationwide, says they're rescheduling some non-emergency elective procedures out of caution until their systems are back online. The attack is affecting hospitals in Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Texas.
And in India today, 41 workers who were trapped in a collapsed tunnel for more than 2 weeks were rescued. Rescue crews pulled the workers through a passageway they created by pushing through rock and dirt. All of the workers will now go through a thorough health checkup.
Oh, so glad they're okay. That was a scary one.
Yeah, we've been following that.
Well, Alec Murdaugh, the disgraced South Carolina attorney, is back in court today to be sentenced for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme against his own clients.
Murdaugh, who was also convicted of murdering his wife and son in a separate case, pleaded guilty to some of the financial crimes earlier this month as part of a plea deal. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this one. Guad, which charges did Mr. Murdaugh plead guilty to as part of the agreement, and what kind of sentence are we likely to see?
Kate, so the hearing is still taking place. One of the things about this specific hearing is that the victims were going to speak. We were expecting to hear victim impact statements. So initially, he was charged with over 100 financial crimes. Of those, he made a deal and pled guilty to 22 of those original more than 100 financial crimes, which include tax fraud. They include money laundering and bank fraud for millions of dollars. 18 victims included in this case. And attorneys this morning have been speaking for some of those victims. But before that, we also heard from a prosecutor in the case who detailed the way that Murdaugh was able to take money from his victims and essentially make a system where he used a law firm to send that money to a bank. And that bank was, of course, there was an individual involved that would then make payments to loans that he owed. So it was an entire system he used to take millions from his clients. Kate.
And Guad, notably, the victims of Murdaugh's financial crimes are going to speak directly to him from the stand. What can we expect to hear from them and their attorneys?
So the prosecutor in the case said that all 18 victims were asked to come to the courtroom if they wanted to speak today. Some of them came with attorneys. We just heard from the attorney representing one of the victims. This is the former worker inside the Murdaugh home, the housekeeper who died in the home. The family was supposed to be taken care of by Murdaugh, and he then used her case to obtain money from them. Their attorney today spoke, and he essentially described how Murdaugh stole money from the family and spoke face-to-face to Murdaugh. This is what he had to say.
This is the unicorn of all thefts. And, you know, he's on the Mount Rushmore of all criminals. He's not just guilty of 22 crimes. He's guilty of all 102 of those crimes.
And that's just part of what he said in front of Murdaugh. Of course, this is Murdaugh pleading guilty to 22 crimes, but he also has another case with federal charges against him. And again, these are both aside from the murder case where he already was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas with the latest. Thank you.
Now to Texas, where a group of women is suing the state over its abortion law, which is one of the most restrictive in the U.S. That lawsuit heads to the Texas Supreme Court today.
These women say they were denied potentially life-saving abortion care. This lawsuit is one of the first in the country led by women who were directly affected by abortion bans after Roe v. Wade was overturned. MSNBC Morning Joe reporter Daniela Pierre Bravo joins us now. So can you just walk us through this lawsuit? What exactly is the state saying here?
Right. So there's a group of women leading this
this lawsuit, who's saying that the abortion exceptions in Texas are not clear and that they have been denied abortions or have not been provided proper care because they're not clear enough for their doctors to interpret. So the plaintiffs, there was actually 5 plaintiffs, pregnant women back in March. 2 of them were doctors. And then in August, there was actually a development in the case. There was a district judge that said, you're right, the law isn't clear enough. So they issued an injunction, but then just 5 hours later, the Attorney General said that they wanted an appeal. And so that's what we're waiting for now at the Texas Supreme Court. They just wrapped up oral hearings to see if they are going to hold to that initial ruling.
And what is the Attorney General or the state saying about the whole case?
Yeah, they're standing by the initial, all of the abortion bans in Texas, saying that they approve of them.
You spoke to several of the women involved. You mentioned the plaintiffs. Talk about what they experienced and what you heard from them.
Well, Kimberly Manzano is one specific plaintiff that I spoke to. She actually had to go outside of the state to receive an abortion. And I mean, these are difficult decisions for these women. She was actually very anti-abortion, but this situation in particular completely changed her mind.
If Kim even can make it to term, the child will never see the outside of the hospital. But she's at a higher risk of stillbirth or miscarriage, and we don't know what that could cost to her.
Wow, I mean, it's powerful to hear directly from them. What is the main goal of this lawsuit for these women?
So the plaintiffs aren't trying to completely go back and get rid of these abortion bans. They're just asking for a very narrow exception clarification so that the doctors can actually have good faith judgment and to know when to help these women and how.
And on the other side, though, you've got the states saying we don't need these kind of exceptions.
Right. And so oral arguments just before this segment, we're wrapping up. So we'll know in a few what the ruling is and if these women can get any sort of help.
It's expected quickly, or it could be a while?
It could take a couple of days. Right now, the oral arguments were just legal arguments. None of the plaintiffs spoke, but we'll keep you updated on any developments.
Appreciate that. MSNBC Morning Joe reporter Daniela Pierre-Bravo, thanks so much.
The first American hostage released by Hamas is now home with her family. 4-year-old Abigail Edon was freed on Sunday after spending 50 days in captivity.
Militants murdered her parents in the initial October 7th attacks, so she is now in the care of her aunt and grandmother. Her great aunt and cousin spoke to Today this morning about Abigail's time in captivity.
Abigail was held hostage with a mother and her 3 kids. And that was a blessing because she had a woman, a mother who could hold her and comfort her in the darkness for 50 days. Abigail is with family. She's with her aunt, her grandmother. They met her. She's been reunited with her brother and her sister. And that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated, and with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process, and it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered, but at least she is now home safe with her family, and we can only pray and hope as the days go on that she will be able to live a good life.
Tell us about her. What's she like?
She's a sweet and feisty girl. She likes to boss around her brother and sister, to chase a soccer ball with her brother and her cousins, who are very good soccer players. I mean, you can see on her smile, she's just a sweet girl that as far as we know, still has a love of life.
It's just horrific when you learn about the details of what happened to Abigail. I mean, her father was killed holding her, trying to protect her. Her mother was killed, her siblings right behind a partition, and had to witness that. How do you rebuild, Liz? I know she is surrounded by family and you will envelop her in love, but what are your hopes for her?
Well, my hopes are that she can live a private life where she can be with her family. Her aunt, who is the sister of Smadar, who was murdered, will be raising her with her husband, Zoli, and with their 3 kids. So this family will be 6 children. And I know that they will get lots of love. The grandparents are very involved in her life. And what I hope for her is that she will be embraced and she'll go back out and play soccer with her siblings and go back to school. And that while she is the hope, she's a miracle and she's the hope for the future, that we will be able to let her live her life as just a little girl.
Really powerful interview. Our thanks to the co-anchors of today, Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, for that.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to scoring holiday shopping deals, switching to that today, we all know about Black Friday and Cyber Monday, but did you know today is Travel Tuesday?
Hey, yeah, it is. And it's considered to be the best day to save money on your next vacation, with discounts on everything from airlines, hotels, car rentals, even cruises. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now to help us hopefully get some deals. So, Caleb, how much can people expect to save when booking on this grand Travel Tuesday?
Yeah, there's deals all over the place. Tuesday, always the best day to book travel, but this Tuesday, in general, a new sort of manufactured holiday invented in 2016. There's a lot of deals out there. Frontier is offering all year long, all you can fly for $500. JetBlue, one ways now for $49. Those are cheap. They're trying to fill up capacity before the end of the year. Expedia is offering 30% on some hotels. Hertz, 30% off. There's some cruise lines, MSC Cruises. They do a lot of Middle East cruises. Those are about 80% off, but you got to look where you're going on that cruise because the price stickers are way low, but you got to look very carefully at where you're traveling.
Yeah, that JetBlue looks really low, $49. But I also wonder, are the dates limited for you? Like, are you having to go at a certain time on some of these?
Yeah, they want you to do this before the end of the year or certainly before January. So when you see these deals, and you will see them popping up in your text, popping up in your social media feeds or in your email, they are going to give you the restrictions. Sometimes it's just to the middle of January. So you got to look very carefully at when the deals are and when you can travel.
So you touched on sort of the scope of how long it lasts. It sounds like it's ideal actually for those who are trying to book for the holidays, but how do people go about doing that, booking these travels?
Yeah, you can look at Expedia, you can look at any of these airlines. They're all offering deals. Just open up, look at Tuesday travel deals today on any search engine. You're going to get deals flooding at you. So the thing is to watch very carefully on the restrictions because you got to book early. These deals go very quickly. Again, these airlines, these cruise ships, trying to fill capacity before the end of the year. Use the comparison tools when you shop. There's the Kayaks of the world, right? There's the Trivagos of the world. Make sure you are comparing prices here, and then check those restrictions carefully, and then be flexible sometimes on the travel dates. Maybe you can't travel the 23rd of December, but you can the 22nd. You got to look carefully.
And if you're looking hypothetically for next summer, can you get any deals?
These deals today are not for next summer. This is a tight window. Book now if you want to get these deals today.
Well, let me go book some travel then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're pretty flexible.
Yeah.
Get out there. Investopedia CEO Caleb Silver, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, talking about puberty with your kids. Well, that can get a little uncomfortable, maybe even awkward, but we've got tips to help you start the conversation and some common misconceptions we'll debunk. More NBC News Daily after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Okay, so explaining puberty to our kids can sometimes feel uncomfortable, right? But with the right information, experts say it doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah, roughly 44 million young people are going through puberty in the United States, and now it starts earlier, lasts longer, and happens with a cell phone in your hand. Our next guests say it also goes beyond body changes. Co-authors of the book, This Is So Awkward, Vanessa Kroll-Bennett and Dr. Kara Natterson join us now. Thank you both so much for being with us. So, Vanessa, I do want to start with you. You have been a puberty educator for nearly a decade, and together the two of you run a company that's dedicated to making puberty positive, a little less awkward. So talk to us about why you wrote this book.
So we don't want this to be a dreaded stage of life. So many people are like, oh, it's terrible. But if we approach it that way, yeah, it probably will be terrible. Instead, let's make it empowering, funny, joyful. We love kids this age. They're brilliant and insightful and brutally honest.
Yes,
and we can make it fun.
Yeah, sometimes difficult even, I would say.
Occasionally difficult.
Kara, you're a pediatrician, so you talk about a key factor in modern puberty, you say, being the ability for adults and parents to understand the teen culture, like just understand this generation. Talk more about that. It's changed a lot in 10 years.
It has. I mean, we've known for a while that the average age for a girl to enter puberty is between 8 and 9. For a boy is between 9 and 10. That's an average. That data is 13, 14 years old. So this is not new. What's new is that the duration of this whole process has stretched what we consider part of puberty, what's connected to all the hormonal ups and downs, is now included in moods, emotional shifts in general, friendships, relationships with family members. So this all goes under a giant umbrella that we call puberty.
And both of you, between the two of you, have 6 teenagers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. And you wrote this book. When and how did you have these conversations? I remember being handed a book when I started puberty. And thankfully, my parents also had some conversations. But, like, how did you go about doing that?
I remember the conversation, like it was so serious.
So it's not the conversation, hopefully. It's many, many tiny conversations. Sometimes it's like 2 sentences. Like, hey, I need you to know this piece of information. Or, hey, let's talk about this really quickly before you run out of the car. You can start really early with younger kids, anatomically correct vocabulary about all body parts, consent before it's ever about anything sexual, like, can I have a bite of your sandwich? Can I play with your hair? And then later, they have the bodily autonomy and the self-knowledge when things get more complicated and higher stakes.
What is your biggest piece of advice for parents to get kids to, I mean, maybe it's in the car. I love that idea of bringing it up in the car because that's easy, but they're not even looking at you, right? But what's your biggest piece of advice to get kids talking, to get them to open up about all this?
It's to zip it. It's to ask a question and then sit with the silence, get comfortable, and let them fill the space with an answer or not.
Have you met me?
I know, you're me.
I know,
right?
I want to ask questions.
It's very hard, but sitting with silence, they will fill the silence eventually.
That's so good. Like, let them bring the questions to you, the curiosities to you. I wonder, what are some of the biggest misconceptions people have about puberty? I know you both were talking about it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, but also it doesn't just end at 18, right?
I mean, their brains don't finish developing until nearly 30. So after the physical maturation is done, there's tons of brain development left to do, and that affects their decision-making, right? I mean, think about your 20s, then think about what their 20s might look like. So that's a big part of it. Also, it doesn't start at middle school, right? It starts much earlier. So it's a long, long journey encompassing a whole variety, grade school, middle school, high school, college. I'm sorry to say, it is a very long process.
Long, and like you said, it's very different these days. Lots more technology, different pressures.
And as you said to start, some beautiful things happen too. It's not all negative.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Co-authors of This Is So Awkward, Modern Puberty Explained. That's the name of the book. Vanessa Kroll-Bennett and Dr. Cara Nederson, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. And thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Do you believe, and I feel like I should say, do you believe that Cher has finally dropped a Christmas album?
Oh.
And to celebrate her holiday release, the Grammy-winning superstar will be performing at the Rockefeller tree lighting. That's tomorrow night.
And NBC News correspondent Harry Smith got to sit down with the icon to look back at her illustrious career and what fans can expect next.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it. Icon isn't adequate. Her range.
Wait a minute,
Her looks. Her talent. Her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas. A half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called them and I was really nervous. I said, Stevie, I did this song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room, swear to God. I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's going to be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17. I can feel something inside me say.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I'll admit it. Like, really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
Kyrie Smith, NBC News.
I don't know. I don't think she's afraid of anything, if you ask me.
I love the answer, I know.
I know. She knows her greatness. Well, speaking of great, let's talk about what's trending right now. Superstar Dolly Parton breaking new records with her latest album.
Yeah, the album titled Rockstar debuted at #3 on Billboard's Top 200 list, making it her highest charting album yet. It consists of 30 songs, including originals, covers, and collabs with a number of artists, including Elton John.
Ooh, gotta listen to that one.
Yeah, got a lot of music to listen to.
I know. 'Tis the season.
Yeah.
After all. Well, I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us anytime, streaming 24/7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be with you. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, truce in jeopardy. Israel and Hamas accusing each other of violating their ceasefire agreement. How it could impact the tense hostage negotiations, plus a closer look at what the captives are experiencing while being held inside Gaza.
Remembering Rosalind, a tribute service set to get underway in Atlanta any minute now for former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Several U.S. leaders expected to attend the ceremony and pay their respects, including her 99-year-old husband, former President Jimmy Carter.
Security concerns, authorities warning about a new iPhone feature that allows users to easily share private information with other devices, how it works and why some are sounding the alarm.
Holiday health for many people this time of the year can take a toll on their mental and physical well-being. We're going to talk with a doctor about taking care of yourself during the holidays.
That'll be a really important segment. Yeah. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. You're taking a live look right now at Glenn Memorial Church at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. This is where a tribute service for former First Lady Rosalind Carter is underway. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are attending, as well as former First Ladies Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, Laura Bush, and Melania Trump.
Mrs. Carter's husband of nearly 80 years, former President Jimmy Carter, is also in attendance today. It's a rare public outing for the 99-year-old. He entered hospice care back in February. This is the second day of services taking place before Mrs. Carter will be laid to rest tomorrow. We will have much more from the ceremony coming up with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who's there. We'll have that in just a few minutes.
But we're going to begin in Gaza, where, as you know, Israel and Hamas are at war, accusing each other of violating their temporary truce agreement. The ceasefire took effect on Friday, and both sides agreed to extend it until tomorrow. But it's unclear how these apparent violations could impact the deal, along with the fragile hostage negotiations.
Over the past 4 days, Hamas has freed 69 hostages in exchange for Israel releasing 150 Palestinian prisoners. The pause has allowed some in Gaza to start assessing the destruction across that territory, but they could be running out of time. A top Israeli military official warns that troops are prepared to keep fighting with the goal of dismantling Hamas. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is with us live in Tel Aviv. David, where do things stand right now as we speak with both the ceasefire and hostage release?
Kate Zinklea, hi. As you pointed out, even though both sides in this conflict have accused each other of violating the terms of the ceasefire, specifically the IDF accused Hamas of detonating explosive devices near some IDF personnel. Hamas's accusation was a little less specific, but nevertheless, they made such an accusation. In spite of that, the ceasefire at this moment is holding. According to the Qatari Foreign Ministry, which has been brokering this deal, they say there is a deal in place for an additional 2 days of ceasefire that includes today, with 20 more hostages released from the Gaza Strip. As far as the hostages are concerned, Israeli authorities say that there are 173 hostages still left in the Gaza Strip. That includes women and children, including a 4-year-old child, and we're hearing a 10-month-old baby. One of the big sticking points right now, one of the sources of uncertainty, particularly for the families who are waiting to hear more detail about the possible extension of the ceasefire, is that not all of the hostages in the Gaza Strip are in the custody of Hamas. Some are in the custody of other groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and possibly even other groups in addition to that. These are some of the details that are going to need to be worked out in the coming days, particularly if the ceasefire is extended even beyond the 2 days currently supposed to be in place. Back to you.
And David, I mean, some of what you're outlining really is a humanitarian crisis. We know more humanitarian aid is arriving in Gaza, but we've also heard from a senior UN official saying the situation is still catastrophic. So what are you hearing from people there?
Yeah, We've heard from Israeli authorities that 200 additional trucks made it into the Gaza Strip today. Some of those, a number of those, 31 of those specifically, made it into northern Gaza. One of the things that I've been paying attention to in the last few days is not just how much aid gets into the Strip, but how much is distributed into the north, which is where it's very badly needed. The bulk of the military campaign has been in the north. That's where the worst of the devastation and the suffering are. We know there are at least 400,000 to 500,000 civilians left in that area. As to the question of whether it's enough, you know, every time we get updates from the Palestinian Red Cross inside Gaza, which is distributing this aid, as to the number of trucks, the contents of those trucks, they make sure to say that it is never enough. It's simply insufficient. I don't think really any amount of humanitarian aid could truly meet the needs of the civilian population in Gaza currently. But nevertheless, it helps. For the people getting this aid, it can be the difference between life and death. Back to you.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv, Israel. Thank you so much.
We're starting to get a clearer picture of what dozens of hostages are going through while they're being held in Gaza by Hamas militants. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez spoke with a family member of one of the released hostages about what they experienced as they adjust to life after captivity.
Amid tearful scenes of hostages reuniting with their families, we're learning new details about their time in captivity and the conditions that around 170 remaining hostages are enduring still. 9-year-old Ohad Munder Zakri was released Friday with his mother Karen and grandmother Ruth. They spent 49 days in Gaza as prisoners of Hamas.
They were with one guy who kept them all the time, and she told me that all the time he did like that. So they were scared, they were whispering.
Were they ever tortured by Hamas?
No, I don't think so.
The family says they never saw other hostages and were moved constantly, sometimes held in tunnels like this, other times in houses or apartments.
They didn't get a lot of food. To go to the bathroom, they had to knock on the door, and then 1.5 hours waiting or 2 hours.
Cut off from the world, they had no idea about the scale of the October 7th attack or the global effort to bring them home.
She told me, I was on the television? Are you serious? I told her, your picture is all over the world.
They also didn't know Ohad's grandfather was alive, but remains a hostage, and found out they were being freed just hours before it happened. 25-year-old Roni Krivoy escaped and was on the run inside Gaza for 4 days before he was recaptured, his family says. Until now, most of what we knew came from Yocheved Lifshitz, one of the first hostages freed more than a month ago.
There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web.
The hostages may have valuable intelligence for Israel's military, but experts say the hostages need time to adjust.
They come out extremely anxious, suspicious, passive. They were passive for a long time. So there is a lot of work to be done in order to give them their sense of agency back.
Israel's government issuing guidelines for dealing with released children, saying expect age-inappropriate behavior like bedwetting, limit the number of visitors to keep them from being overwhelmed, and offer reassurance that they're safe now. Doctors say most of the children are in good health, and Ohad is now back home. But he has a long journey ahead just to be a kid again. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
As we mentioned at the top of the hour, a tribute service is underway in Atlanta for former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Mrs. Carter passed away last Sunday at the age of 96. Her husband, former President Jimmy Carter, is attending the service today. It's a rare appearance for Mr. Carter, who entered hospice care back in February. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta, Georgia, where the service is taking place. So, Blaine, first off, tell us what we should expect at this tribute today.
Well, Sinclair, as we watch those arrivals continue to take place here at Glenn Memorial Church, we are expecting a 90-minute service that's really going to be packed with so many aspects of the former First Lady's life. I think chief among them is her children, her family, something that was so dear in her life. Her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, all of them in some capacity will play some sort of role in today's service. Another thing, though, that we're going to see, of course, are the current and former occupants of the White House. I think when you look at the fact that, of course, we're going to see the Bidens, the President president, the first lady, the vice president, and second gentleman, all of them, but certainly every former first lady that's still alive with us today. The fact that they're all going to be here certainly speaks to the love and just really kind of what she meant for that role. So we're going to see them as well. We're not expecting them to speak. We are expecting to hear personal tributes, again, from her children, from close personal friends, as well as arrangement of music that was special to her played throughout the ceremony today, Zinclay.
Yeah, and you're talking about the love that so many had for Mrs. Carter. Of course, I'm reminded of the former president. He has been in hospice care since February. Do we know how he's doing since Mrs. Carter's death?
You know, what I think is so notable is that a trip like this is not easy. Yes, he is expected to be here today, but it's not, I want to really drive this home. He didn't just come up the street. He made the trip from Plains, Georgia, their hometown down in Plains. That's some 160 or so miles away. So we're talking about getting here to Atlanta. I'm told that he was here yesterday. He was resting and really just basically monitoring his health to make sure that he is in good shape to attend today. So certainly something that a lot of people are watching as well, that emotional goodbye.
Yeah, we're sending him all our love. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Consumers took advantage of holiday deals in the run-up to Cyber Monday. Amazon says that it saw, quote, record-breaking sales, with shoppers buying more than 1 billion, with a B, items globally this weekend.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom. So Amazon says it was its biggest ever holiday shopping event. What items did consumers spend the most on this year?
So Zinclay, Kate, according to Amazon, shoppers were buying up things like skincare products and consumer electronics, including things like Fire TV sticks, also Ring doorbells. Also, Bissell vacuum cleaners were a big seller. Now, Adobe Analytics says that today, online sales between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday hit a record $38 billion this year. And of course, today is Giving Tuesday, and Americans are expected to donate billions of dollars to charities all across the country. Some state attorneys general are cautioning would-be donors to research groups before making some of those donations. Florida's attorney general is telling donors not to provide banking information to anyone using unsolicited calls or emails, and to verify the charity is an accredited organization before giving. So this is obviously a very positive event, a positive time of year, but you got to be wary because scams are running rampant these days, ladies.
For sure. And I mean, as you were talking about those purchases, Dom, it feels like you were in my Amazon cart, because I was looking at the vacuum and I had the skincare, and you had one more thing. Oh, technology. I got an air fryer, folks. Look at that.
Listen, I think if you put them all to good use, that's money well spent.
My husband put that in our cart, too, and I was like, no, we don't need another appliance.
Can't go wrong.
There we go. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you so much, Dom.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of talk online about using the medication Ozempic for weight loss. Up next, the other drug that a new study shows is far more effective in helping people slim down. You're watching NBC News Daily.
story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Right now, Alec Murdaugh, the convicted South Carolina attorney, is facing a judge and his victims as he awaits sentencing for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. Murdaugh, you'll remember, was convicted of murdering his wife and son in a separate trial, but now he has pleaded guilty to 22 financial crime charges earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now. Guad, Murdaugh's victims, I understand, are in court and just finished speaking to him directly from the stand. What do we hear?
Kate, so 18 victims were in this case. Originally, he was charged with 101 financial crimes. He pled guilty to 22 as part of a deal with prosecutors. And just minutes ago, the last victim spoke. Some of them had attorneys speak on their behalf. And essentially what we got from these victim impact statements were the trust. We now understand how these victims trusted Murdaugh and how surprised they were to find out that he had stolen millions from all of these victims. Here's part of what they said in the courtroom.
I've been waiting on this day to look in your eyes. I wanted to sit down with you one-on-one. When I found out what you did, I just want to know why.
And you stole every dime from them? I just don't understand. Did you not have a soul? You are not the person that I thought I knew.
I don't think you've always been this way, but somewhere along the way, you became broken.
These were just some of the statements made in the courtroom today. Just seconds ago, Murdaugh himself began speaking in the courtroom. We know that when he accepted this plea and pled guilty to these 22 financial crimes, he also did tell the judge that he was glad that he could plead guilty and move on. Of course, this hearing today, we're expected to hear from the judge if the judge will accept that sentence and, of course, that deal that he has made with prosecutors.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas following that one for us. Guad, thank you.
Well, Kate, when it comes to popular drugs used for weight loss, a new study is showing just how effective some medications are at tackling obesity. It found that Mounjaro is much more effective for losing weight than Ozempic. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans explains how this study is helping both doctors and patients.
Sugar. And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
They're two of the most popular weapons in the battle against obesity. Now, a new report suggests one of these blockbuster drugs is far more effective in helping people slim down. The analysis looked at real-world data from about 18,000 overweight adults using Mounjaro or Ozempic over a year. It found those taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight than those on Ozempic, and more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. While not a peer-reviewed study, this echoes previous research that found Mounjaro more effective than Ozempic in helping some people with weight loss. Both drugs are taken through weekly injections and are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, not weight loss.
I've lost 17 pounds in 8 weeks.
But demand is soaring as more patients use them off-label to shed unwanted pounds. Doctors say they work by mimicking hormones in the gut tied to appetite.
The major difference between the two medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones and Ozempic is working on 1 hormone. So you're essentially getting more bang for the buck when you take Mounjaro.
After struggling with obesity her whole life, Tara Rothenhofer joined a clinical trial for Mounjaro. 3 years in, she says she's lost more than 200 pounds.
Instead of that feeling of looking towards your next meal while you're still eating the current meal, you're having more of that feeling of satisfaction, of enjoyment. You know, you have a few bites of something and you feel full.
Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, says it'll soon release a version that's FDA approved for weight loss called Zepbound. In a statement, the maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, told us their drug is only meant to treat type 2 diabetes. Its approved drug for weight loss, called Wegovy, is similar but at a higher dose than Ozempic. Experts caution the safety of these drugs is still unknown in healthy people who just want to lose a few pounds. They can have side effects like gastrointestinal distress, nausea, and vomiting, and they only curb hunger while being used.
For most patients, when you stop the medication, you will regain roughly 2/3 of that weight. This is not a medication that will reset you for life.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Christine Romans.
Police around the country sounding the alarm about the new iPhone software update, the privacy warning, and simple steps that you can take to keep your private information safe coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Nearly a decade after Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 disappeared, family members of the missing passengers are in court now suing the airline for millions. As NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains, they're hoping that this can finally bring a little bit of closure.
The biggest mystery of 2014 still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational search.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean. All turning up nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage, but as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location, but officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed
to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with two other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a fourth corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Some of the world's most iconic works of art, like Van Gogh's The Starry Night and Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, are being reimagined for the blind and visually impaired. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson brings us the story of one man's mission to make art more inclusive.
It was late in the evening, the wind was blowing, the stars were starting to come out.
It's a painting you've probably seen before, but never like this.
The little church, the little village down here.
Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, the world's most iconic works of art reimagined for the blind and visually impaired.
Most artists would not be very happy if I were touching their work, but you don't mind.
No, it's meant to be touched.
Tomas Bustos and his wife Jacinta came up with the idea after seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre more than a decade ago. Back home in Dallas, Tomas drew the Mona Lisa to scale, sculpted it in clay, and cast it in bronze.
I feel like I'm working right next to the original artist. I can see his brushstrokes. I can see his idea coming to life.
Months of painstaking work, all for a moment like this.
Beautiful smile.
There's the embroidery. I didn't see that the first time. For Blake Lindsay, who has been blind since he was an infant, and Keila Alonso, who lost her sight at 12, the experience opened up a whole new world.
Yeah, I really like that bowl.
Both Blake and Keila are also students in Tomas's sculpture class at Envision.
You're going to put it on the palm of your hand. I want you to smash it like this.
A nonprofit aimed at creating opportunities for the blind.
It just makes me feel good about myself.
Lessons in art and in life, built to stand the test of time. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dallas.
What a great idea.
Yeah, really incredible.
Yeah. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us, by the way, for free 24/7 on our streaming network. Some of you are doing that right now. It's called NBC News Now. You can stream it wherever you stream, including YouTube TV, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. Making news right now. A Russian court has extended the detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Gershkovich was arrested back in March on espionage charges after being accused of spying. The U.S. has declared him wrongfully detained, and he will remain in custody until January 30th as he awaits trial.
Former President Donald Trump will take the stand once again in his New York civil fraud trial next month. Attorneys for Trump say he will testify on December 11th and will be the defense's final witness. The former president previously testified earlier this month when he was called by the prosecution. The New York Attorney General is suing the Trumps and their company for allegedly inflating financial statements and misleading banks and investors. Trump denies all the allegations.
And music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has temporarily stepped down as chairman of Revolt, according to his spokesperson. The decision comes after Combs was accused of sexual assault in multiple lawsuits. A spokesperson for Combs denies all allegations.
Let's start this half hour in Texas, where a group of women is suing the state over its abortion law. That lawsuit heads to the Texas Supreme Court today.
More than 20 women are part of this lawsuit. They say the Texas abortion ban denied them critical care that risked their lives. The Texas Attorney General says he stands by the state's law. MSNBC Morning Joe reporter Daniela Pierre Bravo joins us now. So, Daniela, obviously a lot of abortion legislation can be in the weeds, nitty-gritty, but can you just break down this lawsuit for us? What are both sides saying?
Yeah, so the women leading this abortion is just hoping to bring some clarity to the abortion exceptions in Texas. They say that the language of that the exceptions isn't clear enough for their doctors to interpret. Now, the state of Texas is saying that that law is clear enough. The exception law is clear enough. So the suit was filed in March, but there were some developments in August. A district judge actually filed an injunction on the case saying to the plaintiffs, you're right, that the language isn't clear enough. But then just several hours later, the Attorney General's office filed an appeal, which actually blocked the injunction. So today, just about an hour ago, oral arguments at the state Supreme Court just wrapped up. So we'll figure out whether or not in a few weeks if that initial injunction will be upheld.
And I know you spoke with at least one of the plaintiffs involved in the case. What did they say?
Yeah, so one of the plaintiffs, one of the new plaintiffs, Kimberly Manzano, considered herself strongly anti-abortion until she learned about her baby's fatal condition just 12 weeks in. After weeks of speaking to different doctors, she decided to get an abortion at a clinic out of state. Here's what she dealt with as she walked out after the procedure.
One man, he said, Mom, Dad, you guys could have been such a beautiful family. And hearing that, you're just like, sir, you have no idea what we did and what we've been through.
Kimberly told me she never really understood what it meant, this conversation of abortion, that it is actually health care as well. And so this situation completely changed her mind.
And where do things go from here? How long could this play out?
Well, right. So it could be weeks. While this suit specifically isn't going to fully restore abortion access in Texas, it could be a big difference in terms of the treatment and care pregnant women in Texas could receive.
All right, Daniela Pierre Bravo, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Police departments across the country are issuing warnings about a new iPhone feature. It's called Name Drop, and it allows you to instantly send your contact information to a nearby phone or Apple Watch.
Still, many tech experts do say it's safe and that the privacy warnings are fear-mongering. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has everything you need to know before you update your iPhone.
A new iPhone update.
It's never been easier to share,
leading to new privacy concerns.
I don't want anybody touching their phone to my phone or my kids' phones and getting information.
Law enforcement agencies across the country posting warnings about the Name Drop feature, a part of the latest iOS 17 software update.
With Name Drop, you can just bring your phones close together.
That move brings up a prompt to instantly swap your contact information with another phone or Apple Watch. Then each user can choose to share or receive it. To cancel it, separate the phones or lock your screen. The feature defaults to on, so it has to be manually disabled.
I've seen people, literally myself, click those things without even knowing what they're clicking or accepting, if you will.
Sheriff Michael Bouchard of Oakland County, Michigan, speaking out about the update and warning people with this post on social media, asking parents to check their children's phones.
I'm concerned about the default to on versus the default to off, and you turn it on when you want it. So that's where you really need to be aware of what you now have on your phone, what does it give access to, and how do you limit that by your choice?
An Apple spokesperson pointing us to this privacy page, saying NameDrop was designed to share contact information with only your intended recipients. You can also choose the specific contact information you want to share, and just as important, which information you don't want to share. So viral videos like this one on TikTok with more than 2 million views.
If you're sitting next to somebody on the subway or on the bus, they can get all your information. This is a huge security risk.
Are not completely accurate. This woman later clarifying her claims.
While it's true that it doesn't automatically share like I thought it did, it does open you up for exploitation of people who are ahead of the game.
But that has some people calling the warnings fear-mongering. Even Bangor, Maine police addressing some panicky emails with the reassurance that your phone is not downloading your contact list into every iPhone you walk by at the mall.
Is this new feature a security risk?
I would not consider this to be a security risk. Actually, one of the bigger security risks is not updating to the latest iOS. By updating your software, you're giving Apple the opportunity to patch any potential exploits that could come out from it.
But Sheriff Bouchard says despite the pushback, his concern is for those who just aren't aware.
Some of the tech-savvy people were commenting that it's an overreaction because you have to accept, but again, they're tech-savvy. And we always find our victims in those that are unaware of what just happened to them.
To disable the feature, head to your settings, click on General, and find the AirDrop tab. Then find the option for bringing devices together and toggle the switch to off. NameDrop, a handy feature for some, too much technology for others.
And Valerie is with us here now. I have to tell you, I did the update myself and got kind of confused about a lot of things in this update. We're talking about security risks associated with this, but are there benefits? Are there things that could help us?
So I think the best real-world application would be for someone who's in business. Maybe you're at a conference and you want to share information. A lot of people don't carry business cards anymore. This is an easy, seamless way to tap your phone and share your name and your email and phone number, and that's really the only thing that gets shared. Your phone number or your email, and you can choose to share either both or just one at a time. And this technology is not new. It's been around for more than 10 years. There was an app back in 2009 for Android phones called Bump, where you would bump your phones together and share the information that way. That sort of fizzled out. So this is the newest iteration of that, and this has actually been around since September.
Oh.
Okay.
More you know.
Well, yeah, we all have two phones, too.
I know,
so mine have been bumping into each other and accidentally swapping. We're a rare breed with the two phones. Valerie, thank you. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro with us.
Thank you. Well, we're also following the tribute ceremony for former First Lady Rosalind Carter that is currently underway in Atlanta, Georgia. The casket was just brought into the Glenn Memorial Church at Emory University moments ago.
Her husband, former President Jimmy Carter, who is 99 years old, is in the front row. You see him in a wheelchair there. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are also there, along with former First Ladies Melania Trump, Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Laura Bush. Rosalind Carter died November 19th at the age of 96. We'll continue to keep an eye on those ceremonies there. But right now, 6 million people are under winter storm advisories and warnings near the Great Lakes.
Forecasters are expecting heavy snow and strong winds. That same storm is also going to cause temperatures to drop between 10 to 20 degrees. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, sounds cold. So where is the storm right now, and how much snow are we expecting?
Yeah, we're just tracking this cold air mass and the snow along with it. And we've already had some hefty totals. I mean, we have 2 feet of snow on the Tug Hill Plateau, which is just north here of the Syracuse area. Orchard Park, that's home to the Buffalo Bills. It's located just south of Buffalo, 14 inches of snow. So some areas are digging out. We've heard about some bad accidents yesterday on Interstate 90 heading south of Buffalo. And then we've recently just had a pretty bad accident just south of Cleveland with a 20-car pileup. So that's the concern. You're getting these snow squalls coming off the lakes. So currently, the worst of it, a big squall that was up here in the Tug Hill has dropped southwards. This is the New York State Thruway. The Syracuse area just picked up a quick about inch of snow, and this band has very low visibility with us. That's one of the worst travel spots out there right now. Also, we're continuing to watch Interstate 80 as it snakes through Pennsylvania. At times, we've had some snow squall warnings over the last hour or two. Right now, there's none that are active. So we've dropped a couple. Now we're down to about 5 million people. Lake effect snow warnings will continue down from Erie to Cleveland and also around Syracuse. We're towards the tail end of this event. We are going to look for maybe an additional 10 inches or so, possibly up to 16, but that's in the higher elevations north of Syracuse. That'll be later on tonight. Only an additional 1 to 3 inches here, Erie to Buffalo.
All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns watching the snow for us. Bill, thank you. Well, when it comes to scoring holiday shopping deals, switching to that today, we all know about Black Friday and Cyber Monday, but did you know today is Travel Tuesday?
Hey, yeah, it is, and it's considered to be the best day to save money on your next vacation with discounts on everything from airlines, hotels, car rentals, even cruises. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now to help us hopefully get some deals. So, Caleb, how much can people expect to save when booking on this grand Travel Tuesday?
Yeah, there's deals all over the place. Tuesday, always the best day to book travel, but this Tuesday, in general, a new sort of manufactured holiday invented in 2016. There's a lot of deals out there. Frontier is offering all year long, all you can fly for $500. JetBlue, one ways now for $49. Those are cheap. They're trying to fill up capacity before the end of the year. Expedia is offering 30% on some hotels. Hertz, 30% off. There's some cruise lines, MSC Cruises. They do a lot of Middle East cruises. Those are about 80% off, but you got to look where you're going on that cruise because the price stickers are way low, but you got to look very carefully at where you're traveling.
Yeah, that JetBlue looks really low, $49. But I also wonder, are the dates limited for you? Like, are you having to go at a certain time on some of these?
Yeah, they want you to do this before the end of the year or certainly before January. So when you see these deals, and you will see them popping up in your text, popping up in your social media feeds or in your email, they're going to give you the restrictions. Sometimes it's just to the middle of January. So you got to look very carefully at when the deals are and when you can travel.
So you touched on sort of the scope of how long it lasts. It sounds like it's ideal actually for those who are trying to book for the holidays, but how do people go about doing that, booking these travels?
Yeah, you can look at Expedia, you can look at any of these airlines. They're all offering deals. Just open up, look at Tuesday travel deals today on any search engine. You're going to get deals flooding at you. So the thing is to watch very carefully on the restrictions because you got to book early. These deals go very quickly. Again, these airlines, these cruise ships, trying to fill capacity before the end of the year. Use the comparison tools when you shop. There's the kayaks of the world, right? There's the Travagos of the world. Make sure you are comparing prices here, and then check those restrictions carefully, and then be flexible sometimes on the travel dates. Maybe you can't travel the 23rd of December, you can the 22nd. You got to look carefully.
And if you're looking hypothetically for next summer, can you get any deals?
These deals today are not for next summer. This is a tight window. Book now if you want to get these deals today.
Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, thanks so much.
It's time for big holiday dinners and treats, but is there a way to enjoy it all while keeping your health in mind? How to maintain good habits through the end of the year up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It's that time of year, holiday shopping, traveling, and all that good food. But it can all actually take a toll on your mental and physical health this time of year.
Today, we're going to try to tackle some ways to maintain healthy habits, take care of yourself without missing out on some of your favorite holiday traditions. Joining us now, Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Very Well Health and a board-certified OBGYN. Dr. Shepard, great to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Asking for a friend. How common is it to put on a little extra weight in December and then, you know, lose it again in January and or hope to lose it in January?
Yeah, it sounds like this is the cycle of giving, and this is typically what happens when we think of holiday weight gain. But I want us to take a new approach to it in the sense of, what can I do where I can still enjoy my holidays, but I don't necessarily always have to overindulge? And so I think that a lot of times we think we can have nothing or all. And so finding that mid-region is really where I would say that your lucky stars are, because we want you to be able to enjoy very good food and friends and family and connection. But what are the things that are going to maybe put you over to the other side where it would be harder for you to maybe lose that later, or just to maintain a healthy lifestyle? So looking at your food choices and portion sizes are also key.
Such good tips. And it's important to say, of course, gaining weight in itself is not a bad thing, right? As long as you're maintaining a healthy weight. So we know that eating everything, as you said, in moderation is key. How can we allow ourselves to splurge, though, here and there, right? I love my pumpkin pie and whatever else. We all love dessert. But how do we do that without worrying that we're putting on maybe some unhealthy weight?
Yeah, there are always tips to kind of help offset enjoying the time that you do with your family, is to do things such as drink water before you indulge in a meal. And a lot of times that will, help with your satiety or the feeling of feeling full. That will help decrease that. So again, you're not getting to a point where you're eating so much until you feel full, but water can help with that. And also high fiber foods before you go to maybe a holiday party or you indulge in that big, holiday meal, is to have things that are going to fill you, but again, give you that ability and that time and space to eat things that are still very good or pleasurable for you, or at that time of the year, maybe the only time that your family makes it. So finding ways to do those things, as well as when you take a portion, is to push again the serving dish away. Don't eat close to the table where there are a lot of serving dishes, so you're more obliged to put more on your plate, and really stick to what you want to do for yourself and finding that routine that's healthy for you and sticking to those as well. And also have an accountability partner. There's no better way to have someone else there who's helping support the choices that you make, because if everyone's not involved with what you're doing, then you do feel kind of like the lone one out.
And it's not uncommon to struggle to find enough personal time during the holidays, right? It's so busy. We're all socializing. So how can we ensure we meet our physical fitness goals if getting to the gym is difficult, or maybe you're traveling and can't?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I always say that even in travel, there are ways to find ways to have movement. It doesn't necessarily have to be a formal gym, but movement is also helpful. One of the things that they have really found that helps with decreasing, glucose in how it's absorbed in the body and being stored, and when it's not utilized, it turns to fat, is if you can take a 20-minute walk after a big meal, 20 minutes, and move your body in getting some walking in there, you can actually significantly decrease the amount of glucose that's going to be stored in your body that's not being utilized in the way that it should be, which is what it should be doing for energy. So again, using your muscles, which is the main absorption of your glucose, right after you eat a meal, is going to help.
And let's talk travel quickly, because we're all doing that a lot this time of year. Harder to find well-balanced, nutritious meals when you're running through an airport. Easy to get sick when you're around big crowds. What are some tips?
Tips definitely are going to pre-pack your food. This is such an easy way for you to bring things on that you know are healthy for you. Bringing in things like nuts and trail mix and things that you can actually bring fruit. You can travel with fruit. So having that, so it's flexibility, right? What can I grab in a moment that I'm hungry? Those are things that you can grab because you pre-packed it. The other thing that I would say is make sure that you're actually traveling with supplements.
Such good tips. Dr. Shepard, thank you so much, and thanks for watching Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Do you believe, and I feel like I should say, do you believe that Cher has finally dropped a Christmas album?
Oh.
And to celebrate her holiday release, the Grammy-winning superstar will be performing at the Rockefeller tree lighting. That's tomorrow night.
And NBC News correspondent Harry Smith got to sit down with the icon to look back at her illustrious career and what fans can expect next.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it. Icon isn't adequate. Her range.
Wait a minute!
Her looks. Her talent. Her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record. Cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas. A half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever.
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder. whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called them and I was really nervous. I said, Stevie, I did this song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's going to be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17. I can feel something inside me.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I will admit it. Really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
I don't know. I don't think she's afraid of anything, if you ask me.
I love the answer. I know.
I know. She knows her greatness. Well, speaking of great, let's talk about what's trending right now. Superstar Dolly Parton breaking new records with her latest album.
Yeah, the album titled Rockstar debuted at #3 on Billboard's Top 200 list, making it her highest charting album yet. It consists of 30 songs, including originals, covers, and collabs with a number of artists, including Elton John.
Ooh, gotta listen to that one.
Yeah, you got a lot of music to listen to.
I know. 'Tis the season.
Yeah.
After all. Well, I'm Zinclair Samwa.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us anytime, streaming 24/7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zigleia Samwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, signs of hope. More hostages expected to be released from Gaza shortly. The likelihood this fragile truce could be extended as both Israel and Hamas accuse each other of violating the deal.
A final farewell to former First Lady Rosalynn Carter. Her memorial service in Atlanta is drawing in some of the biggest names in Washington. Former President Jimmy Carter, also making a rare public appearance, will take you inside the service.
Tapping into trouble, a new iPhone update allows users to share info by tapping their phones together. But is it putting the rest of your personal info at risk? We're asking the security experts.
And going somewhere? There's Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and now Travel Tuesday. We'll show you the destinations where you'll get the most for your money. Excited for that.
Yeah. Who doesn't want to book travel this time of year, right?
Especially this time of year.
We are going to begin this hour, though, again with the Israel-Hamas war and a new phase of the temporary ceasefire. 10 Israeli hostages are expected to be released from Gaza today, along with 30 Palestinian prisoners. We're learning more about the hostages who've been released so far in the past few days, including this 4-year-old Israeli-American girl. Her family spoke on Today, saying they hope that Abigail Idan can return to a normal life.
She's been reunited with her brother and her sister, and that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated, and with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process, and it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered, but at least she is now home safe.
Even though the truce has been extended to tomorrow, it remains extremely fragile. Israel and Hamas have accused each other of violating the terms, but neither side says it considers the ceasefire to be over. The pause in fighting is also allowing more humanitarian aid to reach Gaza. Fuel and clean water are especially needed. The first of 3 American aid packages is on its way into Gaza with things like food, medical supplies, and winter clothing.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Tel Aviv, Israel, for us. Aaron, what's the latest on the release of hostages and the conditions in Gaza right now?
Okay, we understand that the release of 10 Israeli hostages and 2 foreign nationals has just been completed. According to a source at the Rafah crossing, they have crossed over into Egypt. The youngest of the hostages, according to the Family Forum, is 17. The oldest is 84 years old. Ditza Hyman is one of the founders, according to the Forum, of the kibbutz near Oz, one of the hardest hit of the kibbutzim. A quarter of that kibbutz was either kidnapped or murdered on October 7th. The Family Forum writes regarding Hyman that she is the bond that connects her family and is known for her chicken soup and fruit cakes. Ditza is a family woman, a beloved and loving grandmother. Now, one of the hostages that has been released. Now, this is, of course, day 1 of the ceasefire extension. There is another day of this announced extension scheduled for tomorrow. This, as we're hearing from Israeli officials today, say that when this is said and done, the war will continue, something that is really causing alarm among the humanitarian community. I was speaking to an official at the World Health Organization, pointing to just really a desperate situation, especially when it comes to the healthcare in Gaza. In the north, some 24 out of 24 hospitals, only 4, in his words, are barely working. And in the south, only 8 hospitals. And he was telling me that if the fighting resumes and the fighting moves north, they're extremely concerned about the possibility the healthcare system could collapse. Take a listen.
We are extremely concerned if the fighting would resume. We cannot afford, the health system cannot afford that any of those hospitals, which I'm discussing now, the 8 in the south and the few in the north, will get damaged or become non-functional. Then we are really facing an even increasing humanitarian catastrophe.
This, as the WHO today is also warning that they're worried that more people are at risk of dying of disease in Gaza at this point because of the state of the healthcare situation than being bombarded. Guys.
And Aaron, we know CIA Director William Burns is also in the Middle East talking with leaders about ways to extend this pause in fighting. What do we know about Israel and Hamas's appetite to really keep this truce going?
Well, we know that this extension will last for at least 2 days. That's what both Israeli officials, Hamas, as well as Qatar, have announced so far. We heard from a spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister's office say that under the framework of this extension, that could be extended to a total of 5 days. And then beyond that is an open question mark, with a lot of regional leaders here really pushing for a full and complete ceasefire to end the violence. Guys.
Aaron McLaughlin for us. Aaron, thank you.
Well, investigators in Vermont are pouring through more evidence after 3 men of Palestinian descent were shot. All 3 of them are recovering today. They were in Vermont to visit family while on break from colleges in the United States. We're learning new details about Jason Eaton. He's the suspect who's pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of attempted murder. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is outside UVM Medical Center in Burlington, Vermont, where the incident took place. So, Stephanie, what do we know about the conditions of the victims right now? How are they doing?
Well, Zinkley, as you know, all 3 of them were brought here after the shooting. There were early reports that one of them had been released. But, you know, right now, the families of these 3 young men aren't releasing a whole lot of details. They are concerned still about their safety. We did speak with Hisham Awartani's parents in Ramallah in the West Bank yesterday. Aaron McLaughlin spoke with them, and they told us that their son had a bullet lodged in his spine and that there were very serious concerns that he might not walk again, although his father in that interview said his son is strong and that they hope that that won't be the case, Zinkley.
And Steph, the shooting has not been declared as a hate crime, at least not yet. What are you hearing about why exactly that is?
Well, a couple of things, Zinkley. First, one of the things that the prosecutor said in a press conference was that the 3 attempted murder charges would carry life sentences. So in that case, if they can prove that it is very likely that Jason Eaton would be in prison for the rest of his life. But beyond that, a lot of people believe that this is a hate crime, are seeing it as a hate crime, but to actually charge that, they have to get at motive, and they need to, according to the police chief here, who I was corresponding with earlier today, they really need to figure out what the state of mind was. And to do that, they're going to look through a lot of his digital records. One of the issues that they have is that he didn't actually say anything to these 3 students, according to police and according to their accounts to investigators. Zinkley.
Yeah, I know law enforcement describing him as originally nervous, then emotionless when they first met him. So we'll learn a lot more about his motives. Stephanie Gosk in Vermont. Thank you.
Family, friends, presidents, and first ladies are gathering right now to honor former First Lady Rosalind Carter. There's a live look right now at the tribute service in Atlanta. Today's memorial is by invitation only. Former President Jimmy Carter is attending the service for his wife. You can see him as he was rolled in a wheelchair into the front row. The 99-year-old has rarely been seen in public since entering hospice care back in February. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are also there. Neither are expected to speak during this service. Rosalind Carter, of course, died earlier this month at the age of 96. Her funeral will be held tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is live in Atlanta. She's been following the whole ceremony today. What have we seen and heard so far, Blaine?
Well, Kate, the ceremony is still underway right now, but we've really seen already just a number of moving tributes. We heard from the Carter's son, Chip Carter, and he gave some very touching remembrances of his mother. You know, it's been so interesting because, yes, amid all of certainly the serious tributes and the somber moments, there have been some very hearty laughs inside as well, as people have really just kind of recounted moments that tell us so much about her spirit and who she was. One moment that Chip brought up was, he said in his younger days when he was getting ready for a speech or a debate, and he was just very nervous service. He asked his mom for advice, and she said, well, you can do anything for 20 minutes except hold your breath. So we're hearing a lot of different anecdotes like that, certainly, of course, as we're also hearing some of her, or feeling some of her personality inside the service. We know that the music, for instance, are some of her favorite songs. Blessed Assurance was one of the songs that were played, along with several other songs as people entered the church. And then, of course, certainly one of the more emotional moments is looking at her husband of 77 years, the former president himself, 99-year-old Jimmy Carter. He was wheeled in there. He's covered, his legs are covered in a blanket as he sits there. But certainly when you consider all that it took to get him here, someone who's in hospice care, someone who made a journey of more than 160 miles to come here and say goodbye to his wife, Kate, it's certainly very touching.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Blaine, the former First Lady, will be laid to rest tomorrow. What do we know about funeral plans?
Well, as soon as this ceremony wraps here, we're going to see her motorcade proceed back down south, down to Plains, Georgia. And then tomorrow morning, there is going to be a private memorial service that's held at their longtime family church down there in Plains. Family, close friends are going to be invited as well, before finally ending with a private burial service at the Carter family residence. Kate.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. 3M has won a massive class action lawsuit.
And a popular shark is leaving the tank. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, a U.S. appeals court handed a win this morning to 3M and other manufacturers accused of spreading those so-called forever chemicals. The court rejected a lower court's ruling that would have allowed nearly 12 million Ohioans to file a class action lawsuit accusing the companies of contaminating the environment. Forever chemicals are used in a wide range of consumer products, such as nonstick pans and clothing, and have been tied to cancer and other health issues. Chinese fast fashion retailer Shein has confidentially filed to go public and is moving forward with its long-rumored IPO. That's according to CNBC reporting. The retailer has last valued at $66 billion, and sources tell CNBC Shein could be ready to start trading on the public markets as soon as 2024. And billionaire businessman and Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban is leaving Shark Tank. He told the host of Showtime podcast All the Smoke that season 16 would be his last. ABC has not confirmed his departure. Ladies, I'll send it back over to you.
Oh, man, one less shark in the tank.
That would be a big deal.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Emma Grede, though. We'll see where they land on who replaces him.
Okay, all right. Steve Kovac.
Thank you.
Steve, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, a first-of-its-kind report on those wildly popular drugs for weight loss, what experts now say is the most effective option on the market.
Plus, winter wallop, the coldest air of the season, is here for millions of people, while others are getting their first big round of snow. We're tracking the conditions and when things may let up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Well, if you're thinking it feels a little chilly, extra chilly, you're not alone.
Yeah, millions of people from the Midwest to the East Coast are getting hit with their first official blast of winter. Lake effect snow is already covering parts of New York, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
But the big story is the wind and bitter cold that's making a very frigid Tuesday out there. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of it closely. But we're going to start with NBC's Jesse Kirsch. He's in Erie, Pennsylvania. Jesse, I've seen you out there all day, and the snow, I don't know, is it coming down at the moment? It has been.
It is coming down right now. There have been lulls. It picks back up. So what we're looking at here outside of Erie, Kate, is lake effect snow. So this happens when you've got relatively warm waters of the Great Lakes colliding with these frigid winds moving through the region. And the heat and moisture from the water becomes clouds, and then that turns into snow. So that's what you're seeing right now. And we've been seeing snowfall in the region since yesterday, and we're expecting some areas to continue seeing snow until tomorrow. We're not just dealing with snowfall, we're also dealing with some pretty bitter cold, and that's not just in the areas that are getting blanketed in snow right now. From Chicago to the East Coast and up and down that eastern seaboard, we're looking at temperatures 10 to 20 degrees below average right now. And I just spoke with police here in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. This is a community like many across the Great Lakes region that are no strangers to being hit by snow, even at this time of year with this Great Lakes lake effect snowfall. But what we're dealing with here is an emphasis on reminding people to be driving carefully, especially with one of the first big snowfall events of the year, guys.
Yeah, Jesse, as you said, people there are familiar with snow, but what should they know if they need to drive or catch a flight today?
Yeah, so if you're trying to catch a flight, from what we've seen, there have been so far, it looks like minimal impacts to U.S. airports in terms of cancellations. When I was keeping an eye on things this morning, we were not seeing many cancellations at all tied to U.S. airports, according to Flight Tracker, FlightAware. But when you're on the roads, patience is something that authorities will always remind people of. And the local police here tell me that's all the more important of a reminder right now, because this is really that first big snowfall event of the year, of the season, and people are coming off of the summer and the fall driving. Different conditions require different driving skills, and so it's always something that officials remind people about, but all the more so with that first big snowfall event of the season.
All right, Jesse, thank you. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns for the big picture here. Bill, you heard there was I think you said last hour, a Cleveland accident, yes. A big pileup, right, about 20 cars. So it's a little rough in some spots.
Yeah, this is just south of Cleveland. This was in a snow squall that had low visibility. It's a 20-car pileup. One of the vehicles was on fire at one point. We have not gotten any confirmation of exactly how many injuries or when the road's going to be back open, though. Again, this is Interstate 271 just south of Cleveland. So let's get into what we're dealing with. This happens every single November. It's actually late this year. Typically, we've already had 1 or 2 lake effect snow events, but this one is late. The first blast of cold Canadian air, we've already seen that. And what happens is this is the current water temperatures. It's not exactly toasty, but when the air is in the teens and 20s and the water temperatures in the 40s, you have to remember warm air rises. That's going to form the clouds, and then eventually we'll get the snow to fall out of those clouds, and especially downwind of the lakes. And it just so happens a lot of times off of Erie and Ontario, those are the favorite areas for some very heavy snow, and they're used to it. You know, some of those areas will get, over 200 inches this winter. And so far, they've got about, 24 is the highest total I've seen. So lake effect snow warnings are still in place from Cleveland to Erie, just south of Buffalo, and then Syracuse up into areas here in the Adirondacks. That's where we're seeing, right now, those warnings in place.
So that's right now. Where's the storm headed, Bill?
Yeah, thankfully, this isn't like a storm like a nor'easter or a storm in the Midwest that moves from the Midwest to the Northeast. When the cold air is gone, So is this storm. So, we still have these snow showers. And by the way, I just saw snow flurries out our window here at 30 Rock. First official snow flurries in New York City of the winter season. The only accumulating snows left will be in areas right near the lakes. Not a lot either. Buffalo to Erie to Cleveland should be just fine. Maybe another slushy inch. Syracuse northwards could pick up an additional 6 inches. That's up on higher train place called the Tug Hill Plateau. I know Redfield already has picked up about 18 inches of snow. A few other isolated spots too. And these temperatures will warm up. This is as cold as it's going to get. Right now, look at the field light temperature, 14 Chicago, Green Bay at 10. But International Falls yesterday was in the negative numbers, today 11, so we're heading in the right direction. So you notice right now, temperatures 40s, 50s. Tomorrow's, we begin to warm up, and it'll be 50 degrees, guys, by the time we head towards the weekend.
Ooh, that's a swing.
Yeah, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Coming up, police warning about a new iPhone feature, but some security experts saying it's just fear-mongering. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The music world is buzzing over a legal battle involving one of the most successful duos of all time. We're talking about Hall and Oates. Daryl Hall has filed a lawsuit and restraining order against his longtime partner, John Oates. It's a dispute that apparently involves their extensive music catalog. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
For fans of the iconic pop duo, news of a bitter legal dispute is hitting like a sour note. Hall was recently granted a temporary restraining order against his longtime music partner.
Hall appears to be trying to prevent John Oates from selling his shares in their collective joint venture, which appears to own at least some rights to their catalog of music.
Philly soul singers Daryl Hall and John Oates teamed up in the early 70s and became the #1 selling duo in music history, with hit singles like Man Eater, Out of Touch, and I Can't Go For That. The two played Today Show Plaza back in 2003, and in 2014 were inducted together into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But without officially breaking up, the unique pop magic of Hall & Oates appears to have worn off. Hall even telling Bill Maher last year he didn't consider Oates a creative partner.
John and I are brothers, right? But we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We did a lot of stuff. We made records called Hall & Oates together, but we've always been very separate.
According to court documents obtained by People but not seen by NBC News, the two singers formed a limited liability partnership, and Oates now wants to sell his share of it to a company called Primary Wave Music, which already owns some of their music catalog. According to People, Hall claims in the legal motion that the sale would be a breach of contract and would cause him imminent irreparable harm. Oates' attorney says Mr. Oates has no comment on the lawsuit filed by Mr. Hall's team, adding they'll work toward a resolution that makes sense for all involved.
Musicians' catalogs are among the most precious thing they can own, because once they sell that off, they don't really have a lot else.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
That all kinds of makes me kind of sad. Well, let's switch gears. A Dallas sculptor bringing art to life for people who are blind or visually impaired. He's using his skills to reimagine iconic works of art so they can be touched. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
It was late in the evening. The wind was blowing. The stars were starting to come out.
It's a painting you've probably seen before, but never like this.
The little church, the little village down here.
Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. The world's most iconic works of art reimagined for the blind and visually impaired.
Most artists would not be very happy if I were touching their work, but you don't mind.
No, it's meant to be touched.
Tomas Bustos and his wife Jacinta came up with the idea after seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre more than a decade ago. Back home in Dallas, Tomas drew the Mona Lisa to scale, sculpted it in clay, and cast it in bronze.
I feel like I'm working right next to the original artist. I can see his brushstrokes. I can see his idea coming to life.
Months of painstaking work, all for a moment like this.
Beautiful smile.
There's the embroidery. I didn't see that the first time.
For Blake Lindsay, who has been blind since he was an infant, and Keila Alonso, who lost her sight at 12, the experience opened up a whole new world.
Describe what it was like experiencing Tomas's Mona Lisa.
It was amazing because I never knew what she looked like.
We see through our fingertips, and so it was really revealing.
Yeah, I really like that bowl.
Both Blake and Keila are also students in Tomas's sculpture class at Envision.
You're going to put it on the palm of your hand. I want you to smash it like this.
A nonprofit aimed at creating opportunities for the blind.
It just makes me feel good about myself.
Lessons in art and in life, built to stand the test of time. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dallas.
Priscilla, thank you. Well, coming up, do you believe that Cher has finally a holiday album? Our own Harry Smith sat down with the icon about her new project, decades in the making. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. Many of you are doing that right now on all the places you see on your TV screen there. The news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Russian news agencies are reporting that a Moscow court has decided to extend the detention of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich until January 30th. 32-year-old Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges in March while on a reporting trip. This is the third time his detention has been extended, as Gershkovich and the Wall Street Journal deny all allegations. If convicted, he could face up to 20 years in a Russian penal colony.
Several hospitals around the country are diverting patients from their emergency rooms after a major cyber attack on their parent company. Ardent Health Services oversees 30 hospitals across the United States, and last week their systems were hit by a ransomware attack in at least 3 different states, affecting things like ambulance routes and patient health records. And what it says was an abundance of caution. Ardent has shut down a significant number of its computerized services until the breached systems are safely back online.
Sean Diddy Combs has temporarily stepped aside as chairman of Revolt. According to a spokesperson, Combs made the decision to step away from the media network last week. It's not clear when or if he plans to return. It all comes after Combs was accused of sexual abuse in several lawsuits. A spokesperson for Combs has denied all allegations, saying the claims are a money grab.
Well, if you have the new iPhone or just got the latest update, this one is for you. Police departments across the country are warning users about a new feature.
Yeah, it's called Name Drop, and it basically allows you to quickly share your contact info with another person. Joining us on set, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro. So, Valerie, how does it work for people who haven't gotten this update, and why are people concerned about it?
So a lot of people are familiar with AirDrop, and that's where you're in the same room as another iPhone user and you can send photos and videos. For Name Drop to work, the phones actually have to be nearly touching, and that helps you share your contact information. Both people have to opt in, though. But law enforcement officials say they are most concerned about those who are not so technically savvy. A new iPhone update.
It's never been easier to share,
leading to new privacy concerns.
I don't want anybody touching their phone to my phone or my kids' phones and getting information.
Law enforcement agencies across the country posting warnings about the Name Drop feature, a part of the latest iOS 17 software update.
With Name Drop, you can just bring your phones close together.
That move brings up a prompt to instantly swap your contact information with another phone or Apple Watch. Then each user can choose to share or receive it. To cancel it, separate the phones or lock your screen. The feature defaults to on, so it has to be manually disabled.
I've seen people, literally myself, click those things without even knowing what they're clicking or accepting, if you will.
Sheriff Michael Bouchard of Oakland County, Michigan, speaking out about the update and warning people with this post on social media, asking parents to check their children's phones.
I'm concerned about the default to on versus the default to off, and you turn it on when you want it. So that's where you really need to be aware of what you now have on your phone, what does it give access to, and how do you limit that by your choice?
An Apple spokesperson pointing us to this privacy page, saying Name Drop was designed to share contact information with only your intended recipients. You can also choose the specific contact information you want to share, and just as important, which information you don't want to share. So viral videos like this one on TikTok with more than 2 million views.
If you're sitting next to somebody on the subway or on the bus, they can get all your information. This is a huge security risk.
Are not completely accurate. This woman later clarifying her claims.
While it's true that it doesn't automatically share like I thought it did, it does open you up for exploitation of people who are ahead of the game.
But that has some people calling the warnings fear-mongering. Even Bangor, Maine police addressing some panicky emails with the reassurance that your phone is not downloading your contact list into every iPhone you walk by at the mall. Is this new feature a security risk?
I would not consider this to be a security risk. Actually, one of the bigger security risks is not updating to the latest iOS. By updating your software, you're giving Apple the opportunity to patch any potential exploits that could come out from it.
But Sheriff Bouchard says despite the pushback, his concern is for those who just aren't aware.
Some of the tech-savvy people were commenting that it's an overreaction because you have to accept, but again, they're tech-savvy. And we always find our victims in those that are unaware of what just happened to them.
To disable the feature, head to your settings, click on General, and find the AirDrop tab. Then find the option for bringing devices together and toggle the switch to off. Name drop, a handy feature for some, too much technology for others.
Wow. So, Valerie, you dug into some of the concerns around this new feature, but does anyone actually benefit from it?
So the best application that I can think of is in the business world, or if you're at a networking event and you want to share your contact information. A lot of people don't carry business cards anymore, so that's an easy way to do it. Sometimes we've resorted to sitting there and typing in the name and the number, or sometimes you unlock your phone and hand it to someone to put in their information. That could be a security risk as well. But if you don't like this, there is the way to opt out of it. You just have to know where to look and what to do.
That's the key thing.
You told us in the piece. It's in settings, right?
Yes. All right, Valerie Castro, thank you.
Well, there is a new report out about just how effective those popular drugs used for weight loss, Ozempic and Mounjaro, really are. For the first time, researchers looked at real-world data on the two medications, comparing how much weight people lost on them. And one medication came out way ahead of the other. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here with us with the details. Christine, what did this study find?
Well, we know that Ozempic and Mounjaro both work quite well to help people lose weight. In this study of 18,000 patients, we get a clearer picture of how they perform.
Sugar. And Mounjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
They're two of the most popular weapons in the battle against obesity. Now, a new report suggests one of these blockbuster drugs is far more effective in helping people slim down. The analysis looked at real-world data from about 18,000 overweight adults using Mounjaro or Ozempic over a year. It found those taking Mounjaro were 3 times more likely to lose 15% of their body weight than those on Ozempic, and more than 2.5 times more likely to lose 10% of their body weight. While not a peer-reviewed study, this echoes previous research that found Mounjaro more effective than Ozempic in helping some people with weight loss. Both drugs are taken through weekly injections and are FDA approved only for type 2 diabetes, not weight loss.
I've lost 17 pounds in 8 weeks.
But demand is soaring as more patients use them off-label to shed unwanted pounds. Doctors say they work by mimicking hormones in the gut tied to appetite.
The major difference between the two medications is that Mounjaro is working on 2 hormones and Ozempic is working on 1 hormone. So you're essentially getting more bang for the buck when you take Mounjaro.
After struggling with obesity her whole life, Tara Rothenhofer joined a clinical trial for Mounjaro. 3 years in, she says she's lost more than 200 pounds.
Instead of that feeling of looking towards your next meal while you're still eating the current meal, you're having more of that feeling of satisfaction, of enjoyment. You know, you have a few bites of something and you feel full.
Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, says it'll soon release a version that's FDA approved for weight loss called Zepbound. In a statement, the maker of Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, told us their drug is only meant to treat type 2 diabetes. Its approved drug for weight loss, called Wegovy, is similar but at a higher dose than Ozempic. Experts caution the safety of these drugs is still unknown in healthy people who just want to lose a few pounds. They can have side effects like gastrointestinal distress, nausea, and vomiting, and they only curb hunger while being used.
For most patients, when you stop the medication, you will regain roughly 2/3 of that weight. This is not a medication that will reset you for life.
Christine, so interesting. A key factor, though, for folks is going to be the cost, right? What do we know about how much of these treatments insurance might cover?
You know, there's a lot of excitement about these drugs and how they're going to change, change the life of so many people and cut costs of the economy. But they cost a lot of money right now because these main drugs are for diabetes treatment. And so if you have diabetes, you may get insurance coverage of these drugs in many cases. But if you're being prescribed for weight loss, you may not. Now, these companies are trying to get weight loss drugs specifically using this same chemical, this same system. But for now, you don't have major uptake from many of the insurers. And part of the reason is because Medicare doesn't cover weight loss drugs. It hasn't for many years since the fen-phen debacle. Remember that some years back?
Yes.
So you're going to have to see Medicare step forward maybe and start to insure these drugs for weight loss. And then you would see the major insurers follow suit. But they are insuring people for diabetes treatment of these drugs, but not in every case for weight loss. And they're expensive, $1,000 a month.
Yeah. Okay, Christine Romans, thanks so much.
If you haven't had enough shopping after Black Friday and Cyber Monday, the spending continues today with Travel Tuesday.
Right now, big discounts are being offered on everything from flights to hotels. So how can you be sure you're going to get the best deal? Scott Keys, co-founder of the website Going, joins us now with everything we need to know about Travel Tuesday. Scott, good to see you. What are some of the deals being offered for Travel Tuesday? What's worth taking advantage of?
That's right. Look, there's good news and bad news when it comes to Travel Tuesday deals. We'll get into the bad news in a little bit, but let's start with the good news. There are a couple sales that really caught my eye. Southwest offering 30% off nearly all flights, whether you pay with cash or with points. That is a stellar deal, especially if you've already booked a Southwest flight. You can go back, rebook it, and pocket that 30%. Alaska Airlines offering round trip flights as little as $78. There's some stellar deals happening on those airlines as well as JetBlue. That's the good news. The bad news, most Travel Tuesdays deals are a bit of a mirage. The best deals are happening really throughout the year, not just on this one day in late November.
So, Scott, to that end, what are some tips for folks looking to get some of those great deals you're talking about during Travel Tuesday?
I think the best tip, if you are hoping just to take a winter vacation, is to circle January 8th on your calendar. Now, why January 8th? That is the date when flights drop as much as 80% off of their Christmas and New Year highs. Let me give you a couple examples. There are flights from Los Angeles to Tokyo, if you were to travel in late December, $1,996. That exact same flight, January 10th through 17th, just 2 weeks later, $427 nonstop round trip. That's a discount of 79%. So looking into early January as the best time to get really cheap flights, especially if you're just hoping to take a getaway this winter.
We're writing down January 8th is the key date. Yep. So there is fine print, though, right, on a lot of these deals. You really got to pay attention to the details, to the timing. What should people keep in mind?
Absolutely. I think the biggest detail, look, I hate recommending, just check the fine print. The biggest detail to be on the lookout for is the date restrictions. Many of these deals, whether Southwest or Alaska, are only on flights available in, say, January or February, maybe March, not through, let's say, May, June, July. And so you might have flights that might not otherwise be quite as enticing. But the biggest thing, I think, for folks to be aware of is that the best deals are unadvertised sales. This is the common open secret in the airfare industry that, look, an airline might be advertising $800 round trip flights to Europe. And that sounds wonderful. But I'll tell you about an unadvertised deal that happened just a couple days ago, Boston to Barcelona for $286 nonstop round trip. Those are the types of deals that are happening throughout the year without any advertising dollars behind them, not on Travel Tuesday.
Scott,
Boston to Barcelona?
Her jaw's on the floor. That one's a doozy. For real. Those are the kind of deals that are out there.
Those are the types of fares that are happening throughout the year, just quietly, unadvertised. And that's why I'm so adamant that I love Travel Tuesday. I love better deals even more.
Anytime. Scott Keys, thank you.
Thanks. Well, coming up, we go from buying to giving. The lessons parents can teach their kids on this Giving Tuesday next. You're watching Daily.
what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Modern Parenting Tuesday, today is Giving Tuesday, a global movement focused on helping people and communities through generosity.
It's also a great time to teach kids about the importance of giving back and helping others. A study published by the Journal of the American Medical Association this past May found that kids and teens who volunteer may also see a boost in their overall health and well-being. Joining us now to talk about this is Grace Bastida. She's the editor-in-chief of Parents, a website focused on helping families. Grace, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So let's start with the beginning. What's a good age for kids to start volunteering, and what are some of the benefits they reap from doing so?
Oh, you can start at any age. It depends where, you can actually start with a 2-year-old. It can be as easy as going to your local park and helping to clean it up. At that age, it's really about talking about the concept of kindness and teaching that. But kindness has so many benefits, and volunteering is a good way to talk about how we can be kind to other people. So you build empathy when you think beyond yourself and about the needs of others, and actually do something about it. And as you said, it's really great for well-being. Studies show that kids who volunteer are happier, and it wards off stress and anxiety, and who doesn't want that? And really, volunteering has a ripple effect. So when we do kind things, we inspire others to do the same, and kids get a lot of satisfaction knowing that their acts of service can live on and spread kindness.
Yeah. I got to ask you, in my home, when our kids were younger, we had this system where we had jars, right? And one was for charity or giving, and one was for savings, and one for spending money. And they had to put their allowance, split it between those jars. Is that a great idea? What are some other ideas that you have about, like, instilling that, having to put some aside for
Yes,
giving?
that's a great idea. You can have something simple that you can do from home is having a giving jar, and just as a family putting spare change into this jar. And when
Everybody putting in, yeah.
Putting in, and when you reach a certain amount, donate that. But you can also split whatever you're doing, activities by your kids' ages. So if you have a school-age child, you really want to align to their interests. If you have an animal lover, maybe you go to the local shelter and volunteer to walk dogs or pet cats, or even create a pet adoption poster that you can post and help a shelter animal find a forever home. With bigger kids, it's about encouraging them to be proactive. So you can organize a clothing drive in your apartment building and have people donate gently used clothing and personal items so that you can donate those to refugee families. I think the trick with volunteering is really doing something together as a family. So you want to have that conversation about what you could potentially be good at and may enjoy, all of you together, and then come up with a plan and schedule.
Yeah, it's great for you individually, it's great for your community and a family. I wonder, I've heard from a lot of communities who say people show up during the holidays and then they disappear. So how does service look away from the holiday season? How can families engage with their kids?
Exactly. That's a great question, because the idea is to make it part of your family's day-to-day. So come up with this schedule, whether you want to do something on a weekly basis, monthly basis, and commit to it as a family. And committing to acts of kindness really boosts that bond that you have with your loved ones. So it's about making it a habit and keeping it going throughout the year and just talking about it. And I have a feeling that once kids get that feel-good, those feel-good vibes from volunteering, they'll want to sign up again and again.
Yeah, I love that. By the way, I didn't come up with the jar idea. I feel like it sounded like I was like, look what I did.
No.
Somebody else told me.
No, but you ran with it.
And it was so good. Grace Bastidas, thank you so much. And
Thank
thanks
you
for watching.
There's much more ahead on Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Well, she needs no introduction or even a last name for that matter. She's just Cher.
Cher is going to rock around the Christmas tree at this year's Rockefeller Center tree lighting here on NBC tomorrow night. And our own Harry Smith sat down with her to discuss that performance and her new holiday album.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it, icon isn't adequate. Her range, her looks, her talent, her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas, a half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called them and I was really nervous. And I said, Stevie, I did the song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's gonna be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I'll admit it. Really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
So much
So
fun.
good.
So much fun. Thanks to the Pebble Bar, which is right next door,
Yeah.
where we shot this thing.
Oh.
But the great scene in Moonstruck when she goes to the opera and
Yes.
is just so overwhelmed and is crying. The Puccini is so beautiful. She told me there was no opera. It was just the director describing what was happening in the scene that they were going to play the music from. And there come the tears.
Well, this is why she said, I know how good I am.
She won an
A woman
Oscar.
who knows
She
her
won
worth. Yeah.
Oscar for it. Yeah. Right?
That was
So
so,
good.
wonderful.
So much
Thank-
fun.
So much fun. Thank
Yeah.
you, Harry Smith. Appreciate it.
Welcome to my job.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. So good to be with you. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 28th, 2023, breaking news, journey to freedom. More hostages are now back in Israel after being released from the Gaza Strip. Why the temporary truce between Israel and Hamas is becoming even more fragile.
Remembering Rosalind Carter, former President Jimmy Carter is in Atlanta today after months in hospice care. The tribute to his wife of nearly 80 years. And who else was there?
Time to jet. Today is Travel Tuesday, and some companies are offering major discounts. What you need to know before booking your next getaway.
And naughty or nice, it can be easy to gain a few extra pounds over the holidays. How you can keep the weight off? No Christmas miracles required.
Curious to get to that one.
Yeah, we all need that.
Yeah, we do. But we're going to start this hour with some breaking news out of Israel. More hostages are being freed from Gaza. Israel's prime minister's office says 10 Israelis and 2 Thai citizens have safely returned to Israeli territory. Around 30 Palestinian prisoners are expected to be exchanged.
We're also learning more about the other hostages who have already been freed, including this 4-year-old Israeli-American girl. Her family spoke on Today, saying they hope Abigail Idan can return to a normal life.
She's been reunited with her brother and her sister, and that was magical in the sense that a brother and sister who for 50 days waited and hoped that Abigail would come home. And Abigail, when she saw them, was just elated. And with her cousins as well. And so it's going to be a very slow process. And it's 50 days and having seen her parents murdered. But at least she is now home safe.
The truce extension set to expire tomorrow is also allowing more humanitarian aid to reach Gaza. Fuel and clean water are especially needed. The first of 3 American aid packages is on its way into Gaza with things like food, medical supplies, and winter clothing.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Tel Aviv, Israel for us. So, David, what more are we learning about these hostages who've just been released?
Yeah, hi guys. Just in the last hour, we got confirmation from the Israeli authorities that 12 hostages are now safely in Israeli territory in the hands of the IDF. That's 10 Israeli citizens and 2 Thai nationals. Among the group of 10 Israeli citizens, the youngest is a 17-year-old girl and the oldest is an 84-year-old woman. So we can now say, well, you know, I should say, actually, once we see the release of Palestinian prisoners on the other side of the deal, which, given what's happened in the last few nights, should happen in the next hour or two, once we see that, we will be able to say that this ceasefire agreement was successfully extended by 1 day. As you mentioned, both sides have indicated that they have agreed to an extension of another day after this, tomorrow. And both sides have said that they're willing to extend it even further, day by day, as long as Hamas is willing to release more hostages and Israel is willing to release more prisoners. The Qataris, who have been brokering this deal, say that they hope that this ceasefire agreement is actually the beginning of a lasting truce. Back to you.
And David, this temporary ceasefire, allowing the aid trucks to bring in much-needed supplies, as we've said, do we have a sense of what is still needed there, though?
Yeah, so you're right. That is the other big part of this agreement, is allowing aid trucks into the Gaza Strip. Not only that, allowing for that aid to be distributed throughout the Strip, including in the north, which has been the most heavily battered part of the Gaza Strip as the result of the Israeli military campaign and the fighting there. You know, the aid trucks contain everything from food, blankets, shelter equipment like tents and mattresses, and also much needed fuel, including, you know, gasoline and cooking gas. In terms of what else is needed, you know, every time you speak to health, like, for example, Palestinian Red Crescent personnel inside the Gaza Strip, they always make a point of saying that the aid they're receiving is not enough. I think from the perspective of healthcare workers on the ground, there can never be enough humanitarian aid to undo the damage that has been done as a result of this humanitarian campaign. That said, the aid that does make it into the Strip is of vital importance to the people that receive it. One thing we've been paying attention to specifically is humanitarian aid designed to help people deal with weather conditions. It's getting cold here. People need things that sound very simple to us, like blankets and tents. But given how many structures have been destroyed in the Gaza Strip, that, as the nights get colder, can make the difference between, you know, a family or an elderly person staying alive and healthy or not. Those are the kinds of things we're paying attention to the aid. And I know those people in the Gaza Strip are hoping that the ceasefire is extended even further, because every day of no fighting means more aid that they can receive. Back to you.
Yeah, that makes sense. David Noriega, thank you so much. Well, right now, back in this country, millions of people are dealing with the first big winter blast of the season. Lake effect snow already covering parts of the Midwest and East Coast. But the big story is the wind and bitter cold. And if you don't feel it yet, you might feel it later this week. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking where all this weather is headed. But we start with NBC's Jesse Kirsch, who's feeling it already in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Outside of Erie, Pennsylvania, here in Edinburgh, we're looking at more lake effect snow. It's something that's been hitting the Great Lakes region since yesterday. And what we're looking at is snow that comes from cold winds sweeping across the Great Lakes. And at the same time, you have relatively warm waters in those lakes. And so the water, the heat and moisture gets swept up, becomes clouds, and then you get snow out of it. And that's what we're looking at here. There are no strangers to snow in this part of the country, but a reminder we always see from officials in snowstorms is to be more cautious on the roads if you need to drive. And local police here in Edinburgh telling me that's something that is all the more pressing of a reminder for the first big snowfall event of the season, because people have been used to summer and fall driving. So they want to get drivers back in the mindset of winter driving. It's not just snow that we're seeing in parts of the country. For people who are staying dry, they may still be getting hit with brutal cold. Temperatures from Chicago stretching east up and down the East Coast are 10 to 20 degrees below average right now. But for people who are seeing the snowfall, parts of the Great Lakes region getting this lake effect snow could continue seeing snowfall into tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns for the big picture here. Bill, what are we seeing right now?
Well, we're going to see the end of this lake effect snow event into tonight and tomorrow morning. And this is very typical for this time of year. We're only going to watch maybe in a couple additional inches. We've already had some really incredible reports. Right now, we still have lake effect snow warnings for Cleveland, Erie, just south of Buffalo. Syracuse is in the midst of it right now with some heavy snow, so the New York State Thruway is probably not very pretty. But as far as some of the snow totals have gone, just north of Syracuse, 23 inches. If you're familiar with the Buffalo Bills at Orchard Park, they picked up 14 inches of snow. So a couple more inches to go, and then the travel will get better.
All right, and we've got a lot of people out on the West Coast watching us, so what are you tracking out there?
Yeah, it's been kind of quiet. I mean, very quiet. That ends, especially in the Pacific Northwest. Let me fast forward you into Friday. So we have one weak system that goes through Thursday. That'll spread some light snow through the Intermountain West. But a more powerful storm will come in Friday to the Pacific Northwest. This has enough cold air, so the high elevations will get plastered in snow, but the lower elevations are going to get some significant rain out of this and definitely some wind, too. This is not a storm for Central or Southern California, and even this series, this atmospheric river, will really mostly miss the central portions of the Sierra. So I know a lot of skiers are looking forward to getting some snow in the mountains. Not this time for Central California, but definitely the Northern Rockies. This is gold for you if you like winter skiing and anything outdoors. But the storm system continues. This is all the way into Sunday, too. So the rainfall total forecast from our government, the Weather Prediction Center, is calling for 5 to 7 inches of rainfall, the coastlines of Oregon and Washington State. We'll talk more about this as we head towards the weekend.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you.
Family, friends, presidents, and first ladies gathered today to pay their respects to former First Lady Rosalind Carter at a memorial service in Georgia. Former President Jimmy Carter attended the service for his wife of 77 years. You can see him being wheeled into the church. It's a rare public appearance for the 99-year-old after he entered hospice care in February. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, former President Bill Clinton, and every living former First Lady also attended. Rosalind Carter died last week at the age of 96. Her funeral will be held tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta, Georgia for us and joins us now. So, Blaine, several members of the Carter family spoke during today's service. How are they remembering her?
You know, Zinclay, I really think that those were some of the more touching moments that we saw during today's.
And Blaine, it looks like we may have lost you with our connection, so sorry about that, but we'll continue to follow the news regarding the former First Lady.
We'll get back to her if we can. Right now, let's turn to today's CNBC Money Minute. Google is deleting inactive accounts.
And Amazon is rolling out new tech for office workers. Julia Borston joins us now. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, if you have a Google account and you haven't logged in for at least 2 years, there's a chance it could be deleted as soon as this week. Affected users have been receiving warnings since August. Google says the inactive accounts are more susceptible to phishing, hacking, and spam and less likely to use stronger security measures. Amazon is rolling out its palm scanning technology for businesses. The tech giant is pitching the technology as a cheaper and more secure solution when compared to traditional tools. Currently, Amazon uses the biometric system for shoppers to pay for purchases by swiping their hands at Whole Foods and some Amazon Go convenience stores. The first transatlantic flight using 100% sustainable fuel was scheduled to land at JFK, New York City this afternoon. The low-carbon fuel is made from waste and can reduce emissions by up to 70%. There were no passengers on board for this maiden flight. Back over to you.
Okay, that sounds like a pretty good milestone, though, at least first time.
Yeah, very exciting.
Julia Borston for us. Julia, thanks so much. Well, coming up, fork in the road. Who was behind the wheel of this forklift that sent police on a really wild chase?
Plus, convicted killer Alec Murdaugh is facing sentencing again today, this time for financial crimes. What one of his victims is saying. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. We're going to return now to NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She's covering today's tribute for former First Lady Rosalind Carter in Atlanta, Georgia. Blaine, several members of the Carter family spoke during today's service, as we discussed prior. So how are they remembering the former First Lady?
You know, Zinkley, I think that those were some of the more moving moments from today when we heard those personal stories. Of course, a lot has been made over the past week, and rightfully so, about her role as a humanitarian, a former First Lady, what she's done for the world. But to hear about her role in the family, being remembered as a mother and a grandmother, was truly moving. So here's something from her grandson, Jason Carter, talking about one of those moments. Take a look.
As the song says, she knew what comes back when you give your love away. And for my grandmother, what came back was this unshakable strength and this powerful faith, and not just an abiding love, but a fierce, determined, adventurous love that sustained her on all of these long journeys.
And that was, of course, him talking about the love that she gave out into the world. But the other thing, Zinkley, that we heard repeatedly was about the love story between former President Carter and Rosalind Carter, married for 77 years. One of the more moving moments today came when their daughter got up and said, listen, because my father cannot speak today in front of you, I'm going to share some of his words about my mother. And she read one of the letters that he had written to her some 75 years ago while he was serving, and just talking about how wonderful she was, how he continues to fall in love with her over and over again. So to hear those words and see the former president sitting there in the audience at age 99 was certainly a moving moment as well. Sinclair.
Yeah, truly moving to see him remember his longtime wife. Blaine Alexander with the latest. Thank you.
Well, switching gears, we have some video to show you, and it is pretty bizarre. What do you see here? You might think that it's a construction vehicle driving at night, but look closer. This is a hot pursuit. Police officers in Michigan chased this 35,000-pound forklift for over an hour, and then they figured out the person behind the wheel was a 12-year-old. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is on this one for us. Maya, thankfully nobody was hurt in the situation, but what more do we know about what happened?
Hi, Kate. Yeah, this video is wild. The 12-year-old middle schooler stole a 35,000-pound construction vehicle parked right outside of Forsyth Middle School. The keys were apparently hidden inside the unlocked vehicle. Police got the call around 6:45 p.m. on Saturday and eventually caught up with the kid, who was going 15 to 20 miles per hour on residential roads. During the video shared by the Ann Arbor police, you can hear an officer saying that the forklift is being lowered and not to approach the front of the vehicle. The pursuit lasted an hour, and the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office also got involved. When the 12-year-old stopped driving just before 8 p.m., he was taken into custody and put in a juvenile detention facility. No injuries were reported, but about 10 cars were hit during the chase. Ann Arbor's police chief said that this was, quote, a very dangerous situation that could have ended with serious injuries. They also added that the investigation into all this is still ongoing. Kate?
All right, it's a wild one. Maya Eaglin, thank you.
Disgraced former attorney and convicted killer Alec Murdaugh is back in court today. He's being sentenced for financial crimes in South Carolina. Murdaugh pleaded guilty to state charges earlier this month. The victims of his crimes are confronting him in court. Murdaugh is already serving a life sentence for murdering his wife and son. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this story for us. So, Guad, first, can you remind our viewers about the charges in this case, and what have we heard so far from the victims in court today?
Sinclair, originally he was charged with over 100 financial crimes, which included bank fraud, also money laundering and tax evasion. Now, after making a deal with prosecutors, Murdaugh pled guilty to 22 of those financial crimes that included 18 victims. So today's hearing included some of those victims in the courtroom giving their impact statements, essentially speaking to Murdaugh face to face, many of them talking about how they trusted him and how hard it was to believe that he had taken so much money from them. We're going to hear from one of those victims who spoke in court today.
My heart goes out not only to my family,
But today, to hear all these families that you did wrong by, those children that you stole from, everything, they lost a mother, and you stole every dime from them. I just don't understand. Did you not have a soul?
She was the sister of Gloria Satterfield, who was the housekeeper who worked at the Murdaugh home. Murdaugh then represented the family after the housekeeper died in an accident. He got money from a settlement and kept that money. That's why she was talking, of course, about the kids. Just one of the victims that was able to speak in court today.
And Guad, notably, we also heard from Murdaugh himself. What did he tell the court before sentencing?
We did, and one of the reasons why it was so important to have this hearing today is because the judge needed to accept that deal that he made for the 22 crimes that he pled guilty to, which included a 27-year sentence. So the judge was to decide if he was going to accept that deal. Here's Murdaugh speaking in court today.
I do care about each and every one of you. I am so sorry, and that I hate and am so bothered by the things that I did.
So after speaking, the judge did accept that plea. He will now serve 27 years. Of those, he will have to be in prison. Let me say that again. He was sentenced to 27 years. He has to serve at least 23 years, which is important because the other case for which he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences will have an appeal. So they've already appealed that case, but at least for now, he's been sentenced to these 27 years.
Late breaking news, Guad Venegas, thank you, and thanks for watching.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The music world is buzzing over a legal battle involving one of the most successful duos of all time. We're talking about Hall and Oates. Daryl Hall has filed a lawsuit and restraining order against his longtime partner, John Oates. It's a dispute that apparently involves their extensive music catalog. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
For fans of the iconic pop duo, news of a bitter legal dispute is hitting like a sour note. Hall was recently granted a temporary restraining order against his longtime music partner.
Hall appears to be trying to prevent John Oates from selling his shares
in their collective joint venture, which appears to own at least some rights to their catalog of music.
Philly soul singers Daryl Hall and John Oates teamed up in the early 70s and became the #1 selling duo in music history, with hit singles like Man Eater, Out of Touch, and I Can't Go For That. The two played Today Show Plaza back in 2003, and in 2014 were inducted together into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But without officially breaking up, the unique pop magic of Hall and Oates appears to have worn off. Hall even telling Bill Maher last year he didn't consider Oates a creative partner.
John and I are brothers, right? But we are not creative brothers. We are business partners. We did a lot of stuff. We made records called Hall and Oates together, but we've always been very separate.
According to court documents obtained by People but not seen by NBC News, the two singers formed a limited liability partnership, and Oates now wants to sell his share of it to a company called Primary Wave Music, which already owns some of their music catalog. According to People, Hall claims in the legal motion that the sale would be a breach of contract and would cause him imminent irreparable harm. Oates' attorney says Mr. Oates has no comment on the lawsuit filed by Mr. Hall's team, adding they'll work toward a resolution that makes sense for all involved.
Musicians' catalogs are among the most precious thing they can own, because once they sell that off, they don't really have a lot else.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
That all kinds of makes me kind of sad. Well, let's switch gears. A Dallas sculptor bringing art to life for people who are blind or visually impaired. He's using his skills to reimagine iconic works of art so they can be touched. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
It was late in the evening. The wind was blowing. The stars were starting to come out.
It's a painting you've probably seen before, but never like this.
The little church, the little village down here.
Van Gogh's The Starry Night, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. The world's most iconic works of art reimagined for the blind and visually impaired.
Most artists would not be very happy if I were touching their work, but you don't mind.
No, it's meant to be touched.
Tomas Bustos and his wife Jacinta came up with the idea after seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre more than a decade ago. Back home in Dallas, Tomas drew the Mona Lisa to scale, sculpted it in clay, and cast it in bronze.
I feel like I'm working right next to the original artist. I can see his brushstrokes. I can see his idea coming to life.
Months of painstaking work, all for a moment like this.
Beautiful smile.
There's the embroidery. I didn't see that the first time. For Blake Lindsay, who has been blind since he was an infant, and Keila Alonso, who lost her sight at 12, the experience opened up a whole new world. Describe what it was like experiencing Tomas's Mona Lisa.
It was amazing because I never knew what she looked like.
We see through our fingertips, and so it was really revealing.
Yeah, I really like that bowl.
Both Blake and Keila are also students in Tomas's sculpture class at Envision.
You're going to put it on the palm of your hand. I want you to smash it like this.
A nonprofit aimed at creating opportunities for the blind.
It just makes me feel good about myself.
Lessons in art and in life, built to stand the test of time. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dallas.
Priscilla, thank you. Well, coming up, do you believe that Cher has finally a holiday album? Our own Harry Smith sat down with the icon about her new project, decades in the making. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. Many of you are doing that right now on all the places you see on your TV screen there. The news continues right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivering.
All right, it just fit too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Finland says it will close its border with Russia over migration concerns. The 2-week move is meant to stem a surge of asylum seekers from the Middle East and Africa. Finland's prime minister accuses Russia of ushering migrants into the country in retaliation for joining NATO. The Kremlin denies those claims.
A lawyer for Hunter Biden says the president's son is willing to testify before the House Oversight Committee as long as he can do so publicly. House Republicans had requested a closed-door interview as part of their impeachment inquiry into President Biden. They want to question Hunter Biden about whether the president helped him with or profited off of his business dealings. Hunter Biden's lawyer claims closed-door interviews have been used to distort facts, but the committee's chair says Hunter Biden is, quote, trying to play by his own rules.
The families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims say InfoWars host Alex Jones can pay them $85 million to settle his defamation case. That number is far less than the nearly $1.5 billion he was ordered to pay for calling the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting a hoax. Lawyers for the victims' families presented the lower offer as a way to resolve Jones's personal bankruptcy case. Jones is appealing the ruling, saying that he did not get a fair trial and he was protected by free speech.
A remarkable scene in India. After 17 days trapped underground, 41 miners are finally free. They were stranded inside the Himalayan mountains after a 3-mile tunnel they were in collapsed earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest on the rescue operation.
Yeah, good to be with you. After more than 2 weeks of being trapped inside a collapsed tunnel in northern India, those construction workers were just freed. Now, the rescue happening over the course of the last few hours. Rescue crews worked through the night, manually digging through rocks and debris, using handheld drills to try and reach these trapped workers. They had to resort to their hands after a drilling machine broke down. Now, these crews were working on this massive project, which was aimed at connecting various sites together through a network of roads, but a landslide caused a portion of the nearly 3-mile-long tunnel to collapse. These guys survived on food, water, and oxygen that was supplied through these narrow steel pipes. Ambulances, along with family and friends, were waiting at the mouth of this tunnel to welcome these guys back. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thanks so much. Well, doctors here in the U.S. are urging parents to be on high alert as hospitals across the country are seeing a spike in flu and RSV cases, mainly in children.
According to the CDC, nearly 3,300 people were sent to the hospital the week of November 18th. That is a 21% increase from the week prior. And now there are worries that number could spike even higher after people gathered for Thanksgiving. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us here on set. Dr. Patel, where are we seeing the spread of the flu and RSV the most, and how concerned should we be?
Yeah, we're seeing it actually in states that we had seen in the early cases of the pandemic, as well as other kind of triple-demic. It's southeast, some parts of the Midwest, but with the Thanksgiving travel we've just had recently, we're going to see these patterns emerge all across the U.S.
So, Dr. Patel, what are the signs you may be coming down with something, and how can you prevent it, especially in your kids?
Right. So prevention is key. Let's just go back to that. It's the basics. It's kind of putting a mask on, or at least covering when you have a cough or a sneeze, making sure you wash your hands, and wiping down surfaces, because flu can live, unlike other viruses, can live on surfaces for days. So that's important to keep in mind. In terms of symptoms, they sound and look a lot like a common cold. There can be some things with RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, that are a little different, but look for the kind of coughing, sneezing. Sometimes you'll see a loss of appetite, just the fatigue. In any case, though, this can mimic COVID, it can mimic other viruses, including the common cold. Always worth getting checked out, no matter what age you are, because if it's COVID, we can treat it if appropriate. And then with RSV and other things, we can also do supportive measures immediately.
And I'm guessing if you see those symptoms, keep your kid home from school,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
The CDC sent out a warning earlier this month about a national shortage of RSV vaccines.
Right.
So where do we stand, or for babies, I guess,
For
right?
kids, yeah.
Where do we stand on that?
Yeah, so this is something that the CDC has been preparing for and had thought that they had had adequate supply. I think that it's a good thing that now that we know that we have a vaccine that's available for the under 2 crowd, that we can let pediatricians try to prioritize it while the manufacturer is actively working to get supply in place. So if you have a child that's under the age of 2 and you have a pediatrician, because most of these vaccines are given in the pediatrician's offices, it's not like COVID where we can go to a pharmacy and get it. Then talk to your pediatrician. Most of them will have a sense of when they might expect inventory. And what they're trying to do is prioritize kids that have chronic conditions or people who are more likely to be in the hospital. My own child had RSV, though, and had pneumonia last year. So it can be anybody that this affects.
And of course, briefly, this spike is coming as we were just reporting about pneumonia-like
in China.
Sicknesses coming out of China. The UK just reported its first case of a swine flu in a while. Should we be worried about those here?
So bottom line, do not be scared. What we're seeing in China is actually what we went through last year with the triple-demic. It's just that they came out of lockdown a little later, and so they're seeing that first wave of what we experienced a year ago, and it's similar viruses. So it should not have any global impact, except as a reminder that where we can get vaccinated and where we can keep sick people kind of from getting sick by prevention, what we talked about earlier, that's what we should do.
And swine flu, that's a new
swine flu,
strain,
that's
real quick.
Right, sorry, I know we have so many new things. Swine flu in the UK, it's been their first case in 50 years where they don't have like kind of a real history of how that person got swine flu. The name swine because most people get it from treating pigs or animals. This person didn't have that. We had a case just like it earlier in the US earlier this year. So it doesn't raise cause for alarm, but we're all monitoring to watch what happens.
Gotcha. Dr. Kavita Patel, really nice to have you in studio with us.
Thank you.
Rapid fire questions.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Well, if you have the new iPhone or just got the latest update, listen up. Police departments across the country are warning users about a new feature. It's called Name Drop, and it basically allows you to quickly share your contact information to another person. NBC's Valerie Castro has the details.
A new iPhone update.
It's never been easier to share,
leading to new privacy concerns.
I don't want anybody touching their phone to my phone or my kids' phones and getting information.
Law enforcement agencies across the country posting warnings about the Name Drop feature, a part of the latest iOS 17 software update.
With Name Drop, you can just bring your phones close together.
That move brings up a prompt to instantly swap your contact information with another phone or Apple Watch. Then each user can choose to share or receive it. To cancel it, separate the phones or lock your screen. The feature defaults to on, so it has to be manually disabled.
I've seen people, literally myself, click those things without even knowing what they're clicking or accepting, if you will.
Sheriff Michael Bouchard of Oakland County, Michigan, speaking out about the update and warning people with this post on social media, asking parents to check their children's phones.
I'm concerned about the default to on versus the default to off, and you turn it on when you want it. So that's where you really need to be aware of what you now have on your phone, what does it give access to, and how do you limit that by your choice?
An Apple spokesperson pointing us to this privacy page saying Name Drop was designed to share contact information with only your intended recipients. You can also choose the specific contact information you want to share, and just as important, which information you don't want to share. So viral videos like this one on TikTok with more than 2 million views.
If you're sitting next to somebody on the subway or on the bus, they can get all your information. This is a huge security risk.
Are not completely accurate. This woman later clarifying her claims.
While it's true that it doesn't automatically share like I thought it did, it does open you up for exploitation of people who are ahead of the game.
But that has some people calling the warnings fear-mongering. Even Bangor, Maine police addressing some panicky emails with the reassurance that your phone is not downloading your contact list into every iPhone you walk by at the mall.
Is this new feature a security risk?
I would not consider this to be a security risk. Actually, one of the bigger security risks is not updating to the latest iOS. By updating your software, you're giving Apple the opportunity to patch any potential exploits that could come out from it.
But Sheriff Bouchard says despite the pushback, his concern is for those who just aren't aware.
Some of the tech-savvy people were commenting that it's an overreaction because you have to accept, but again, they're tech-savvy. And we always find our victims in those that are unaware of what just happened to them.
To disable the feature, head to your settings, click on General, and find the AirDrop tab. Then find the option for bringing devices together and toggle the switch to off. Name Drop, a handy feature for some, too much technology for others. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
After Black Friday and Cyber Monday, the spending continues today with Travel Tuesday.
Right now, big discounts are being offered on everything from flights to hotels. So how can you be sure you're going to get the best deal? Scott Keys, co-founder of the website Going, joins us now with everything we need to know about Travel Tuesday. Scott, good to see you. What are some of the deals being offered for Travel Tuesday? What's worth taking advantage of?
That's right. Look, there's good news and bad news when it comes to Travel Tuesday deals. We'll get into the bad news in a little bit, but let's start with the good news. There are a couple sales that really caught my eye. Southwest offering 30% off nearly all flights, whether you pay with cash or with points. That is a stellar deal, especially if you've already booked a Southwest flight. You can go back, rebook it, and pocket that 30%. Alaska Airlines offering round trip flights as little as $78. There's some stellar deals happening on those airlines, as well as JetBlue. That's the good news. The bad news, most Travel Tuesdays deals are a bit of a mirage. The best deals are happening really throughout the year, not just on this one day in late November.
So, Scott, to that end, what are some tips for folks looking to get some of those great deals you're talking about during Travel Tuesday?
I think the best tip, if you're hoping just to take a winter vacation, is to circle January 8th on your calendar. Now, why January 8th? That is the date when flights drop as much as 80% off of their Christmas and New Year highs. Let me give you a couple examples. There are flights from Los Angeles to Tokyo, if you were to travel in late December, $1,996. That exact same flight, January 10th through 17th, just 2 weeks later, $427 nonstop round trip. That's a discount of 79%. So looking into early January as the best time to get really cheap flights, especially if you're just hoping to take a getaway this winter.
We're writing down January 8th is the key date. Yep. So there is fine print, though, right, on a lot of these deals. You really got to pay attention to the details, to the timing. What should people keep in mind?
Absolutely. I think the biggest detail, look, I hate recommending, just check the fine print. The biggest detail to be on the lookout for is the date restrictions. Many of these deals, whether Southwest or Alaska, are only on flights available in, say, January or February, maybe March, not through, let's say, May, June, July. And so you might have flights that might not otherwise be quite as enticing. But the biggest thing, I think, for folks to be aware of is that the best deals are unadvertised sales. This is the common open secret in the airfare industry that, look, an airline might be advertising $800 round trip flights to Europe. And that sounds wonderful. But I'll tell you about an unadvertised deal that happened just a couple days ago, Boston to Barcelona for $286 nonstop round trip. Those are the types of deals that are happening throughout the year without any advertising dollars behind them, not on Travel Tuesday.
Scott,
Boston to Barcelona?
Her jaw's on the floor. That one's a doozy. For real. Those are the kind of deals that are out there.
Those are the types of fares that are happening throughout the year, just quietly, unadvertised. And that's why I'm so adamant that I love Travel Tuesday. I love better deals even more.
Anytime. Scott Keys, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, coming up, first came the Halloween candy, then the Thanksgiving feast, now the holiday cookies. A doctor joins us with her tips for keeping the weight off or keeping healthy this holiday season. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, we're tackling ways to manage your weight during the holidays.
The weeks between Thanksgiving and New Year's can pose a serious challenge for our waistlines, but there are things you can do to keep your weight in check without skipping your favorite holiday traditions. Joining us now, Dr. Jessica Shepard. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health, also an OBGYN. Dr. Shepard, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm going to ask for a friend. How common is it for people to put on a little extra weight over the holidays? And then, you know, a lot of us put it on and then try to take it off in January.
Right. So these are things that are very common as we spend more time away from work with friends and family having good food. You are going to see that people will have some significant weight gain, but I think that there are ways that we can really set our routine in place in order to offset that while still enjoying all of the luxuries of the holidays.
And there are many luxuries. I mean, Dr. Shepard, it is important to say, right, gaining weight in itself is not bad, but staying in a healthy weight frame is important. So we know that eating everything in moderation is key. How can we allow ourselves to enjoy the cookies, to splurge a little without feeling that big worry of weight gain or guilt?
Now, I think a lot of that has to do with mindset, and exactly what you just said is still being able to enjoy while not feeling that guilt. One day or even 2 days at most is not going to, send you into some spiral. So I think making sure that you actually stay active, find ways throughout the holidays to enjoy time with your family and stay active. That's really going to be a really key thing that people need to take into account. And also when you're taking part in these family meals is that eating things prior to having the big sugary meals or very carb-laden meals is having things with fiber, increasing your water intake before you actually eat, so that you have this earlier sense of satiety or feeling full, and portion control. This is probably the hardest one because portion control is hard when you typically want to eat more of these foods that you may not see for the rest of the year. But keeping the end in mind first is always going to help.
So stress comes into play too, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people get stressed around the holidays. How do we keep away from stress eating or minimize our stress?
Yeah, stress and anxiety really come from when people focus too much maybe on the future or on the past. So staying present is another way to minimize the stress and always realizing that you can't control everything. And in that, creating a routine. If you can stick to your routine and your habits, that is very helpful to minimizing and decreasing stress during the holiday season. And also having boundaries, keeping away from things and or people that may push your boundaries and make you a little bit more stressed or maybe upset. And staying connected to what keeps you grounded is also another way that you can minimize stress during the holidays.
And Dr. Shepard, any tips for hitting your fitness goals if you don't have time to go to the gym or if you're traveling? Holidays can be pretty busy.
Yeah, I really think it's important that people understand that fitness does not mean that you have to go to a formal gym and have machines. You can find ways of movement in every aspect of your life. One of the things that we've seen in studies is that you can actually help burn all these calories if you actually do a 20-minute walk right after eating a meal. That's going to really increase your blood flow. It's going to utilize that glucose, and it's going to keep you actually refreshed. So find ways to have movement rather than looking at it as having to get to an actual gym.
And Zinkley mentioned travel. What are your tips for travel? Staying healthy.
Yeah, for travel, I always say that you want to make sure that you have supplements, whether that's increasing your vitamin C or even using things such as like an emergency before you travel, and then also packing your food before you go on a trip. Many times during flights, you never know if they get canceled or stuck. So you want flexibility, have foods pre-packed that are going to be helpful for you, high in fiber. You want to make sure that you have fruits and vegetables that you can carry. And that's how you're going to make sure that you have a happy travel that's also healthy.
Happy travel, happy holidays.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a lot of good planning to stay healthy during the time. Dr. Jessica Shepard, thank you so much.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, she needs no introduction or even a last name for that matter. She's just Cher.
Cher is going to rock around the Christmas tree at this year's Rockefeller Center tree lighting here on NBC tomorrow night. And our own Harry Smith sat down with her to discuss that performance and her new holiday album.
Cher, you could call her an icon, but face it, icon isn't adequate. Her range, her looks, her talent, her longevity. Like, what hasn't she done? A Christmas record.
I bought your record, cash money. I made the investment.
Okay, tell me it wasn't worth it.
It was worth every penny. The thing that occurred to me immediately was, why hadn't you done this before?
Because I didn't want to.
Really?
Yep. I didn't want to because I couldn't find myself in Christmas records. I didn't really want to sing any of those songs. And then my record company was really good. They just let me go to my house and then hand them the master.
So here comes Cher. Christmas, a half dozen brand new songs. And a half dozen classics.
I have never had anybody on any album.
Ever?
Ever.
Duets with legends like Cyndi Lauper, Michael Bublé, and Stevie Wonder, whose What Christmas Means to Me evokes the joys of Christmases past.
So I called them and I was really nervous. And I said, Stevie, I did the song and I can do part of it really well, but there's some part I just can't do and I need you to come and do it. And he said, consider it done. And then I ran around my room. I swear to God, I ran around my room. I jumped up and down in my bed screaming, Stevie Wonder's gonna be on my album.
And so too, Darlene Love, now a duet. Cher first sang backup for her in 1963. We found a photo.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'd love to have that. Yeah, I was 17.
Along with the Christmas album comes the 25th anniversary edition of Believe.
How amazing is it that Believe is 25 years old?
It's not that amazing, okay? Pisses me. It pisses the out of me, and you can't put that out.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. No, it just is like, what is this?
So you and Age, you're not friends?
No, my mother didn't mind, but I do. I hate it.
I had a tough time with 70. I will admit it. Really knocked me in a hole for a while.
I'd give anything to be 70 again.
Cher gives off some crazy great energy. Interviewing her is a blast.
Are you writing a memoir?
Yes. It's very difficult because I've lived too long and I've done too many things. And so it would have to be like an encyclopedia, truthfully.
A tome divided into the multiple Cher eras, including movie star.
So during the pandemic, and we all sat around watching movies, and I went back and watched Moonstruck. You just knocked the daylights out of that part. It was just so great.
I know.
The Oscar and Grammy Award winner, known for those unforgettable performances. But even so, the big one tomorrow night?
Being in the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lighting, is that a thrill of a lifetime for you?
Yes, it's a little bit scary.
I don't think you're afraid of much.
You'd be surprised.
So much
So
fun.
good.
So much fun. Thanks to the Pebble Bar, which is right next door,
Yeah.
where we shot this thing.
Oh.
But the great scene in Moonstruck when she goes to the opera and
Yes.
is just so overwhelmed and is crying. The Puccini is so beautiful. She told me, There was no opera. It was just the director describing what was happening in the scene that they were going to play music from. And there come the tears.
Well, this is why she said, I know how good I am.
She won an Oscar.
Who knows her worth. Yeah.
Oscar for it, yeah. Right?
That was so wonderful.
So much fun.
So much fun. Thank you, Harry Smith. Appreciate it.
Welcome to my job.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinkley. You're watching Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, 12 more hostages held in Gaza are now free. With just 24 hours left in the current truce, the U.S. is pushing for an extension to get more hostages out and more aid in. Plus, with Israeli forces preparing a renewed military assault, the White House is renewing its call for restraint, warning Israel it must develop a plan to protect Palestinian civilians. And Hunter Biden offers to testify publicly before the House as Republicans look to ramp up their impeachment inquiry into President Biden, with the 2024 campaign cycle quickly approaching. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake reporting in Washington, where we're covering breaking news that 12 more hostages have just been released from Gaza. These newly released hostages, 10 Israelis and 2 Thais, according to the Prime Minister's office, are now back in Israel. In exchange, Israel released 30 Palestinian prisoners. The Israelis released today include a mother and her 17-year-old daughter, as well as several elderly women. There are no Americans among those released today. Since the ceasefire began on Friday, 81 hostages have now been freed. Based on estimates from Israeli officials earlier today, roughly 160 hostages remain. Today, the IDF released the names of 3 soldiers it said died in captivity in Gaza. Also today, we're seeing more emotional images of hostages reuniting with loved ones. The IDF shared this video of 12-year-old Itan Yahalomi embraced by his mother after his return last night. And Schneider Children's Hospital, which is caring for several of the released hostages, shared this scene as the Brodach children, aged 10, 8, and 4, saw their dog for the first time since their release on Sunday. Meanwhile, both Israel and Hamas are accusing each other of violating the ceasefire deal, with the Israeli military saying shots were fired at its troops and explosive devices detonated. But for now, the ceasefire is holding, and Qatar's foreign ministry says the truce continues so long as Hamas can free more hostages.
There have been some minimal breaches, which have been noted by both parties, but they did not harm the essence of the agreement, and the agreement is still ongoing. The 4 days were used to increase the number of hostages that are identified by Hamas, and therefore we reached this number of 20. We are hopeful that in the next 48 hours we'll be getting more information from Hamas regarding the rest of the hostages.
This afternoon, the militant group Islamic Jihad said they have handed over a, quote, number of hostages as part of the exchange deal. That comes amid questions about how many hostages are being held inside Gaza by rival militant groups. Qatar previously told the Financial Times that there could be as many as 40 hostages not being held by Hamas itself. Meanwhile, a senior Biden administration official confirms to NBC News that CIA Director Bill Burns is in Doha for hostage talks, as Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to visit Israel and the West Bank this week to focus on hostages and the need for more aid to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Joining me now is our reporter Aaron McLaughlin in Tel Aviv. So, Aaron, 12 more hostages released today. What more do we know about this latest group? And what do we know about the Palestinian prisoners who've been released?
Well, we know the nationalities of the hostages released today, 10 Israelis and 2 Thai nationals. We know their ages ranging from 17 to 84. We know some of them were from the kibbutz near Oz, which is one of the hardest hit of the kibbutzim. A quarter of that kibbutz was either murdered or kidnapped on October 7th. We know some of their identities. You can see her there on the lower left-hand side of the screen, Ditsa Heyman. She's 84 years old. The family forum releasing a little bio for her, saying Ditsa is one of the founders of Kibbutz Ner Oz. She is the bond that connects her family and is known for her chicken soup and fruit cakes. Ditsa is a family woman, a beloved and loving grandmother. Since her husband passed away, she lives alone and adopted a cat named Mia. Now, Hamas is claiming that this latest round of hostages was released alongside the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, another militant group. This is, we're hearing that the Bibas family, which includes 4 members of the family, including a 10-month-old baby and a 4-year-old, is still being held. But according to a spokesperson for the Israeli government, that family is believed to be held by a separate Palestinian militant group, which just sort of underscores the complexity of this going forward and how they're going to get all of these hostages out, Garrett.
And, Aaron, the first U.S. military flight with humanitarian aid for Gaza arrived in Egypt today. What more do we know about the humanitarian situation in Gaza during the ceasefire?
Unless there was some sort of extension.
Well, it is improving. Some 200 trucks a day have crossed from Egypt into Gaza carrying the essentials, food, medical supplies, water, fuel. Some of it is reaching northern Gaza, which Hamas was particularly concerned about, nearly halting this deal over the fact that aid wasn't initially getting to northern Gaza, but that seems to now be happening. Speaking to the humanitarian community, and they're, of course, welcoming the continuation of this ceasefire, but they're demanding a full ceasefire in light of the overall situation. I was talking earlier today with an official from the World Health Organization, and he was just expressing this concern, noting that of the 24 hospitals in northern Gaza, he said that 4 are barely functioning, and he was saying that he's worried that if this war resumes, as the Israeli officials say will absolutely happen once this hostage release is complete, he's worried about the overall status of Gaza's healthcare system. Take a listen.
Now, we are extremely concerned if the fighting would resume. We cannot afford, the health system cannot afford that any of those hospitals, which I'm discussing now, the 8 in the south and the few in the north, will get damaged or become non-functional. Then we are really facing an even increasing humanitarian catastrophe.
Now, more than 1 million Palestinians have evacuated from the north into the south, making the healthcare situation in the south that much more complex. And he was telling me already they're seeing a rise in a number of diseases from diarrhea to lice. And of course, the concern is that that situation will get worse unless they can get more aid in, set up more field hospitals, specifically in southern Gaza. Garrett.
Something we'll be watching closely. Erin McLaughlin, thank you for that reporting. And for more now on the efforts to secure the release of the remaining hostages, I'm joined by Laetitia Courtois, the permanent observer to the United Nations for the International Red Cross. And Laetitia, we saw 12 more hostages released today. What kind of condition have these hostages been in when your group's been able to receive them?
Well, indeed, today we have facilitated the release of 12 more hostages, amounting to 81 since the beginning of this release operation has been agreed upon by the parties. It's difficult to assess the conditions because we have not been able to visit them prior to their release. What I can say is, however, that obviously people are extremely anxious, they don't know what's happening, and it's our job as well to reassure them the moment they get under our responsibility, get in our land cruisers and make their way out of Gaza back to their authorities and back to their families.
Now, I know the Red Cross is basically in charge of the logistics here. Your folks might be doing initial evaluations or initial first aid and then handing the hostages off to other hospitals, other care facilities after the fact. But can you talk a little bit about the kind of resources that are needed for these hostages longer term after their captivity? I have to imagine just the physical and mental challenges down the line are enormous.
Well, indeed, the hostages will need to be taken care of very, very carefully. I mean, it's obviously a traumatic situation. They have experienced weeks of captivity, separated from their families as well. We have seen children being separated from their parents. And obviously, when they return to their communities, they will also be confronted to the losses that probably have occurred around them. And they will be also as very traumatic. So it's probably a long way ahead. But we are trustful that everyone is making the best to bring them back carefully and cautiously back to their environment.
You mentioned the fact that you had not been able to examine these hostages prior to receiving them in these handover. That was supposed to be part of this deal, that the ICRC was supposed to get access to the hostages, start being able to make some of those visits that the Red Cross is known for. Do you have any expectation that that part of the deal will be fulfilled? And if so, what the timeline would be like?
I mean, we've been pushing from the onset, from ever since people have been taken hostage, to first calling for the immediate release, but also to make sure that there can be some humanitarian visits, medical support can be brought to those that need it, and making sure that they also are into the most acceptable conditions. It's not happened yet, and we've been continuously pushing for it at every level, at every influential level that can also make this happen. And we really call for this to happen for those remaining hostages as well. So it is something that we want to see happening.
When you say you're pushing for it, are you in direct contact with Hamas? So what about these other militant groups who may be holding hostages? Are you able to appeal to them directly to see and visit with these hostages?
We are in contact with the Hamas. We've been in Gaza for many, many years now. We are known and we have engaged with the armed groups that are present there. As you mentioned, it's a very complicated situation. We don't know who has who, but at the same time, the communication is something that the communication channel is also on our end a key element to make sure that the parties will allow us to facilitate to visit them, because this is not just a matter of willingness from the ICRC to go and visit. There needs to be agreed upon and facilitated. We are dependent from the good willing of those parties to abide by those responsibilities.
We haven't talked much about the transfer of the Palestinian prisoners, who are the other part of this arrangement here. What can you tell us about how that process has unfolded?
Indeed, part of the deal that was agreed between the parties is to facilitate the release of Palestinian detainees back to to the West Bank mostly, that always comes after the release of the Israeli hostages. As you can see, it happens very late and also complicated conditions. It's also very tense in the West Bank, and we've been able to facilitate as well the release of most of the Palestinians that have been agreed upon as well. And we hope more can also return, particularly children and women.
All right, Leticia Courtois, thank you. We have to leave it there. Appreciate your time and the important work that the Red Cross does all over the world. Coming up, we're digging deeper into what's next on the front lines of the Israel-Hamas war, with that fragile truce deal now set to expire tomorrow, and the White House ramping up pressure on Israel to limit civilian casualties. Plus, a big win in the race for campaign cash. Nikki Haley just scored the backing of a major big-dollar donor. We're live on the trail in battleground South Carolina ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. And as we mentioned, the ceasefire inside Gaza continues to hold at this hour. But in anticipation of the military campaign restarting, the White House is urging Israel to exercise restraint. Today, Israel's military chief said the IDF is prepared to continue fighting and has been using the temporary pause to strengthen its readiness for future operations. That echoes statements from Prime Minister Netanyahu that the war against Hamas will continue once the truce ends. And it comes as the U.S. has told Israel it must limit civilian displacement in southern Gaza when the fighting resumes. According to a senior administration official, the White House told Israel it does not support Israeli forces moving into the south unless they have a plan to protect the civilians that have evacuated to that region. Joining me now is Mike Memoli at the White House and retired Admiral James Stavridis. He's a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and is NBC News Chief International Analyst. So, Mike, I'll start with you. Tell me a little bit more about this reporting, about what comes after the ceasefire. You have the reporting that the White House is urging restraint from the Israelis, but I'm not even clear on what restraint looks like in the context of a ground invasion.
Well, what's so fascinating to me, Garrett, as somebody who minds both the policy as well as the politics for President Biden and the White House, is the evolution we've seen slowly but surely in their public posture as it relates to Israel's right to defend itself since October 6th, in terms of how they're speaking publicly, right? In the beginning, we saw President Biden, to great political blowback, including from his own party here, fully embrace Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and largely defer publicly to Israel for how they prosecute their response to Hamas's actions. And what we also heard at the time were very coded but very polite urgings of the Prime Minister and of the Israeli government more broadly to sort of mind the rules of war here and to keep in mind the civilian toll as they're engaging. Now, more than a month and a half into this, we are hearing much more publicly from the White House, from senior officials, that they are, in fact, making these kinds of closed-door appeals more public, that they are saying that essentially because you have already displaced a significant population from northern Gaza into southern Gaza, when this pause ends, you have to be that much more targeted, that much more careful in how you prosecute an invasion, given the displacement that's already happened. It must be done in a way to ensure safety of civilians. Now, that's a tall order, and that's one reason why the White House is at the same time trying to extend that pause. The president's visit to Israel a month ago in the early stages of this was in large part about trying to create the space for the release of hostages, in parallel, hoping that that would then also create the kind of pause, ceasefire, whatever you want to call it, that would potentially become a lasting ceasefire and allow this to continue. So that's really what we're seeing here.
All right, Admiral, talk to me a little bit about what this would look like on the ground then. You just heard from Mike, the White House wants the IDF to kind of tamp down its military operations. What does that look like here? Is that more of a special forces kind of operation on the ground and less large-scale bombing? I mean, what does restraint mean in this context?
Well, I think the mistake people make is thinking about this like it's an on and off switch. In other words, your only choices are binary. You're either all-out warfare turning Gaza into Stalingrad, or it's a complete ceasefire and you only do diplomacy and humanitarian. Neither of those are realistic options, especially at this point. So, yes, the administration is going to press the Israelis hard. They'll do it kind of behind closed doors. Then it'll be more of a public conversation. And your summary is pretty good, Garrett. It's going to be moving in precise thing on a battlefield is not a precision-guided bomb, a precision-guided missile. It's an infantryman. And because that human can make rational decisions, you particularly want to use your special forces on the cutting edge who are trained for this. And secondly, you want to really up your intelligence game. You want to be on top of all cell phone communications, put your drones back up, really soak the area for intelligence, as we call it. And then third, when you're going to use a significant piece of lethal force, you do it in the most precise way you can, with eyes on infantryman who is directing the particular strike. That's your best chance at doing all of that in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary collateral damage. But as Mike said a moment ago, it's a tall order. It's going to be very difficult going forward. Final thought, in the midst of all of it, the hostages are still out there. Unfortunately, I think it's unlikely all 250 of them are going to come off the table. So you've got that additional complexity even before you go to the south.
And everything you just described puts more Israeli IDF lives at risk, which is a calculation that Netanyahu and military leaders have to make there. On the subject of the hostages, I wonder about that as an intelligence thing too, right? I mean, how much is IDF or Israeli officials able to learn from the hostages who've been returned that will affect how they resume the war when and if it does resume?
Well, first and foremost, let's reflect on the fact that the hostages coming out are Thai farm workers, tiny children, some women and some of the elderly. These are hardly the kind of intelligence assets that are going to help you find your way back. I wish they were. I think the Israelis are going to factor in whatever they can glean from talking to all of them, but they are also going to be using, I think, more, Garrett, unmanned vehicles, unmanned capability that can go in and around those tunnels. They're going to have to also use human intelligence. Very, very difficult problem. When I was commander of Southern Command, everything south of the United States, I was part of a rescue of hostages in Colombia. Boy, it's tough. And all you can do is be steady. And let's just hope as many as possible can be diplomatically negotiated off the battlefield before hostilities resume.
An incredibly complex political environment and an incredibly complex military environment. I'm glad we have Mike Memley and Admiral Stavridis to walk us through it. Thank you both for your time. I want to turn back now to the ordeal of these hostages in Gaza and the ordeal of their families. And I'm joined now by Sharon Lifshitz, whose mother was released by Hamas last month, but her father is still being held hostage inside Gaza. Sharon, it's been over a month now since your mother was released. I guess my first question is, how is she doing?
My mom is doing okay. She's fully engaged. Actually, I will say that the guy saying that these elderly ladies know very little, I think he's underestimating the kind of people they are. They're super toughy. They know a lot. They have agency. There are, they know what they're saying, and they are saying a lot about what has happened.
Well, that's true. I mean, your mom talked about this spider web of tunnels in a press conference after she was released. I mean, she obviously has pretty significant memories of that experience. What else have you learned about her experience in captivity?
We have learned a lot, and that is helping us both in terms of understanding the system underneath. And downtown Gaza, as it was described by the Hamas terrorist organization to them. But we are also learning from the new people who are coming. We are understanding how urgent it is to release all of them. And I think that Israel has one objective at this moment, and one objective only, and that is the release of all the hostages. I think that nobody should confuse the fact or introduce other objectives to the conversation until all hostages are released.
How important do you think it is that this ceasefire continue as long as possible to that end?
I think it's absolutely essential. They must continue. It must continue now. It's a very delicate moment. I know there's a lot of to and fro by two big by a terrorist organization, State of Israel, trying to big themselves up in front of each other. But I hope that is just a way of threatening each other in order to really then engage in the continuation of the ceasefire and the release of all the hostages. We, the families of the hostages, demand that of Israel. I think Israel has a moral duty towards its citizens to return them home after they were totally abandoned on the 7th of July, of October, at least in my kibbutz.
Talk to me about one of those citizens, your dad, who's still a hostage. Have you been able to learn anything else about his condition? How does that work with the Israeli government? I mean, what kind of information and communication are you getting about the process of finding him and bringing him home?
Look, we are very tight-knit communities, and my community, there is still, about 45 hostages after the 3 days of release in which kibbutz hostages from Nir Oz were released. So we talk to each other, and most of what I learn is from them. My family has learned this week from one of the returned hostages that she was with my father, that she did see him alive. This is the very first time I see. We had a certain news about him being alive in Gaza. That makes us feel even more urgent that the conditions there are very, very, very bad for the citizens of Israel, for the hostages, and that they must come back. There is no medical care. They are under very horrific conditions. They really are worried for their lives, and we are worried with them.
That has to be fantastic news just to get to know that he's even still alive. I can't imagine what that's like to even hear. You talked about the community, and I think about the community of folks like you who are waiting for news, waiting for word, hoping to get your loved ones back. Does that community have what it needs? What do you need from the Israeli government, from the international community who are all thinking about your families?
I think keep the pressure up. I think that we have not felt that the NGOs, the Red Cross, the UN has done the duties towards us as citizens of this of the world. I think that there's so many stories that emerge, and this is such a vast event in which different groups experience vastly different experiences. But there are, pockets in Gaza in which people treated the hostages without being totally unkind. But if you look at the horrificness of the whole situation, these have to be kind of put to the front. But apart from that, we just have to work towards the release of all the hostages so that these communities that were uprooted, murdered, beheaded, etc., can start to find their feet back and come back to trying to rebuild it, and the region as a whole, of course.
Sharon Lifshitz with the message, keep the pressure up to bring those hostages home. We will, and we'll be thinking about you and especially about your dad. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Up next, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are responding to Hunter Biden's offer to testify publicly as the GOP looks to escalate its impeachment inquiry into President Biden. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. For the first time, the president's son, Hunter Biden, says he's willing to testify publicly before the House Oversight Committee next month as Republicans plow ahead with their impeachment inquiry of the president. Whether that testimony actually happens is still very much in question, though. Hunter Biden was subpoenaed earlier this month by House Republicans who insisted he appear for a deposition behind closed doors, similar to how Democrats conducted their impeachment depositions back in 2019. But in a letter to Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, Hunter Biden's attorney insisted that everything should be done out in the open. Comer quickly pushed back, accusing Hunter Biden of trying to play by his own rules and reiterating that he appear for a deposition before testifying publicly. Joining us to sort it all out, Sahil Kapoor, my Capitol Hill team colleague. So, Sahil, what's the bottom line here? What are the chances we actually see and hear Hunter Biden testify publicly in some capacity before the end of this year?
It's very much up in the air right now, Garrett. The two sides are at an impasse, and we have this response from the Oversight Chairman, James Comer, essentially rejecting Hunter Biden's request to do this publicly. Let's put up that statement that Comer released saying, quote, Hunter Biden is trying to play by his own rules. He said that won't stand with House Republicans. He goes on to say we expect full cooperation with our subpoena for a deposition on December 13th, and that Hunter Biden can testify publicly at a future date. Now, it's worth noting, Jamie Raskin, the ranking Democrat on that committee, said this shows that Republicans lack confidence in their own case, and that it amounts to a frank concession that they're not interested in the facts of this case. So either these two parties come up with some sort of arrangement here, or maybe House Republicans will try to escalate. One thing is very clear. Hunter Biden's team does not think Republicans are operating in good faith here. They expect them to try to twist and manipulate if this happens behind closed doors.
Well, look, I mean, in 2019, the Democrats did all of those depositions behind closed doors, but they also were rushing to try to get them done in 2019 before the start of an election year. Completely different situation here, where House Republicans are moving ever so slowly. Let's talk about the other big Hill story, though, this expulsion effort on George Santos. Are we going to see a vote this week or what?
We very well may. The Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia has teed up this expulsion resolution, and it is privileged, which means this could happen within the next few days. The big question is which way this goes. George Santos is undoubtedly in real trouble here, but an expulsion requires 2/3 of the House. That is 290 votes when the 435th member gets sworn in later today. Earlier this month, just 24 Republicans voted in favor of expulsion, but that was before this damning Ethics Committee report. It remains to be seen whether that number will go up to the minimum of roughly 80 or so House Republicans that are necessary if Democrats vote to expel him. Notably, House Republican leaders are staying quiet about this. None of the top 4 members have said how they're going to vote on this, and we also know that Tom Emmer, the whip, is not going to push members to vote one way or the other. The one thing George Santos does have going for him here, Garrett, is the narrow majority. His team is already starting to put whispers out there that, you have only 3 or 4 votes to spare, lose me, and you have one fewer vote to get these crucial appropriations and government funding bills through. That is his best case that he's going to try to make to members to stick around in the House. It's not looking great for him, but this one's not over until it's over.
Yeah, and the Speaker's been pretty coy about it. Sahil, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much for your reporting. And Democratic Senator Michael Bennet is going to join us in a little bit here to talk a little bit more about the Senate side of things, which we didn't have a chance to get to with Sahil. But first, an emotional farewell to Rosalynn Carter. Family, friends, and former colleagues paid their respects to the former First Lady today during a memorial service in Atlanta. Among those in attendance, her husband, 99-year-old former President Jimmy Carter, one of the few public appearances he's made since entering hospice more than 9 months ago. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were also in attendance, as were former President Clinton and Hillary Clinton and every living former First Lady. And faithfully watching over all of it, the Carter's Secret Service detail. They are the longest protectees in the history of the Secret Service. And get this, officials with the agency say that agents on the detail today include the sons of former agents who'd been part of their protection. Rosalynn Carter died last weekend. She was 96 years old.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton celebrities.
All right, it just made
Welcome back. On the 2024 campaign trail today, a boost for Nikki Haley's presidential campaign. The former South Carolina governor nabbed an endorsement from a major conservative group, Americans for Prosperity Action, which is backed by megadonor Charles Koch. It's one of the few large Trump skeptic groups actually spending money this primary season, and their financial resources could be a major lifeline for the Haley campaign as it tries to tackle the Republican primary Goliath that has been Donald Trump. Americans for Prosperity made the endorsement, calling Haley the best Republican candidate to, quote, turn the page on the current political era, and putting out this new ad.
Joe Biden and Donald Trump had their chance. They can't fix what's broken. America, with the right leaders, we've faced adversity and risen to victory. Now it's our time to turn the page and choose a new leader who will unite our party, our nation. That proven leader, Nikki Haley.
NBC's Dasha Burns is in Charleston, South Carolina, following the Haley campaign. So, Dasha, the Haley campaign has struggled for the first part of this race to have enough money to really be aggressive on the airwaves. What does this infusion of support and cash potentially mean for that campaign?
Well, look, Garrett, you know as well as I do, for the last couple of months, Haley and DeSantis have really been duking it out for that Trump alternative mantle. And this endorsement gives Haley a big win in that fight. It means not only money, but it means the operation. And it means that the sort of center of gravity of the anti-Trump universe is moving in the direction of Nikki Haley, which is a big deal, as right now that window of opportunity to create that one-on-one fight with Trump is starting to close, Garrett.
The Haley campaign has put South Carolina up as the state where they expect to get that one-on-one opportunity. That's sort of like her Alamo state right now. You talk to a lot of voters in South Carolina who are at least considering her at this point. What are you picking up from voters?
Yeah, I mean, her path to victory looks like this. She hopes to survive the January contests of Iowa and New Hampshire and get here to her backyard. The problem is her backyard is also really still Trump country. There are a lot of voters here that like her, that respect what she's done. But even those voters still tell us that they think that Trump is likely to carry the state. There is a lot of love for her, though, and it's a long time till the South Carolina primary, which is why this is still a huge part of her strategy. Take a listen to some of the conversations we had.
Right now, I'm leaning more toward, I think, Nikki Haley, not because she was governor here, but I think she's got some experience to go in there, both running state and international, being a diplomat.
Nikki Haley is your former governor.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about her?
I think that she promised things that she didn't deliver. I think she was too eager to step up and did not deliver a lot of the things that she told her voters that she would do before she moved on to her next position.
So where do you lean?
I want the economy that we had when Trump was in office.
Does that make you feel like you want to see him back?
In some ways. I'm still uncertain on some things.
So Judith, who you just heard from there, her husband, though, is a huge Trump supporter, largely because of the economy. And that's what we hear over and over again. And look, he does lead the state by 30 points. So even among a lot of Haley supporters, they say, you know, they're hoping for a miracle for her, but they think he's going to carry the state. And to the point where there's somebody that was walking across the parking lot and we asked, you know, who are you going to support? They didn't want to talk to the news media, but they just yelled at us saying, you should know. And the assumption there was, of course, former President Trump. And the numbers kind of run against the idea that in a head-to-head, Garrett, that Nikki Haley would fare better if the field simply consolidated. We were shared on a survey from MAGA Inc., which is, of course, a pro-Trump super PAC. But Tony Fabrizio, who's a longtime Trump pollster, his survey recently in South Carolina shows that if DeSantis drops out, if it is a head-to-head with Trump and Haley, his lead over Haley actually grows rather than shrinks, which actually does align with some of our own internal NBC News polling and other numbers that we've seen as well. So it is a steep uphill climb for her, though, of course, still a lot of time till the South Carolina primary.
Yeah, I'm not a math guy, but that's not the way you want to be going. Dasha Burns, thank you for that reporting. And joining me now on our set is our panel today, Daniela Diaz, congressional reporter for Politico, Simone Sanders Townsend, former senior advisor to Vice President Harris and host of MSNBC's Simone, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. So, Daniela, let's talk about Nikki Haley, right? She's having a moment right now, but as Dasha just laid out, putting together the non-Trump vote just isn't enough right now. Does the boost on the airwaves, does any of it make a difference, or does it just sort of like shrink the margin of getting crushed here?
We've seen this time and time again with previous candidates, even before Nikki Haley. In past elections, you and I both know, we both covered previous presidential elections, Garrett. This is what happens, right? There's candidates that get a wave, that get a boost, but in the end, there's a clear front runner, and that is Donald Trump, and he continues to be leading in all the polls, as Dasha's reporting just showed, talking to voters, that he still has the lead from these voters in these key states to be the 2024 presidential nominee for the Republican Party. So while this is a huge endorsement for Nikki Haley to get the backing from this Koch group, it's unclear right now whether that'll be enough to get her even over the finish line to continue in this presidential election.
And Brad, the DeSantis campaign has wanted so desperately for this to be a two-person race, but endorsements like this keep making it not a two-person race. I want to read to you some of their response to this. They say, like clockwork, the pro-open borders, pro-jailbreak establishment is lining up behind a moderate who has no mathematical pathway of defeating the former president. They say that every dollar spent on Nikki Haley's candidacy should be reported as in kind to the Trump campaign. I guess my question is, do you agree with their ascertainment here? And if you were working this race, would you rather be with Haley or DeSantis right now?
Well, Andrew Romeo, who's a spokesman, is a friend of mine. I like Andrew. But I will tell you that the DeSantis campaign, there's a sense that has begun to go into a flat spin.
Yeah.
And when you go into a flat spin, the ground comes a lot quicker than you think. And so I think that's the thing that most Republicans are watching now. Donald Trump's stronger than most people thought he would be at this point, and Nikki Haley's stronger than most people thought she would be. Ron DeSantis is weaker than most people thought he would be at this point.
Simone, when we look at the numbers, Nikki Haley's coalition is self-identified moderates, liberals, highly educated voters, and women. That is not the coalition that wins Republican primaries.
It doesn't sound like a Republican primary electorate to me. That sounds more like a general election.
Right.
But, you know, I worked for Bernie Sanders in 2016 on his upstart presidential campaign, and I used to always say, crowds don't vote, and you can't talk about a general election until you win a primary. And you have to win a primary to get to a general election. I think that there's lots of things that have been written, and if you talk to folks that are close to the Biden orbit, the Biden campaign folks aren't necessarily saying this, but people in their orbit will say that Nikki Haley could truly be a threat. But Nikki Haley is struggling to get through a Republican presidential primary. So I think that the numbers don't lie. The way you win a primary in a presidential is by delegates. And with the lack of proportional representation in a number of these states when it comes to the Republican primary electorate, they're winner take all. So
a situation set up by Trump and his allies.
Well, it's always been that way. Republicans always had more winner take all states, but it does mean you have to get the dominoes going early. There is no grinded out strategy to a delegate victory. You have to win states, and you have to do it early.
So much of this seems to be, you know, the electability argument that a lot of these candidates wanted to make. Ron DeSantis has made it. Nikki Haley has made it. That depends on a Joe Biden who looks like he beats Donald Trump. And right now, Daniela, Joe Biden and a lot of the math struggles to beat Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it's unclear right now. I mean, we have to remember, it's still pretty early. We haven't even gone to an Iowa caucus.
Right.
Lots of things change during the Iowa caucus. We all know that. And sometimes the Iowa caucus doesn't even matter, as we've also learned.
As we experienced in 2020.
As we've also learned, exactly. So really, right now, it's pretty early to say what could happen. Of course, the age question is not helping Joe Biden. We all know that at this table. That'll continue to be raised again and again. But right now, it's still very early to say where this could land.
But the counter-argument to how much things change is how much things have stayed the same. Our political unit has crunched the numbers, and the candidates who have been most aggressive out on the trail, who've done the most events, are Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum, Ron DeSantis to a certain degree. You see the numbers there up on the screen. The folks who are doing less are sitting near the top, and the sort of extraneous events like the court cases have not moved the needle. Is it getting early late in places like Iowa, or getting late early, I should say?
Familiarity may not be Ramaswamy's friend, by the way.
Well, or Ron DeSantis, for that
The more events, well, maybe so. Maybe the more events that the two of them do, the less they wear. I mean, one thing I think is not given enough credit is the Iowa caucus voter is a pretty good voter for vetting candidates. They can spot a fake, and they can spot when you're saying something you don't believe. They put a lot into it. They come out and see the candidates in person. They get extended conversations. So these things do tend to sort. And I think Nikki Haley's done a good job on the trail. Ron DeSantis has underperformed on the trail. Donald Trump hasn't been on the trail, but they know him well.
But
so
Iowa voters also haven't picked a GOP primary winner in a long time.
They always get you to the finals. If you win Iowa, you're one of the last two, no matter what.
That's true. You get a seat on the plane. You get a seat in the next state. Simone, I want to talk about the Democratic race a little bit. There is another guy running against Joe Biden, Dean Phillips, who put out an ad that doesn't include the name Dean Phillips. Look at this.
2024 is different. Trump is winning. It's time to pass the torch.
I am the Democratic candidate who can win. It is time for the torch to be passed to a new generation of American leaders.
So this is Dean Phillips's PAC. It's not his campaign. The pass the torch message. Do we have any sense of if anyone is listening to this message, or at least anybody in the sort of Democratic establishment who might agree with the idea that it is time to move on?
I think that people are, again, if you look at the polling, and frankly, if you just talk to Democratic voters out there, they say, oh, I wish there was another option, right? But I have not seen any evidence that Dean Phillips is the answer to the question of the other option. I know a number of the people working with Dean Phillips, Jeff Weaver, my former campaign manager when I worked for Senator Sanders in 2016, is working with him. But I will just say, I'll go back to my argument that I made about Bernie Sanders. You cannot win a general election as a Democrat without having first won a primary by winning, and you do that by winning black voters. And Dean Phillips has not indicated that he is able to win a large swath of votes of black voters, let alone what does his ballot access program look like? Is he even on the ballot?
He's not even attempting to really talk to black voters. He's basically running a message that seems aimed at the White House. It seems aimed at convincing Joe Biden, perhaps, that this is not the thing to do. But it doesn't seem like we're going to have a kind of Bobby Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson moment here where Biden gets out of the race. The only career he seems to be ending right now is his own in Congress. I'm curious what you hear from other congressional Democrats about what we're seeing from Dean Phillips right now.
Garrett, I hear a lot. There's a lot of anger. Actually, they're going to replace Dean Phillips in his former leadership position that he had in House Democratic caucus tomorrow. They said, bye-bye, we're moving on. He decided he's not running for re-election. That's a sign when your own colleagues that you've worked with for 2 terms aren't getting behind your presidential bid and are upset that you're moving forward with your own presidential bid. That's a sign that you probably shouldn't be doing this. And that's what we're hearing from his own colleagues repeatedly.
The smoke-filled rooms don't really necessarily exist in Washington, but when you start coming after the sitting president, you might get a little smoke. Brad, I'll give you the last word.
Insurgents don't do well in Washington, ever. And Dean Phillips reminds me a little bit of Pat Buchanan, who the President George H.W. Bush's team blew off in 1992. It
caused him a huge problem.
But he dealt him a fatal blow. And that's the question, is will Dean Phillips master enough traction to do that?
Black women are not voting for Dean Phillips.
Yes, we will put bookmarks in both of those thoughts and return to them at a later date. All right, Daniela, Simone, and Brad, thank you all for coming in. And after the break, I'll talk to one of the senators who's in the room for a closed-door viewing of that harrowing October 7th video of the Hamas terror attacks after meeting with top IDF officials about the deadly conflict in Gaza yesterday. Senator Michael Bennett of the Intelligence Committee joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are trying to put together a deal before the end of the year that includes aid to Israel and Ukraine, and also border security and immigration changes. However, lawmakers remain split over exactly what that deal would look like and if all these issues should be bundled together at all, as Republicans push for stricter border security measures than the ones that Democrats propose or may be willing to accept. I'm joined now by one of the lawmakers working to secure this deal, Democratic Senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet. So, Senator, you've been part of this group. You worked off and on through the Thanksgiving break on foreign aid and on these border policies. Take us inside the room a little bit. What are the status of these talks right now?
I think that we're keeping embers alive, and that at the end of the day, at the end of this process, we will be able to reach an agreement. I don't know what that's going to look like, that will enable us to fulfill our responsibility to the brave people in Ukraine who have fulfilled their responsibility, not just to themselves, but to democracy itself.
Senator, nothing evokes hope for progress like the phrase keeping embers alive. I mean, you guys set a deadline for yourselves for this week to get this done. How do you fan the flames here a little bit?
Well, that is the deadline, because the Ukrainians are running out of bullets. They need to have the security of knowing that we're going to be there with this additional money. You know, I believe that the Ukrainian aid should be funded without are getting to a deal on the border. I think that the case has been made. The Ukrainians have the receipts because of what they've done to push Putin out of half of the territory of Ukraine that he has occupied, to basically render the Black Sea Fleet useless without even having a navy, to continue this fight, as I say, for all of democracy. But having said all that, there are some people here who are saying they want to use this to try to lever a deal on the border. And I think that there's always, you know, our border system needs to be improved. We have had a decade or so of transnational gangs that have been smuggling people to the southern border of the United States. That's overwhelmed the border in some respects. And if we can come together in a bipartisan deal that's rational, that's consistent with our commitment to the rule of law and our history as a nation of immigrants, then by all means we should do that. If we can't, we should find a way to fulfill our obligation to Ukraine. Either way, as you say, we're running out of time, and I think that's why a bunch of us spent the whole Thanksgiving working on this.
I mean, immigration has been an intractable problem for as long as I've been covering Congress and as long as you've been a member. Is this the thing that really gets over the line on parole, on asylum? I mean, these are issues that have bedeviled Congress for more than a decade, for decades.
Yeah, I was part of the Gang of Eight in 2013 that wrote the comprehensive immigration bill that passed the Senate with 68 votes, got killed by a veto by the Freedom Caucus in the House. Imagine what this country would look like today with a functional immigration system if we had only done, and a functional border, if we'd only done that bill. So you're right, it's tough to do this stuff under these kind of conditions. This won't be a comprehensive deal, right. But if we can get to a deal on some of the issues that you've mentioned, like some modification of the asylum standard as an example, but nothing's agreed till everything's agreed, we might be able to have an agreement that gets us through.
I know House Republicans have been hard to negotiate with, even amongst themselves, but how read in is the Speaker on what you guys are doing to prevent a situation like what happened in 2013?
I think the Speaker is aware of it, and I know Leader Schumer has been talking to him. But let's think about what happened in 2013. Garrett, it's really instructive. There you had almost 70 senators vote to transform the immigration policies of the United States in a very rational way. A very small minority in the House of radical extremists issued a veto John Boehner says his biggest regret as Speaker was he didn't overcome them. Paul Ryan as Speaker didn't overcome them. Here we will have a bill, I believe, that's supported by the broad majority of senators and then is going to go to the House supported by a broad majority of Democrats and Republicans. The last thing we should be doing when the stakes are as high as they are is allowing the Freedom Caucus or whatever their replacement is today to have a veto on the will of the American people. That was a huge mistake in 2013. The country is still paying for that today. We can't afford to screw it up again in that way.
We'll be watching to see if you can get a deal there. In the meantime, I want to talk a little bit about the war. You have had access to a lot of information about the war recently that a lot of people don't have. You heard directly from the IDF. You viewed this footage of the Hamas attack from October 7th, I guess this morning. How has what you've seen and heard just recently now impacted the way you view this war and our support for Israel in it?
Here's what I would say based on what I have heard. Any parent or child who saw the footage that we saw today and thought about their own families and thought about their own neighborhoods would want nothing other than revenge based on what I saw. I mean, and you can imagine what it was like. It's the worst ISIS tactics that Hamas has taken, and it's important to recognize that that's how people would react to a terrorist attack by Hamas. I also think it's really important for people to realize that Hamas is using civilians as human shields. Let that sit with you. You know, we use those words, but imagine what it would be like to have an enemy who is using civilians as part of their game plan, part of their strategy. Having said all of that, Israel has to hold itself to the highest standards and make sure that as few civilians as possible are killed. We've always regretted it as a nation when we've engaged in war, and we haven't met that high standard.
Should any aid we give to Israel, be conditioned on them reaching that high standard?
I think that's a debate that we're going to have, and I'm not prepared to answer that today. I am saying today that Israel should meet that high standard, and I am saying today that we should support Israel in this terrible tragedy that they have suffered at the hands of Hamas, these horrendous, horrendous terrorists.
All right, Senator Michael Bennet, thank you for joining us. Good luck in your negotiations, and I'm glad we could make your birthday wish come true with an appearance on Meet the Press Now
This was
today.
it, man. I'm done for the day. Thank you, Garrett.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Good deal. Thank you for being with us, and thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air tonight with this truce extension between Israel and Hamas hanging on by a thread with no new deal on the table after tomorrow. What else Israel says is making this more complicated, and who else may be holding hostages? We'll take you live to the region. Plus, take a look at this, a 20-car pileup you're about to see in Ohio with dangerous snow there and further east for millions of us. Just how bad it could get with the forecast in just a minute. And a controversial congressman who might get kicked out of Congress perhaps this week says he's taking it as a badge of honor. George Santos saying tonight he will not reach out to any colleagues for help to stay on the job. In tonight's breakdown, the roller coaster ride for the guy comparing himself to a congressional Mary Magdalene. And an NBA star taking on his hecklers again. The lines he says he won't let fans cross no matter how much they pay for their seats. Plus, in our original, all Gen Alpha wants for Christmas comes in creams and serums. We'll explain the new holiday gift trend for the younger crowd later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and right now, with just 24 hours left in this very fragile truce extension, it is possible that the war between Israel and Hamas could restart again, literally at this time tomorrow, without a new deal on the table. 12 more hostages, including 10 Israelis, have just been released in the last couple of hours. Look at this new video. It is just coming into us now tonight from Hamas, appearing to show the moment that they were transferred over to the Red Cross. You can see some of it here, people walking into the back of those vans here. We have to note that the video, you see somebody in a wheelchair there, the video that Hamas released does appear to have been edited, of course. Right now, a whole lot more questions than answers. Like if the U.S. pushes for a longer pause in fighting and a bigger hostage deal, could it actually come through? You've got the head of the CIA in Qatar right now trying to work this out. The Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, is headed to the region, too. You've got top Israeli leaders looking at whether to extend the truce, pick back up on fighting, take some kind of off-ramp here. Those are the options. Adding to the fragility of the deal that does exist right now, both Israel and Hamas are accusing each other of breaking it with fights in northern Gaza. Israel warning, in their words, that once Hamas stops releasing hostages, ground operations will resume. And here's what's making things even more complicated. It's not just Hamas that has hostages. The Israeli military says around 40 people are being held by other groups inside Gaza, like the Islamic Jihad, which late today says it's handed over a number of civilian hostages as part of this broader deal. We don't know who. We don't know what nationalities. One woman whose 10-month-old family member is missing says today the last she heard from Israel is that her family could be among those held by a group other than Hamas.
We don't know about their condition. We don't know if they're still alive even. And it's unbearable. They promised in this deal, they signed all the sides that all mothers and children are supposed to be released.
We've got team coverage to help us try to make sense of where things stand now. David Noriega and Aaron McLaughlin are in Tel Aviv. Monica Alba is here in Washington at the White House. David, let me start with you with what we're learning now, because no Americans have been released today. There is hope that at least a couple of the Americans still being held could still get out at some point. But a lot of questions tonight. Talk us through what we know and where this goes in the next day.
Yeah, Hallie, you're right. A lot of questions. We know that in that group of 10 Israeli hostages released tonight, the group looked a little bit different from what we saw in the first 4 days of the ceasefire, in the sense that it didn't include any young children. The youngest person in that group was 17 years old. This is significant because Israel believes there are still a number of young children being held in Gaza. There's the 10-month-old you mentioned there at the top. There's another child believed to be as young as 4. So a lot of people are expecting to see whether additional children are released tomorrow and in further days if the ceasefire is extended. You're also right, no Americans. That potentially has diplomatic implications in terms of how much pressure Israel is under to continue the ceasefire, especially given the fact that it seems pretty fragile, right? There was a moment earlier today when it seemed like it might fall apart. These are all of the things that we're looking at, as well as, you know, the other big part of this deal, how many aid trucks are being allowed to enter Gaza and how freely are they being allowed to distribute aid within the Gaza Strip. Back to you, Hallie.
You talked about this, David, the fragility of the truce right now. We mentioned the reports from both sides of fighting, essentially. So the question is not just what happens in the next 24 hours, but importantly, what happens after that, right? This time tomorrow, because it is midnight your time there in the region. So this time tomorrow, when this truce extension potentially, as it seems like it is going to, expires, what then?
Right. There was this very fragile moment where both sides accused the other of violating the ceasefire. I think it's notable, though, that in spite of that, the ceasefire held. I think that is testament to how much diplomatic pressure there is to maintain the ceasefire and release more hostages, and not just diplomatic pressure from the Americans, the Qataris, the Egyptians, but also political pressure, public pressure from here inside Israel. Earlier tonight, I was at a small protest outside of Israeli military headquarters where a number of hostages' families were gathered and some of their supporters. They are out in the streets putting a ton of pressure on the Netanyahu government to continue this ceasefire until all hostages are released. I saw one sign that said, release all hostages, no matter the price. That is one reason I think that even though the deal that's currently agreed to is for only one more day of ceasefire, a lot of people are expecting potentially that it might be extended further. Hallie?
David Noriega live for us there in Tel Aviv. David, thank you. Let's bring it back to Washington for just a second with Monica Alba at the White House, because there is a big meeting that's been happening. The head of the CIA director, in this sort of diplomatic scramble, along with the top intelligence official reportedly in Israel, one of them at least, to try to perhaps come up with some kind of bigger, broader scale deal. Where do discussions on that stand, and what are you hearing from sources, Mon?
It's really hour by hour, Hallie. We do know that the CIA director is meeting with his Israeli counterpart as well as his Egyptian counterpart to continue to have these conversations about extending the truce once again. We know that Director Burns, as well as other key senior administration officials from the White House and beyond, have been a part of those talks. That's what got us to this point for the 48-hour extension. And now we know there are really intensive conversations about doing that all over again. But for how long and whether that's actually going to be able to coalesce tomorrow is another question entirely. Now, Director Burns is somebody who actually, since earlier in the month, has been a part of these conversations, traveling back and forth to Doha. And we know, of course, that that has been someone who has been key in talking about potentially the next phase of hostage release. So right now, under the current agreement, women and children would qualify to be released, as we have seen over the last couple of days. But now we understand that talks and discussions have begun about whether potentially men who are held or women soldiers who are being held right now could potentially be coming out in any future agreements. But still, Hallie, there's so much that has to be worked out. And I'm told the president was briefed throughout the day today. He was traveling. He's heading to Colorado right now. But he has also been actively engaged in these negotiations.
One of the other pieces of reporting I know that you and our team has unveiled today is this idea that senior administration officials have maintained they do not know where the 2 American hostages, so 2 of these women who would qualify in this current truce extension to be released, where they are, or importantly, who they're being held by. And that matters because, as we talked about at the top of the show, this is a complicating factor. The negotiations, many of the discussions have been between Israel and Hamas, but it's not as though it appears Hamas has all of these hostages. There are some question marks there.
And that is super important context, Hallie, because the U.S. says they know that there is a group of additional hostages who are not being held by Hamas, who could be held by Islamist Jihad or other militant groups in Gaza who are in communication with Hamas, but who aren't necessarily a part of these releases, as we've seen. And it's possible that these 2 American women are being held by one of those other groups. And so we know from senior administration officials that they don't have good visibility into their condition or how they're doing, which is different than the 4-year-old dual Israeli and American citizen, Abigail Adan, who was released on Sunday. And the U.S. did have a better sense because she was being held by Hamas. Hallie.
Monica Alba, a lot of threads to pull on there tonight at the White House. Thank you. Let's get back to the region now with Aaron McLaughlin. Aaron, one of the things that we are seeing now as these hostages have been released, dozens of them so far over the course of the last 5 days here, has been more visibility into not just the moments of elation for their families getting them back, but the incredible and indescribable trauma that these hostages have gone through over the course of the last 7 weeks after being abducted by Hamas terrorists. You've been talking a lot over the course of the last few weeks with Thomas Hand. People may remember if they've been watching the show. He's the dad of Emily. She's just 9 years old. He initially thought she had been killed, then found out she was being held by Hamas. She has just been released, and now he's talking about how she's doing. It's tough to listen to. I want to play a little bit of that.
The most shocking, disturbing part of the meeting was she was just whispering. Couldn't hear. I had to put my ear on her lips, like this close, and say, "What did you say?" And she goes, "I thought you were kidnapped."
She said, "I thought you were kidnapped."
She thought I was in captivity. They thought they'd kidnap me.
She was whispering because she had been told so often, he said, in captivity, that she should not make any noise. And she is still, of course, as so many hostages are, dealing with the trauma, the fallout from that. Tell us more about what else we're learning about what life has been like for some of these people.
Yeah, you know, Hallie, I think one of the interesting things, what Thomas just said there, was that she thought he had been kidnapped. And that is a point that Israeli officials have been making, that so many of these hostages were in the dark. They didn't know if their loved ones were alive or dead. They didn't know or have any link to the outside world. Many of them had no idea what happened to their families, to their friends, the towns, the villages, rather, that they grew up in. And part of the challenge in treating them now is dealing with that and giving them that sense of control. That's a big theme Israeli officials have been talking about, is reestablishing that sense of control that they lost when they were kidnapped and taken into taken into Gaza. We're also hearing from some of the hostages themselves about what it was like in captivity. Ruthie Munder is the first hostage to come forward and to paint a picture of what life was like in Hamas custody. She said that at first they were well fed, but then they went hungry. She said they were kept in these rooms that were just completely stifling. They slept on plastic benches. She said she was able to stay with her grandson and her daughter, but they were completely disconnected. They did not have any communication with any of the other hostages. So we're starting to paint a picture. Israeli officials say they will be going in and interviewing some of the adults that were held captive to start painting an intelligence picture to help them locate any remaining hostages that might be left behind once the ceasefire is finished.
As this ceasefire has happened, Aaron, some help has gotten in to civilians in Gaza. Some of these Palestinians in Gaza who need food and water and fuel. Talk to us about the humanitarian crisis there and what happens if and when this truce extension is, in fact, not extended.
Yeah, well, the first U.S. plane full of aid arrived in Egypt. U.S. officials recognizing the desperate situation that's playing out in Gaza right now, acknowledging that not enough aid is getting into Gaza, even with this temporary ceasefire in place. Earlier today, I was speaking to a WHO official who was sounding the alarm, very concerned about the state of the healthcare system, especially considering 1 million Gazans have been displaced, moved from north to south. He's very concerned about the spread of disease. We also heard about that from a spokesperson for the WHO saying, quote, eventually we will see more people dying from disease than we are even seeing from the bombardment if we are not able to put back this health system. Many within the humanitarian community want a permanent ceasefire and are bracing for what could happen on the ground there in Gaza if this war resumes. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin for us tonight in Tel Aviv. Aaron, thank you. We are learning tonight that the suspect in the Vermont shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent had been on the radar of police in the years leading up to the attack, with the former girlfriend of the suspect telling NBC News exclusively that she reported him to police a couple years ago for sending harassing text messages and for driving past her house after she asked him to leave her alone. Some now want police to label this attack on those students as a hate crime, with scholars at Brown University, where one of the victims went to school, saying the attack has only made tensions on campus worse.
It's pretty bad. I think for anybody that's involved by virtue of either just being a Jew or an Arab or Muslim or Israeli, there's a feeling that you're so hated by so many people, no matter what you do or say.
A vigil at Brown for the Vermont victims last night turned into a protest, with students calling on the school's president to divest from companies with ties to Israel. NBC's Shaquille Brewster is in Providence, Rhode Island, not far from the campus of Brown. You've been talking with students there. Talk to us about what you're hearing regarding the way that they're looking at this moment, given the shooting.
Yeah, Hallie, you know, the sense that you're getting when talking to students here on campus is that tensions were already high. Since the start of the war, there's been protests here on campus. There's been calls for the university to divest. There's been criticism of the Brown University's administration. And then this happened. You know, a rabbi told me that he expected students were going to go home, be with their families over Thanksgiving break, and then come back, and his hope were that tensions would be a little bit calmer. But then one of their students, they believe, was targeted in that shooting, and that really reached a new boiling point in the tension that you're seeing on campus. You talked about the vigil last night. The president was essentially shouted down as she was giving remarks. I'll tell you, some groups here on campus have now started a safe walking program for Palestinian students and other students who don't feel safe. There's a fear that you continue to hear when you talk to students on this campus. I want you to listen to what one student told me, and by the way, he didn't even want to use his name. He's going by the initials RN.
Arab students have been telling them in the past month and a half the concrete steps they can take to make students feel more safe on this campus and to better protect their students. And all of our concerns have come upon deaf ears. So now that this has happened, we all hold the administration complicit in what's occurred.
And that gives you a sense of the sentiment that you saw at that vigil. Students want to see more from this administration. The administration dropped charges that they launched against 20 Jewish students who were having a pro-Palestinian sit-in in one of the campus buildings here earlier this month. The administration acknowledging the awkwardness of the timing for those charges. Those students were supposed to be in court this morning. So you're hearing that sense of fear, you're hearing frustration, you're hearing anger, and you're also hearing hurt. People are saying that they don't feel seen, they don't feel understood, and there's a fear in even talking to folks publicly. We've had plenty of conversations off camera, but getting people to talk publicly, there's a concern that they will have their words manipulated and put online, and that can impact their future. And that's a feeling that we've been talking about happening on campuses across the country, but especially now, especially after the shooting of one of the students here, you're feeling it especially high here at Brown University, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster live for us there in Providence. Thank you. We'll be looking for more from you, Shaq, tonight on NBC Nightly News. More of that reporting with Lester Holt coming up at 6:30 Eastern, wherever you watch your local NBC station. To weather now, and just into us tonight, we're learning the national Christmas tree, the tree that sits right outside the White House, it has been toppled. It's fallen over because it's been so windy. Take a look at this. This is a live shot. That's the tree. It's set to be all lit up this week, Thursday, but they got some work to do to get it back upright. Again, that's how powerful the wind is that it knocked this tree over. Here's another example of how powerful this weather system has been. A 20-car pileup in Ohio, just outside Cleveland. Take a look at some of the video from there. The snow is so heavy, there's just wasn't a way for people to see when it was blowing around out there. You can see some of the fire trucks after that crash shut down a busy interstate in Ohio this morning. Out east, you have millions of people under snow alerts. School is closed as well with that lake effect snow creating some big problems. I want to bring in Jesse Kirsch, who is joining us live from Erie, PA. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is here for us, too. Jesse, let me start with you. You're in it, friend. Here we are in November. It is snowing. I get that it's winter, but the temperatures are colder than normal for this time of year, considering it's officially still fall, and the forecast is something like 30 inches, friend.
Yeah, so where I am right now in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, outside of Erie, along Lake Erie, right? That makes sense. We are in an area that has seen over a foot of snow in parts of New York State. Reports of close to 2 feet of snow. What we're looking at is all that lake effect snow. That's what we talk about this time of year. Year in, year out, you can see the wind blowing around right now. That doesn't help things, and that's actually what fuels this. So you've got cold winds coming across the Great Lakes, then you've got moisture and heat coming off of the relatively warm waters of the Great Lakes at this time of year, and those turn into clouds. Clouds create snow, and here we are standing in it. And Hallie, what you're seeing in parts of the Great Lakes region is still expected to keep going until tomorrow morning. We spoke with some people in town here. They're used to this kind of thing, but this is the first big storm of the year. Here's what one resident shared with us.
I feel like it's bothersome for a lot of people just having to dig themselves out. But other than that, like I said, it's run-of-the-mill activity for us out here.
So that's what we've heard from just one gentleman who we spoke with who lives in this community. And again, this is going to continue falling in parts of the region. I don't know if you can see it, Hallie, but we've got icicles hanging from some of the storefronts here. So, you know, it's definitely winter once again.
No kidding. I mean, it's picturesque. It kind of looks like a winter wonderland. But, Jesse, the real concern, of course, is just how dangerous this can be, especially right now when people may not quite be ready for it just yet. Jesse Kirsch, go warm up. Thank you to you and your crew for being there. Let me get to Bill Cairns now. And, Bill, let me just show people, it's not just the snow. It is the wind, including here in Washington. This is a wider shot of the national Christmas tree. That thing is big. It is heavy. And yet the gusts have been enough that that's what we're seeing here in my neck of the woods, Bill.
This is going to be Christmas tree gate. Something is off with this because it hasn't been that windy where the tree should come down. I mean, it should be anchored and safe, right? Yeah, so someone's getting fired for not putting that tree up right, but whoever put the lights on it, I mean, the tree fell over and the lights are all still working, so kudos to you. So this storm system is moving through. The cold air is peaking today, then it begins to improve. We still have a few areas where Jesse was located right here in Erie, still under that lake effect snow warning until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Syracuse northwards also still a lake effect snow warning. And we've had those snow squalls down in Maryland. New York City had their first flurries of the winter season, but the really stuff, the dangerous stuff to be driving, and where you're getting those whiteout conditions, New York State Thruway, especially near Syracuse right now, and on and off in between Buffalo and Cleveland. And some areas got nailed, almost 2 feet in the Tug Hill Plateau. That's north of Syracuse. Near Buffalo and almost near Orchard Park got 14 inches. East Aurora 16.5, and just outside of Cleveland got about 11 inches. And that's not the only story out there. Yes, the snow is going to come to an end, but the cold is all the way down towards the Gulf Coast. North Florida under a freeze warning. Tomorrow morning, call your relatives if you want to rub it in, if they call you like all winter long and say, oh, it's beautiful in Florida. Not tomorrow morning. 31 in Tallahassee, 42 Orlando, 28 in Jacksonville, Hallie. So the cold, it's everywhere on the East Coast.
It's like you know the conversation that I have with my mom and dad outside Tampa there. Let me ask you this, because I will tell you that here in Washington, our local forecasters have suggested this is going to be a pretty intense winter. East Coast kind of got away from some of the bad stuff last year. Can we read anything into, specifically with like the El Nino system, if this is going to be a more intense winter for people in certain parts of the country?
It's all potential. We know with El Nino, we're going to have a lot of big storms. We have a storm that's going to come up the East Coast, but it's going to be all rain. It's not cold enough. So what a lot of forecasters in the East are saying is you can get a big snowstorm in the Northeast or on the East Coast in El Nino, but you have to time it up with the cold air. And as we head through the weekend, we get another rainstorm on Sunday. And here's the December outlook. Above average temperatures for the eastern half of the country, but we're also expecting a higher number of storms. So all it takes, Hallie, is one cold outbreak to time up with one of these storms, and then we can get ourselves a classic nor'easter. But, you know, maybe they'll be all rain, though. So a lot of nervous forecasters in your D.C. area.
No kidding. Bill Cairns, thank you very much. To Georgia now, and a rare look tonight at former President Jimmy Carter, celebrating the life of the woman he loved for decades, Rosalind, his wife. You see him here at his wife's memorial. He's coming in. I'm trying to see if you can see him there in the front row. It's one of the few times he's been out in public. There he is. You see him in the wheelchair. He's covered in a blanket here. Remember, the former president, and you see him on the right side of your screen, he's been in hospice care since February. We really don't see him in these kinds of situations often. Significant, of course, that he would be there. You see him being greeted now by a lineup of other people, including former presidents, former first ladies, the Bidens, the Clintons, Laura Bush, Michelle Obama. All the way to the left, you see Melania Trump, the former first lady who's all but disappeared from the public eye after former President Trump left office and as he campaigns for 2024. They are all here today in Georgia to honor Rosalind Carter, who died last Sunday at the age of 96, set to be buried privately tomorrow. Here's NBC's Blaine Alexander.
Well, Hallie, there were just so many striking moments from today's memorial service. We start outside the church and just look at the people that were lined up looking and watching the motorcade, paying their final respects. But then certainly when you go inside the church, the most notable person in attendance was former President Carter himself. Remember, it was not easy for someone who is in his condition to get here to this ceremony today. Of course, he's 99 years old. He has been in hospice care since February. But the other thing is that he made the trip from Plains, Georgia. That's some 160 miles away, all the way up here to Atlanta. So to see him, he was wheeled in a wheelchair, had a blanket over his legs, but certainly to see him there in the audience, front row, saying goodbye to his partner of 77 years was just incredibly moving. One of the more notable moments in there was when we heard from the Carter's daughter. She said, because my father can't get up and speak for himself, I want to read some of his words, what he said about my mother. And she read a letter that he had written her some 75 years ago when he was in service. Take a look.
Every time I have ever been away from you, I have been thrilled when I returned to discover just how wonderful you are. When I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Does that seem strange to you? It doesn't to me. Goodbye, darling. Until tomorrow. Jimmy.
And that was just one of many moving tributes we saw today, Hallie. Then, of course, when we look at the people that were there, something was so special about seeing all of the former First Ladies sitting there in a row. Of course, we're talking about the current First Lady, Jill Biden, but then Laura Bush, Hillary Clinton, Melania Trump, and Michelle Obama all there. In fact, Mrs. Carter's grandson referred to it as a sort of sisterhood and saying that she would have been honored by their presence here today. Hallie.
Our thanks to Blaine Alexander for that reporting from Georgia. A lot more to get to here on the show, including what George Santos has to say about Congress tonight, as he may be about to be voted out of the House. That's in the breakdown. Plus, in South Carolina, an emotional day in court where victims of convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh and his financial crimes finally got to speak to him face to face. What they're saying about betrayal and even forgiveness. Plus, that mysterious, sometimes deadly sickness in dogs popping up in even more states. We'll talk about where it's spreading in a minute.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and love that.
Tonight, a moment some people have been waiting years for. Victims finally able to look in the eye of the man who stole millions of dollars from them to deliver a message to Alec Murdaugh, the convicted murderer who, in this instance, is also being sentenced for financial fraud. You see him there. Listen.
I wanted to sit down with you one-on-one. When I found out what you did, I just want to know why. I'm not crying because of what he stole from me. I'm crying for what he did to everybody in this suit.
Jordan Jinks there. Then it was Murdaugh's turn to speak, as he gets 27 years for prison for what he did on the financial front, apologizing, and at several points, Murdaugh getting choked up.
I do care about each and every one of you. Number one, and number two, that I am so sorry and that I hate and am so bothered by the things that I did.
Murdaugh, obviously a now disgraced former attorney, is accepting a plea deal for defrauding people of nearly $9 million in a scheme where he allegedly agreed to help them with things like medical bills or life insurance or wrongful death lawsuits, then took the money for himself. Murdaugh's already serving 2 life sentences for murdering his wife and son after what some called the South's trial of the century. His attorneys want a new trial there. I want to bring in Guad Venegas, who's covering all the latest. You saw it there, tears running down the face of one of the victims. We heard from multiple people today, many of them who knew Murdaugh personally. They were friends of his. A big theme for them was forgiveness and confusion. Talk me through it.
Hallie, it was interesting to also see the attorneys that spoke on behalf of some of the victims. We, of course, had that hearing today. The attorney spoke. Some of those victims gave their impact statements. And I think what's unique about this case, Hallie, is even the attorneys that spoke on behalf of their clients looked very emotional, like they could not believe what had happened. They disclosed some of the details as to how Murdaugh was able to take some of the money that he had won in some of these lawsuits for his clients, and then had a whole scheme and a method to get the money to go through the law firm. And then that money was sent to a bank, and that bank would pay some of the loans that he owed money to. It was a very intricate system. And of course, listening to the victims themselves today, Hallie, gave a lot of insight as to the relationship that they had with Murdaugh. Most of them saying they were very close to him and they could not believe what he did. This is the victim speaking in the courtroom.
You lied, you cheated, you stole, you betrayed me and my family and everybody else. I want you to know that I forgive you.
Do you not have a soul? I don't get it, Alec. I can't understand it. You are not the person that I thought I knew.
But all I want to say to you is I forgive you from my heart.
Now, to give you an example, the first victim we heard from is the son of the former housekeeper who worked with the Murdaughs, who died on their property. He said that at one point when they held the funeral of his mother, who was a housekeeper, Murdaugh approached him during the funeral, hugged him, and told him he would take care of the family. So you can understand what the feelings are now that they know that Murdaugh, of course, cheated them of all of this money. So we know that today the judge accepted this plea. So Murdaugh pled guilty to 22 financial crimes, which included, of course, bank fraud. They included tax evasion, money laundering. And for that, he was sentenced to 27 years. It's important that the judge accepted that sentence. He will have to serve at least 23 years of those 27 years. So this is pretty much an end to these state financial crime charges. He still has more charges. And of course, there's that other sentence that we know he has for 2 life sentences for the murder of his wife and his son.
Well, that was my question. He is already a convicted murderer. He has already been sentenced to 2 life sentences for killing his wife and killing his son, as I think people watched and remember in that trial. So does this just stack on top of that? I mean, at this point, it is functionally, practically not making much of a difference because Alec Murdaugh will spend, it seems, the rest of his life in prison.
Well, Hallie, it's going to run concurrent with the other sentence, the 2 life sentences. But it's interesting that the prosecutors wanted to get this deal accepted by the judge so that he could have these 27 years because he's already appealed the other trial for murder. So that has been appealed. They're arguing that there was some jury tampering in the other case. So if that appeal were to go through and he has a retrial for the murder charges, at least they do have these 27 years or this 27-year sentence, of which he has to serve 23 years already in place for these state charges. Let's hear from Murdaugh speaking today. Let's hear a little more from him.
And you are absolutely right about everything you said, but you are dead wrong about one thing. And I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. And it is important to me that you know that.
So Murdaugh wanted to make it a point that he, of course, accepted guilt when it comes to these financial crimes, and he's very sorry for what he did with that money that belonged, of course, to his victims. But he also wanted to make it clear that he is not guilty, or he believes he's not guilty of killing his wife and his son. And that's why he's appealed that case, and he's expecting a retrial. Hallie?
Quad Venegas, thank you very much for that rundown. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Sean Combs. You know him as Diddy. He's stepping down temporarily as chair of the media network Revolt, according to his spokesperson. Revolt, in a statement, says Diddy didn't really have a day-to-day role in the business anyway, but that this decision will let it keep focusing on the work it's doing. This, of course, comes after Diddy was accused of rape, beatings, sexual abuse, all of which he's denied. Number 2, a judge overseeing the estate of Aretha Franklin is awarding her real estate to her sons. This is based on the singer's handwritten will, which you may remember was found in her couch cushions. Franklin had 4 sons and 4 properties, with the will saying 3 of the sons each gets 1 property, but not clearly stating who gets the 4th. Number 3, Hunter Biden says he will testify. He's at least offering to testify in front of Congress in public after House Republicans subpoenaed him as part of an impeachment inquiry. His lawyer says the closed-door sessions, in their view, can be manipulated, so Biden is willing to speak, but only if it's out in full view. The chairman of the House Oversight Committee says Hunter Biden's trying to play by his own rules, so it's not clear if we will actually see him answering questions on December 13th. More to come on that. Number 4, that mysterious sickness that's been getting dogs sick has now spread to 14 states in all. Experts think some kind of virus or bacteria is behind it. Some dogs have died from this disease that apparently doesn't respond well to common treatments. In Oregon alone, officials say there have been more than 200 cases reported there since mid-August. Number 5, Mark Cuban is out soon. He says he's leaving Shark Tank after next season, saying he wants to spend some time with his kids, but he says he loves the show, a show that made him even more of a household name, more of a celebrity than he already was. When we come back, some new body cam video from the scene of that deadly bus crash in Ohio, what first responders saw when they arrived. Look at that. Plus, the wife of Ukraine's spy chief allegedly poisoned. Why Kyiv's not blaming the Kremlin just yet. Next.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and tonight, 2 hospitals in New Jersey are being forced to send patients to other hospitals because of a huge hack on their computer systems. It's a hack that's affecting a lot of places, including some hospitals still recovering from a cyber attack that forced patients out of emergency rooms. They've been dealing with this since Thanksgiving in Oklahoma, in New Mexico, in Texas. Miguel Almaguer is joining us now. Miguel, we've heard about these kinds of hacks happening to schools. Now it's hospitals. And what's important here, right? Literally, the stakes are life and death. I mean, we're literally talking about some of the most critical minutes in an emergency. And this overlay of this cyber attack is something now that these medical professionals have to deal with.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Hallie. The cyber attack here is targeting critical infrastructure, and it's impacting patient health care. Ardent Health says services they were at their hospitals, they were forced to divert patients from emergency rooms from roughly a dozen hospitals in about 4 different states. They run about 20 hospitals and more than 200 facilities across the country. The cyber attack forced Ardent Health to shut down its network, meaning critical patient care data is offline as cybersecurity teams try to gain control back of their network. While Ardent says it's working to minimize its impact on patient care, some families tell us they're facing serious challenges. Annie Wolf was scheduled for open heart surgery, a critical procedure that's been delayed because of the hack. Her husband is Eric Wolf. Here's what he has to say.
What we were told was that there had been an IT failure at the hospital, and they obviously were working on it diligently, but until they had it resolved, all surgeries were canceled. I am, however, furious that malicious coders and attackers, hackers, would specifically target a healthcare system and put lives in jeopardy.
Hallie, a really tough situation, and that's just one family of so many that have been impacted.
So then what's the fix, right, Miguel? Like, clearly there's going to be some kind of a short-term solution to kind of, frankly, put a Band-Aid on this, right, to make sure that the triage kind of gets handled here from an analogy perspective. What's the longer-term solution that gets to the heart of this?
Well, that's the million-dollar questions. These attacks keep happening at corporations and companies nationwide, from hospitals to school districts to city governments and even major casinos. Cyber thieves have been hacking network systems, taking over control of their IT departments and all of their data. The breaches often happen when employees click on an infected link. Experts say the attacks are preventable, but they're tough to stop. One insider tells us the only true way to curtail these attacks is to make sure ransoms are never paid, but that's simply not happening right now, Hallie.
Yeah, that's right. Miguel Almaguer live for us with all of those details. Miguel, good to see you. Thank you. Overseas now, and the wife of Ukraine's intelligence chief getting treated tonight after the Ukrainians say she was poisoned. It's not clear by who, but you know that part of Russia's playbook is poisoning their enemies. So why would she end up targeted? Mariana Budanova had reportedly been living with her husband in his office, leading to some speculation that any attack was meant for him. Again, the head of Ukraine's military intelligence agency, the GUR. Ukraine says he has survived 10 previous assassination attempts. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald is following this for us. What's interesting here, Megan, Ukraine is not yet pointing the finger at Russia for this poisoning. What is that telling us?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's certainly interesting to say the least, right? I mean, we usually see Russia blaming Ukraine for incidents and attacks, Ukraine blaming Russia for incidents and attacks. But, you know, let's just look at patterns of behavior, for example. I mean, you go back to 2020 and you've got Alexei Navalny, for example. He's the leading opposition to Russia. And he was on a plane. He's moaning in agony. He's treated in a hospital in Germany. And it's determined that he was poisoned by a former Soviet-era nerve agent. The United States pointing the finger at Russia. Then you go back to 2019, and again, we could go back and back and back, but in 2019, recent history, you've got Sergei Skripal and his daughter. He was a Russian intelligence officer, both poisoned, almost died, and according to the United States, according to the UK, according to Germany, according to France, a former Soviet-era nerve agent, and they point to Russia for poisoning them. So who poisoned the wife of this top Ukrainian official? We don't know yet, but we do know patterns of behavior. Hallie?
That is for sure. Megan, let me ask you about another development tonight as it relates to Ukraine and Russia, and specifically Russia, because Finland tonight says it's going to close its whole border with Russia. That's like 800 miles. You see it here. That's that line in red, obviously. Finland's accusing the Russians of intentionally pushing thousands of people toward that border to try to overwhelm them. What's that end game there?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, look, the Finns believe that this is likely Russia retaliating for them joining NATO. And so what they have seen is this influx of these asylum seekers for the last several months coming to their borders. And so they're shutting it down. They are shutting it down until December 13th, not allowing anyone to come through, hoping that this stops. But again, this is something that we will be paying close attention to try and see how this unfolds, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us with those developments. Megan, thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest Bureau, you're looking at some new body camera footage from that deadly bus crash in Ohio. 6 people killed after a truck slammed into the back of a bus carrying high school students earlier this month. A new report now says the truck did not slow down when it should have, and the crash started a fire. The NTSB is still investigating. Out of our Northeast Bureau, and if you are sitting down to eat dinner right now, I'm going to ask you to mute me for your own sake at this point, because a customer is suing Chopped, you know, the salad restaurant, after allegedly finding a part of a finger in her food at a location in Connecticut. According to the suit, the restaurant's manager sliced off her left pointer finger while chopping arugula. NBC News has reached out to Chopped for comment, has not heard back. And out of our Midwest Bureau, police say a 12-year-old boy in Michigan is in custody after stealing a forklift. And then, do you see this? Leading them on an hours-long, fairly slow-speed chase across Ann Arbor. 20 miles an hour. I mean, in a forklift, that's a lot. He apparently hit 10 parked cars. Fortunately, officials say nobody was hurt. You see the forklift there. Obviously, they're investigating how he got into it in the first place. Tonight, back here in Washington, some new steps in what may be the end of the George Santos congressional saga, as he accuses his colleagues in Congress of being mostly all about that political theater. That's at the Capitol, but on the National Mall, it's this, a Santos balloon put there by organizers who want to see him expelled from the chamber. That is absolutely a possibility because Santos's colleagues are getting ready to vote as soon as this week on whether or not to kick him out of office. Just a couple of hours ago, a resolution was introduced which basically forces the House to vote on expelling Santos within the next couple of days, as the congressman says he is not asking anybody for help.
This is the third time we've gone through this. I didn't do it the first time. I didn't do it the second time. Not going to do it the third time.
Why not whip some votes?
It's not a good use of my time.
Remember, this is all after that damning report from the House Ethics Committee that found Santos used campaign money illegally, they say, for things like Botox, a Vegas honeymoon, and more. It's our breakdown tonight. For Republican Congressman George Santos, a long and winding road paved with lies appears to be coming to an end.
I'll be expelled because people simply did not like me, because they thought that they didn't want me. I'm too much of an outsider.
It wasn't being an outsider that led the House Ethics Committee to excoriate Santos. Instead, they allege he's a fraud, accusing him of using money meant for his campaign as a piggy bank for personal expenses like Botox, resorts in Atlantic City, Hermes, and OnlyFans. Santos, back in March.
I just discovered what OnlyFans was about 3 weeks ago. I was oblivious to the whole concept.
The congressman, denying any wrongdoing, separately faces a 23-count federal indictment for crimes, including money laundering and stealing public funds. He's pleaded not guilty.
As we joke around a lot in my circles, we're like, oh my God, you were the it girl. Everybody wanted you until nobody wanted me.
Santos was elected in 2022 based on a resume that sounded impressive, from Baruch College to NYU, then the big leagues on Wall Street, working for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs. But after he took office, a New York Times investigation found no record of him at those companies or schools.
Did I embellish my resume? Yes, I did. And I'm sorry.
He claimed to be Jewish.
Oh, good morning. Shabbat shalom to everybody.
Then memorably walked it back.
I'm Catholic, but I'm also Jewish.
He lied about having family members who died in the Holocaust and 9/11.
My parents were both down there the day of the attacks, and fortunately none of them passed.
He first denied reports he dressed in drag in Brazil. Then 2 days later,
I was young and I had fun at a festival.
All those simmering inconsistencies boiling over earlier this year with calls for him to quit.
Well, he should be expelled. What he has done is violate the public trust, engage in election fraud.
And the opening of that House Ethics Committee investigation into him.
Like I said before, I'm staying in office for sure.
Did you talk to
Santos, refusing to resign, has insisted he's done nothing wrong, calling the Ethics Committee's findings a disgusting smear and casting himself as a biblical figure.
Within the ranks of the United States Congress, there's felons galore. There's people with all sorts of shisty backgrounds, and all of a sudden, George Santos is the Mary Magdalene of United States Congress.
On the verge of becoming just the third House member since the Civil War to be kicked out of Congress, Santos, now defiant and dug in.
Want to expel me? I'll wear it like a badge of honor.
Keep in mind, it is some of Santos's fellow Republicans who want to kick him out, but Santos's team says they're confident House Republicans won't ultimately support it because of that party's already razor-thin majority, according to one congressional source. Remember, Santos is set to go to trial on those federal charges he is still facing, regardless of what happens in Congress, in September of next year. We will watch and see what happens this week. We will bring it to you here on this show. Also here on this show, coming up tonight, last night's fight between a fan and an NBA star, raising questions on whether athletes are fair game or if fans are going too far. far is too far when it comes to sports fans heckling athletes? That's the question now after yet another incident last night. An NBA superstar arguing with a fan. Look at this. In the middle of a play at the end of the game. This is what Russell Westbrook here getting into it at home, by the way, in which should have been maybe a more friendly atmosphere. It's not the first time something like this has happened with a big-name player, as Noah Pransky looks at the athletes and the fans in the spotlight.
Imagine your day with hecklers taunting you at your job at the office, or at a store, or at a hospital. Well, after another confrontation with hecklers at his job Monday night, Los Angeles Clippers star Russell Westbrook asked reporters in this ESPN clip why the NBA workplace was any different.
I guess they feel they can kind of say whatever, but this is our job. This is something that we go out and compete to do.
Westbrook, caught screaming at a fan on a video posted by a Washington Post reporter, wouldn't repeat what he said was a disrespectful taunt, but he said it crossed the line.
Anything as pertains to my family or myself, I won't stand for it.
It's at least the fourth high-profile confrontation between Westbrook and fans over the last 4 years. It's unclear what led to each of these, but he was caught on social media confronting a spectator last April and threatening fans in Utah in 2019 and losing his cool in 2021 after a heckler dumped popcorn on him.
He went bananas. He went crazy, rightfully so.
Also, for what it's worth, a lot of his fellow NBA stars have had recent problems with rowdy fans, too. It all has NBA watchers begging the question, are today's players more reactive when it comes to fans' trash talk? Or is this some new era of event-goers gone wild?
It's a lot different, and, it's just unfortunate that sometimes we have to deal with situations like Russ had to deal with last night.
Kendall Gill, an NBC sports basketball analyst and 15-year veteran of the NBA, says Westbrook bears responsibility, too.
All due respect to Russ, but he just hasn't learned yet how to deal with the fans. You got to get security, and, there are rules in the NBA that protect players as far as fans' interaction with them, and you have them remove them from the stadium.
Gill says sports betting has amplified fans' passions and heckling in recent years, but nothing's had a greater effect than social media.
You see these guys on social media, you can see their lifestyles, but what fans have to realize is that, you don't know them.
Other sports have seen high-profile fan confrontations, too. But basketball provides uniquely intimate access. Courtside seats are literally on the court, without a pane of glass, a net, or even a string separating fans from stars. It's prompted the NBA to adopt a zero-tolerance code of conduct for fans that prohibits abusive language and obscene gestures.
If they catch you in the arena, you're going to be immediately escorted out. I think that the league has done a wonderful job at that.
But Gill says good old-fashioned trash talk is still fair game, and it's up to the players to put up with it.
Noah Pransky is joining us now. It's an interesting, conversation. It's an interesting thought experiment here. But when you mention that the NBA has a zero-tolerance policy, what does that even mean? Zero tolerance for what?
Behavior that is considered abusive, certainly vulgar. Now, it's up to the stadiums and the arenas and owners of each team to decide what that is. But we're seeing lots of investigations into fan behavior and lots of fan bans. The fan in Philly, for instance, who spilled the popcorn on Westbrook a couple years ago got a lifetime ban. And stadiums are now also using facial recognition technology to enforce these bans. So they're getting serious, and they're trying to set examples, Hallie.
Noah Pransky, thank you very much for that. A lot more to come here on the show, including some new numbers showing shoppers spent like $1 billion more this long Thanksgiving weekend compared to last year. But a lot of parents may not be buying toys for their tweens. We'll tell you what is on the Gen Alpha wish lists in our original coming up.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And we're learning tonight that shopping this holiday season is breaking records already. Look at this big new milestone. For the first time, more than 200 million Americans bought something online or in stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday. This is according to the National Retail Federation. But the younger generations, they're not putting traditional gifts on their lists. Instead of scarves or sleds, they want Santa to send skincare. Here's NBC's Vicki Wynn.
Show of hands for who has skincare on their Christmas wish list. Everybody. Who used some kind of skincare today? Wow.
My 11-year-old daughter and her friends joining the many tweens who are already neck deep into skincare.
I have like a lot of cleansers, toners, moisturizers, like a million face masks. I have a lot of stuff.
Elephant, Bubble, Burt's Bees, Mario Badescu.
What do your parents think when you said, I want skincare for Christmas?
They kind of like paused for a second. They're like, do you need it?
Fueling a growing demand for moisturizers, cleansers, face masks, and more. So much so, brands are marketing to this age group, Generation Alpha, born in 2010 and beyond. It's a trend some parents are feeling grinchy about this holiday season.
That feels incredibly young and shocking and yet super pervasive.
Do you feel like they're growing up too fast?
Yes. Yeah, definitively yes.
Only look with your eyes. Experts stress how powerful marketing can be for this always online generation.
This is the first generation who have fully grown up digital, and that is key in terms of influencing their consumer choice as well.
I'm going to show you what's in my skincare fridge, and you can decide if you need one for yourself.
Young so-called skinfluencers like V. Lai amassing huge followings on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, promoting brands and pushing sales to new heights.
The most important thing to remember is to wear sunscreen.